The whole planet is in flames. This planet is Hela, the world, in which there were endless battles, terrible monsters, dragons and orcs, as well as an inconceivable number of victims. All this is a part of hell. People fought with this hell, and the protagonist was called here against his will. His whole sword, and later his hands, were washed with blood. Everything was in an unquenchable fire. The protagonist realized that this world is governed by the rule: either you kill or they kill you. He shouted to the other warriors not to lose heart, and after that, ordered to run into battle. Everyone immediately rushed to the enemies. In the blood were not only hands and sword, but the whole body of the protagonist, just like the others. The protagonist killed another enemy. Then he and the guy next to him stared stunned at something or someone. Cold sweat began to run down them. This horror was a demon, a real demon from hell. It was colossally huge. Its skin was brown and its eyes were glowing with orange light, as if flames were growing from its essence. It had mighty horns on its head. The protagonist stood right in front of it. They looked at each other. The guy put away his fear and gathered all his courage into a fist. Now he prepared his sword and was ready to enter the battle. He decided to go the last way. With all his might he pushed himself off the ground and flew straight to the demon's face, pointing his bloody cold weapon at him and shouting for the parasite to come here. The already embittered demon became even more furious. It seemed even the mighty flames began to blaze brighter. Some time passed. Sparks flew in the air and the fire burned all the same, though now there was no longer such a loud fight. All the people were dead and their bodies were burning. The protagonist spent all his strength. He had many wounds and scratches, and from the sword remained only a pathetic part. He was bleeding. But all was not in vain. The demon also no longer showed signs of life. He was lying face down. Judging by the pool of blood under him, you could understand that it was all shattered, like the last time, although maybe it was the last time, because the protagonist was left without an arm and was now flying to the ground, unable to help himself. He fell down, looked at the defeated enemy. In his eyes read no more strength, no spirit, no emotion, only post-mortem fatigue. The guy closed his eyes. The main character, the one who defeated the main enemy, was called Kang Hyuk. From now on this paradise of death will be his resting place. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There was no blood, no abrasions, no wounds. He stood up and examined himself. Kang Hyuk was shocked that he was unharmed, but everything was wrong. There was a dark aura around him. Kang Hyuk didn't know what happened next, but he had a desire to control the creatures he defeated. Behind the guy he saw many skeletons. They had the same red eyes as Kang Hyuk. He stretched his hand forward and a black aura enveloped it. The more powerful Hyuk's enemies were, the more powerful his army became. Almost all the time people were opposing hell. Now Hyuk's enemies in Hale were people who had very different abilities. Some were controlled by magic, some were nimble assassins, some were good with a sword. Finally, after 10 years of fighting strong opponents, he found a gate through which he could go to another dimension, but Kang Hyuk's brother wanted to go back to Earth. His brother was very different from him. He had blonde hair and brown eyes. Then Hyuk's hair was black and his eyes were militantly red. His brother gently suggested Hyuk to go with him. Kang Hyuk was silent. Then he lowered his head and closed his eyes and told his brother that he had done all he could for him, but that he would have to go it alone from now on. His brother looked at him understandingly and smiled. His eyes were kind. Kang Hyuk knew that his brother understood him without words, yet he had always been like this. He had been like this even after they had been drafted to Halo and before. During their time on Earth, his brother had always been smiling and friendly. Since Kang Hyuk's brother had returned back to Earth, 6 years had passed and Kang Hyuk had become a supreme necromancer, the victor of death that everyone feared, the leader of the undead who hated all living things. He was the only person feared and respected by the other necromancers. Kang Hyuk continued to live in hell, and did not want to return to the human world. After all, in this world, he could give free rein to his desire to kill, which he couldn't do on Earth. Hundreds of people had fallen at his hands here. It was the only place for an awakened necromancer like him. Kang Hyuk stood in this mess as a dead man, and he felt like himself there. The demon castle in hell was not at all presentable, and chaos was going on all around. Inside, Someone sat on a throne. Instead of armor he had bones, and instead of a mask, a skull. On the stairs to him climbed another. He had a staff in his hands, and on his shoulders and head a lot of chains. This was the very real spirit of death, Desmond Roderick. He bowed before the Lord and said he had an urgent report for him. This Lord was Kang Hyuk. He told Death to speak. Death knelt down and told him that the Lord's brother who was in the human world had died. At first, the Lord didn't answer or react to anything. But then his armor began to burn with a blue light, everything around him began to shake, and a black aura flew to his body. Lightning bolts penetrated the guy's bones and armor. Then there was a violent explosion that was accompanied by electrical discharges. The Lord turned to Desmond, who immediately responded. The mask fell off Kang Hyuk's face. He looked down at the death from above and said he wanted details. Kang Hyuk asked Desmond if he was saying his brother died, saying he wanted more details. Desmond Roderick, the spirit of death, is Kang Hyuk's right-hand man. His ability is that he sees every living soul in all dimensions. Desmond replied that by walking under the shadow of death, he is honoring King Hela, the lord of the demon castle. A picture of someone began to appear on the glass behind him. Desmond said that long ago, the Lord Kang Hyuk ordered him to follow his brother's soul in the human world, and he carried out that order, saying that only recently he was convinced that his brother's soul had been torn from his body. Kang Hyuk asked him to prove it. Desmond immediately got down to business. His brother began to emerge from the glass, his hair white. The brothers stood opposite each other. The brother's eyes were empty. The one who looks death in the eyes remembers everything. Kang Hyuk said that the brother looked exactly the same as the last time they met, but it had been 6 whole years since his return to Earth. The protagonist stretched out his hand towards his brother's body and used the dead man's gaze. The gaze was cloudy. Some 2 guys were standing on top. One's hand was covered in blood. He had long nails like claws. He exhaled and said he was glad he was finally dead. He said that even the world's strongest returnee couldn't handle them alone. He said that when you don't calculate your strength, you can get into a situation where you painfully die alone and no one would know about it. They looked at Kang Hyuk's brother's body and said that now that they had killed Kang Min, their era would begin. Desmond told the Lord that after his brother returned, they compared his soul to the souls of other earthlings, and Kang Hyuk listened intently to the death. He said that they had found out that his brother was the strongest among them, but there were plenty of people who were only slightly inferior to him. Kang Hyuk leaned on his arm. And then he said that they were advancing to Earth. This statement shocked Desmond and he asked again. The Lord told him to tell the 5 princes that he would summon them soon. This surprised him even more. Kang Hyuk thought about the 5 strongest necromancers that agreed to serve him after he broke the seal on them. Monsters that had existed since the dark ages of Hela and wrote history in blood. Only after defeating them was he able to capture the castle of the demons of Gargoa. All of these 5 necromancers looked completely different. Some were knights, some were mermaids, some were deaf, some were little schoolgirls. Kang Hyuk started to leave, telling Desmond that he was staying in the castle in charge, saying that he was sure that in his absence there would be plenty who would want to capture him. Desmond tried to stop his lord by saying that it was dangerous to go to Earth alone. Kang Hyuk replied that he would call for help if he needed it, said he couldn't take them all with him, and asked if Desmond knew what he was talking about. He replied that he did, saying that Desmond Roderick would always follow his lord's orders. Kang Hyuk thought about the metal men of Earth, the people who had evolved into strong and bloodthirsty creatures. He wondered how any of them could have defeated Kang Min, since they were nothing more than easy prey by Hala's standards. Yet they had killed Kang Min, who was winning here in Hala with him. Kang Hyuk was intrigued. He couldn't wait to taste these metal men. He smiled and told Desmond that he had no one else to kill in this world anyway. Kang Hyuk remembered turning to Kang Min. He said that they fought to the death for this castle. Kang asked if he really wanted to leave this world and go back home. Kang Min quietly turned to his brother, but Kang Hyuk kept going on, asking if he didn't realize that by staying with him, he could share power over this world. As Kang Min asked him, he wondered if after everything that had happened, he still felt nothing, even at a moment like this. To himself, Kang Hyuk realized that was the case. He was born devoid of the ability to feel anything. Sadness, love. Sometimes he wondered if his ruthlessness was a help in Hala's world. and the reason he had reached the heights of power and strength here. At that time, Kang Ming held out his hands to his brother and said that whatever the case may be. He was silent for a while and hugged his brother, and there was a portal behind him. Kang Min said that he really hoped that one day Hyuk would feel cozy on Earth. Kang Hyuk was surprised by this. He wondered at that point if it was even possible to be cozy on Earth. He remembered that neither at school nor at work, he didn't feel at ease anywhere. It made him angry that the more people around him, the more it itched to kill. However, he knew very well that Kang Ming couldn't understand that, because he was normal. Kang Ming waved him off and told him that they wouldn't see each other until he himself decided to return to Earth. He really asked his brother to think about it. A portal appeared in front of Kang Hyuk and Desmond. Hyuk stepped forward. He thought about the fact that yes, he, Kang Hyuk, the supreme necromancer of Hela, lord of death, commander of the undead, filled with bloodlust for all living things, is returning to Earth for this very purpose. Desmond told the Lord that the gate to Earth is open. It was raining in Seoul, South Korea, and there were tall apartment buildings ahead. There was also a narrow alleyway. That's where Kang Hyuk found himself. First, his hand appeared out of nowhere, its appearance accompanied by short lightning bolts. Then he finally came out of Hala's world. He looked around and said that there seemed to be no one around. Desmond from that world told the Lord that he was safely back on Earth. Hyuk asked him if he had already notified the 5 princes. He said yes, and they said they would be ready to come at the Lord's call at any time. Kang Hyuk said that was great. Then he asked how much power he could use on the ground. Desmond replied that all he had. He said that the atmosphere was filled with mana. This also pleased the Demon Castle Lord. Desmond told the gentleman that he would be in contact with him all the time. He would be his eyes and ears. Kang Hyuk nodded. He was thinking of one important thing to remember. He was greatly confused that this wasn't the planet Earth he knew. All because it was now full of people who had awakened their abilities due to the disaster that happened 16 years ago. Now these metahumans had taken over many cities around the world, including Seoul. He also knew that just before he moved to Hela, many monsters and dungeons had appeared. He looked at something with his red eyes. In front of him was a tall and gloomy building with a coat of arms on top. Kang Hyuk said that the association was probably already aware of Kang Min's death. He decided to pay them a visit. 16 years ago, suddenly, portals leading to dungeons from other dimensions began to open all over the land. Terrifying monsters began to emerge from them. People who had previously been summoned to these dimensions also began to appear. These people were called the Returned. These people usually had incredible strength. Sochodan, Gangnam District. There was a beautiful tall building up ahead. This is the Hunters Association. Kang Hyuk is almost certain that this organization knows something about the circumstances of Kang Min's death. After all, he was known as the strongest among the people. He was already inside, and in front of the registration table sat 2 girls. They welcomed the guy to the Hunters Association. Kang Hyuk approached the table. One of the girls asked him how they could help him. He replied that he needed any of Kang Min's staff. The girl asked if he was referring to the recently deceased S-Class hunter Kang Min. She apologized but asked who he was. Kang Hyuk said he was his older brother. This surprised the girl. She asked again and said that Mr. Kang Min had no relatives. The other girl whispered in her ear to wait and asked if the gentleman had said he had an older brother. Then the first girl finally remembered and said that means he is the brother who refused to return to Earth. She asked him to wait for a moment. Kang Hyuk realized that it turns out, Kang Min didn't hide that he has relatives, but at least he kept silent about the nature of his power. Some guy in a beige suit came running over to them. He apologized for the misunderstanding. He said he got a call about him. He was running so fast he was out of breath. He said it was a big surprise and the elevator was too crowded, so he had to use the stairs. Finally, the guy introduced himself. He smiled and said his name is Hwang Sang-wook. He is the director of the emergency department of the Korean Hunter Association. Said he meant he was Kang Min's older brother. Kang Hyuk asked where his brother's body was. Sang-wook felt a little embarrassed. He wondered why he was talking so informally. Did he think that if Kang Min was his brother, then he was important too? Of course he didn't say it out loud. He just exhaled and said that first of all the association had to do some checks to establish their relationship with Kang Min. He thought about the fact that he was an A-class hunter. But he would be patient because his brother had died not too long ago, so he told Kang Hyuk to come with him. Kang Hyuk followed him and asked what the checks were about. Sang-wook said it was because after Kang Min's death many imposters tried to pass themselves off as his older brothers. Said that he was the strongest hunter in the world and had made quite a fortune during his life, so his sudden death caused a lot of anxiety in the community. He put a card to the counter and was given access. Sang-wook said that Kang Min had no heirs, so many imposters decided that this was their chance to get rich quick. Said that unfortunately for them the association had some information about Kang Min's older brother, so all their attempts were in vain. Said that they weeded them all out through a simple check. They were now riding in a circular elevator. They got out and Sang-wook kept saying, what if he really was Kang Min's brother? The genetic test would clear everything up. Now they were in a room with a bunch of computers and monitors. A girl with long golden hair greeted them there. Kang Hyuk was already sitting on a medical chair. He was told that they would do a quick blood test for mana and genetic information. Blood was drawn from his arm with a syringe. The girl checked everything on the tablet and cheerfully congratulated Kang Hyuk for being a metahuman and a mana user, as well as a blood relative of Kang Min. The girl said that he had taken a mana test and their genetic information confirmed their relationship to the deceased. Sang-wook was not happy about it, and Kang Hyuk didn't look happy either. Sang-wook said that since they had it all figured out, they should go up to his office, saying that he had something to tell Kang Min's older brother. He led Kang Hyuk and said that he was not just a hunter but the only member of the late Kang Min's family, so he couldn't explain everything to him right here. Sang-wook also noticed that Kang Hyuk's clothes were wet. He turned around and rudely shouted to some employee to call the supply department right away and tell them to bring a change of clothes to the emergency department. Ahead were the doors to the office. Inside, a jacket was hanging on a chair. Kang Hyuk silently buttoned the buttons on the white shirt given to him. The female employees passed by the office. There were tinted glass walls that could hear everything. The blonde girl asked the other if she had heard that Kang Min, the older brother of hunter Kang Min, had come to the office. The other was surprised that Kang Min had a brother. The blonde was surprised that her friend didn't know. She told the other that he mentioned it more than once during the interview, saying that his brother stayed in another dimension and Kang Min returned to Earth. The other asked how his brother stayed alive in that world. The blonde replied that she had no idea. She also said that Kang Min was a handsome man and his brother was the same. The other one said that she said that was exactly what she said. She just noticed that he was a little pale and asked if her friend thought so. She said that he just had light skin. The blonde girl said that Kang Min was in very good shape, but his brother didn't look strong at all. The other one agreed with her and said that he was more like a fragile and thin flower. Suddenly, Sang-wook ran out into the hallway and asked who was gossiping and shouted for both of them to go home. The girls felt embarrassed and apologized. Sang-wook entered the office and apologized for them. By the way, he and Kang Hyuk were now dressed exactly the same. Sang-wook said he reported to the president of the association and requested permission to disclose all information about Kang Min to him. He said that the personal information about the hunters was classified as secret because it was the equivalent of a country's defense information these days. The assignments his brother had received, his personal information, his abilities were all protected secrets, and only to confirmed members of his family could all information about his contacts, assignments, and the organizations he was a member of be revealed. Sang-wook held out the documents to Kang Hyuk saying that they had much more information about his late brother, but here were all the answers to the questions he was interested in. Kang Hyuk took the documents. At first he was silent, then he asked if they were following his brother. Sang-wook said that following is too strong a word. He said they don't follow their hunters' every move. They are the country's security, so they keep the leadership informed. He said they don't pry into the hunters' personal lives. It's a sensitive subject. They just gather basic information like in Kang Min's case. Kang Hyuk wanted information about his guild affiliation and personal information. He asked Sang-wook what was the reason for his death. Sang-wook exhaled and replied that he died in the line of duty. He said that he was sent on a mission to clean up a large-scale dungeon. It was a joint operation of hunters from several countries. Said unprecedented operation involving South Korea, Japan, Russia, the United States and China. A group of people fought monsters from other worlds. The hunter Kang Min slew the dungeon boss, but then died in an accident. Kang Hyuk silently sat on the chair and listened to the guy. However, No himself knew very well that there was no accident. Kang Hyuk had been able to see the last minute of his life using the Look of the Dead spell. Hyuk knew that he had been killed, and if the association wasn't aware of it, then someone had tried to cover up the circumstances of Kong Min's death. Sang-wook took out a key and said he was handing him the keys to Kong Min's property. He also handed Kang Hyuk a piece of paper with the address and told him to make himself at home and have a good rest. The protagonist looked at the keys and thought about the fact that he had to get to the bottom of it. Kang Hyuk decided to leave this place and Sang-wook said goodbye to him until the next date. The door slammed shut behind Kong Min's older brother. Sang-wook was terribly annoyed by Kang Hyuk's behavior. He wondered if this guy wasn't even taught to say thank you. He wondered if he was being so arrogant to him just because he was a returnee and he was an A-class hunter. But he decided that he should be careful with Kang Hyuk too. He recalled that when Kong Min returned to Earth, he had incredible strength and he knows that Kang Hyuk was summoned along with Kong Min, so there can be no doubt Kang Hyuk is also a carrier of immense strength. He thought about the fact that Kang Hyuk is still the older brother of the world's strongest hunter, the savior hero of mankind. Sang-wook stood on the roof of the association building and watched Kang Hyuk leave. He told himself that soon the news about him would spread not only throughout Korea but also throughout the world. It was already evening. Ahead was the high-rise building where Kong Min's apartment was. It was dark inside. There were various decorations on a white shelf in the living room. Kang Hyuk was sitting on a black sofa and reading some papers. The windows were open and therefore the wind was shaking the blue curtains heavily. Kang Hyuk was silent. He was looking at the pictures of Kong Min, each one of him smiling and happy. Kang Hyuk was thinking about what his life was like after he came back to Earth. Then he came across a picture of Kong Min with a red-haired guy. The main character realized that he knew this guy. He was pretty sure he was in the vision of the last minutes of Kong Min's life. Kang Hyuk also noticed that his brother and this guy had the same tattoos. He assumed it was a sign that they were in the same guild. Hyuk thought that he might be able to find something about this guild and this person, so he started looking through the photos further. Just then, he noticed something. He had a stack of documents in his hands, the one Sang-wook had given him. He said this was it. Up ahead was a sign that showed Sochodong on the left and the rest area on the right. A black car was speeding down the road. Kang Hyuk was sitting inside. He was thinking that according to the documents Hwang Sang-wook had given him, the office of the Gargoa Guild that Kong Min headed was in the center of Sochodong. Even though he couldn't find any information about the guild members, he still allowed that if he made inquiries at the guild itself, or better yet, met that red-haired guy, he could find out more about the circumstances of his brother's death, his car hitting some kind of sharp plant. Kang Hyuk held out a picture of his brother and the guy to someone and said he wanted that hunter in the picture who was next to Hunter Kong Min, asked if they knew where he was. The black-haired girl at the front desk looked at the photo and said it was the hunter Hwang Kyo. She asked if she could find out why he was looking for him. Hyuk told her it was personal business. He said he needed to see him in person. He remembered the guy's name, Hwang Kyo. The girl told him that unfortunately Hwang Kyo was not in the office right now, saying that he went to close the gate near Shinsa Station. She told the stranger that he could leave his name and phone number and she would contact the guild's external affairs department when he returned from his mission in a couple days. Kang Hyuk politely declined the offer. To himself he also recalled Shinsa Station. Ahead was the gate at Shinsa Station. It was the entrance to the subway. There were people walking there. Kang Hyuk was already going down the stairs. The gate of Shinsa Station was a portal to the underground in another dimension. It was blocked. Unlike Hela, on Earth mana was very easy to recognize, especially portal mana. Kang Hyuk stepped through the blockage and the guards were surprised. One of them turned to the stranger and asked where he was going, shouting that it was a danger zone. The other took him by the shoulder and whispered to him to wait a bit. He asked his buddy if he remembered that Hwang Sang-wook had mentioned that Kong Min's older brother was back, saying that this guy looked suspiciously like the late hunter. The first guard was surprised. He looked at Kang Hyuk who wasn't paying any attention to them and asked if this was it. The one and only relative of the famous Kong Min, Kang Hyuk. Kang Hyuk was standing in front of a rift in the wall from which a pile of mana was pouring out. The rift was blue and wide. It was the gateway to the dungeon. The guards finally said hello to Kang-san. One of them came up to him and apologized but said it was dangerous here. Kang Hyuk didn't answer. He asked if the hunters had entered the portal. The guard said yes. He told him that Hwang Kyu-ho, the commander of the 1st Assault Brigade of the Gargoyle Guild, was currently doing a sweep of the dungeon. Kang Hyuk replied that he understood and said he would go too. This shocked the man. He asked him to wait for a moment because he couldn't just go there. He said that it was an A-rank dungeon and he had to be at least a level to enter. The other man pulled him back and said that he was Kang Min's older brother and therefore he must have a level even higher than this dungeon. Kang Hyuk, without saying anything to them, just entered the dungeon. The guard kept shouting that even so, he couldn't go in without the permission of the guild or the Hunters Association. He was turned to face his partner, so he didn't notice that Kang Hyuk had already entered at first. His partner told him and it shocked him even more. This time, all he could do was swear. Kang Hyuk was already in the arms of the gate. The guard said that they should just report it to the top, because if they tried to blame him, they would say he went in. He said the association would handle it. After Kang Hyuk started interacting with the gate, it turned red. The crack closed. Hyuk was already in the dungeon. There were dead bodies and many bones around. Hyuk noticed that the atmosphere here was much softer than in Hell. It was for the best. He looked ahead. There were open doors and on the way to them were monster bones. From this, Kang Hyuk immediately realized that they had gone there. The protagonist stood by the skeleton of a monster that was several times his size. Its skull was intact. Kang Hyuk stretched his hand forward and ordered the skeleton to rise up. Blue mana flowed out of his hand, and some sort of liquid began to flow from the bones. Soon, the bones began to rise into the air. From them, the same skeletons appeared, a whole army of skeletons like Hal. They told their lord to order. Kang Hyuk looked at them and told them to follow him. They all went up a long staircase. There was some kind of light up ahead. There was a guy shouting loudly while fighting someone. He was fighting a monster that looked like a horse. It had a massive neck and red eyes. The monster screamed loudly. In a blink of an eye, its head was severed from its body. The hunter guy smiled smugly. His eyes looked as if he was the ultimate psycho. He called the monster a damned thing. The blood from the large corpse of the horse was spilling and soaking into the long luxurious carpet. Behind the hunter who had just defeated the monster, there were 5 other people standing behind him. They were all already exhausted. The hunter was covered in the blood of his opponents. He shouted loudly that the horse was dead. The people behind him were cheering for another victory. One of the guys walked up to Kyu-ho and told him to rather drink the regeneration potion, saying that they didn't want him to suffer from the poison of that thing. Kyu-ho thanked him and told him he was a smart guy, saying he liked it. The guy smiled. Kyu-ho did too. He handed him a plastic bottle. Another asked Kyu-ho if he had set a record by killing the A-rank boss so quickly. Everyone was pleased. Someone said that it seemed Hwang Kyu-ho had already overtaken Kang Min. The latter replied that he had long ago overtaken him in everything, just letting him appropriate the victory. Everyone was amazed and asked if it was true. Hwang Kyu-ho said that all those words about Kang Min being the strongest of the hunters, and asked if they didn't know it was all lies. One of the guys wanted to say something against it, but he embarrassedly said that Kang Min was really very, very strong. This statement did not please Hwang Kyu-ho. His eyes widened wide and his smile fell off his face. The guy behind him was horrified, and he asked if he wasn't. Then Hwang Kyu-ho put a smile on his face and asked the guy if he was a newbie. He told him to come over here. The guy obeyed the commander. When he approached, Hwang Kyu-ho kicked him painfully in the stomach. The guy was shocked. He couldn't expect this from his partner. Hwang Kyu-ho towered over him and glared viciously. The guy fell to the ground. Hwang Kyu-ho brazenly put his foot on his head and asked him who he thought was stronger, him or Kang Min, ordered the poor rookie to answer. The guy was trembling with fear. He realized that this was a huge mistake. His voice trembling, he replied that he thought Hwang Kyu-ho was many times stronger. Then the 3 smiled contentedly. One of the guys asked Kyu-ho what they should do with it. Kyu-ho smiled. He told them to read it and then come out. The 2 guys smiled and said it would be done. The white-haired guy asked Hwang Kyu-ho if they would meet at the same place as last time. Kyu-ho lit a cigarette and called them ugly and said that of course they would go to that place again. He stuck his hand in his pocket and said that they had done a great job today, so they would party together. The guy pulled a magic stone out of his pocket, saying that he would go first. A purple wall appeared around him and he smilingly told his partners to teach the newcomer a good lesson. "Just don't linger," they replied that there was and shouted that they would be there soon. When Hwang Kyu-ho left, they turned on the newcomer. They called him a little jerk and asked him what his name was. The guy replied Daeho. "Oh Daeho." Poor Daeho was very scared. One of the guys sat down and asked him how old he was. Daeho quietly said he was 21. Then the same guy who sat down next to him grabbed his cheeks painfully. He moved closer and said he didn't like how insolent he was being, saying that if Kangmin was patronizing him, it didn't mean anything. Taeho replied that it wasn't insolence at all. Then the white-haired man grabbed him by his golden hair and called him a retard, saying that Kangmin was dead and no longer had a roof over his head, asking if he understood that, shouting that he'd better learn his place, and as soon as possible. Daeho asked for their forgiveness. The third guy said that if he wanted to ask for forgiveness, let him give his sister's phone number. He yelled that he heard he had a sister, not a body but a work of art. Taeho bit his lip. He remembered that when Kangmin was still alive, he had heard about what the hunters in the dungeons were doing. The Gargoa guild they led was the only one disciplined and didn't bring trouble. However, that only lasted when the strongest hunter led the guild. Then no one would even think of plotting crimes. Taeho remembered that Kangmin never let even the slightest mistake go down during dungeon operations, and when there were violations he always investigated thoroughly, looking for the culprit. Kangmin had made many enemies with this, but no one could argue his strength directly. Kangmin had fought the strongest monsters in the toughest dungeons. Taeho was living with his sister when his metahuman ability awakened. His sister took care of him always. Then he already knew about Kangmin because he was a human with no superpowers. To repay his sister for raising him, Taeho joined Kangmin's guild. Kangmin took him under his wing, protected him and looked after him. All was well until one day Kangmin passed away under mysterious circumstances. It was as if Kangmin had walked away from him. After his death, Taeho felt like prey amongst the other hunters. It seemed to him that they all wanted to finish him off. One by one these hunters who used to walk a tightrope began to show their true faces. All the guys in the squad piled on him and told him to bring his sister next time and then they would let him go. Taeho hated them and he had his reasons. He would have even killed them, but he was still a long way from their strength and he was well aware of that. The guys were mocking poor Taeho, calling him a jerk and asking if he heard them. Someone entered the room. Two noticed it right away. One asked who was there. Everyone turned around. It was Kang Hyuk, followed by an army of his undead. The main character asked them where Hwang Kyu-ho was. One of the guys had blood on his face and looked menacingly at Kang Hyuk. The others were talking amongst themselves, asking who it was, and they assumed it was someone Kyu-ho knew. The guy with the sword and blood asked how he got here, shouting that there should be guards from the association standing at the portal. Kang Hyuk didn't want to answer their inane questions, so he repeated his question about where Hwang Kyu-ho was. The guy replied that he had already left and then asked who the stranger was to him. Kang Hyuk licked his lips. He asked if he was late. Then he saw the beaten-up blonde stranger on the floor. He was shivering and looking at the guy. Then the main character turned to him and asked him if he knew where Hwang Kyu-ho was. The guy screamed loudly. Now he was even more scared. The first guy yelled that he didn't answer his question. This made him terribly angry and he asked what the stranger had to do with Hwang Kyu-ho. Kang Hyuk finally replied that he came to see him on personal business. Again he ordered them to tell him where he went. The guy asked why on earth he should answer him who appeared out of nowhere. They all started to approach Kang Hyuk, the guy asking why he was the one talking to him in an informal tone, asking if he knew him and how old he was. They surrounded Kang Kyu-ho. Now another one intervened, asking why he wanted Kyu-ho, saying they had never met him before, and asking who he was. Kang Hyuk turned around to him, his burning red eyes leaving a trail in the air. Without even using his hands, he pushed the guy away with a strong gust. It turned out that it wasn't just a gust, it was an arrow. It stabbed right into his chest. The guy was shocked. There was no way he could have expected anything like this. He coughed out blood. Then Kang Hyuk told the others that he was asking one last time where Hwang Kyu-ho was. The main character was emitting strong mana and his army was lined up behind him. The first guy pulled out his wretched blade and angrily called the stranger a goat. Then they all rushed to attack the newcomer. A rift formed in the air, then the crack began to widen. The skeletons also rushed to counterattack. A colorful battle began, undead versus earthlings. The first guy was slammed hard into the wall. Immediately a pile of his blood flew. The bald guy had already been impaled on the spear of one of the skeletons. All these spectacles were clearly very pleasing to the undead. They mounted and slaughtered the remaining ones. Only one Taeho was left unharmed by the undead. He was crawling on the floor and begging for help. The poor guy was terrified. Suddenly, the head of one of the guys cut through the air. It fell right at Taeho's feet. Here he was no longer so disappointed and scared. However, after realizing what had happened, he started to panic. The guys were fighting the undead as hard as they could, one of them asking what those things were. Then he finally realized they were skeletons. He wondered why he was getting hit. He didn't even have time to finish his thought when one of the skeletons thrust a long and sharp sword into his back. It pierced the guy through. The skeletons started to approach the terrified Taeho. He moved backwards and hiccuped in fear. Kang Hyuk started to approach him. He said the guy had one last shot at keeping himself alive, and Hyuk asked again where Hwang Kyu-ho was. Taeho stared at him in horror and wondered who he was, who had suddenly appeared, and why he wanted to see Hwang Kyu-ho. Taeho told him that Hwang Kyu-ho was probably at the Gangnam Club, his voice shaking. Kang Hyuk asked the guy if he wanted to live. Taeho shouted loudly and confidently that he did. Hyuk told him, in that case, to take him to the club. This startled and scared Taeho. Kang Hyuk had already started heading towards the exit when the guy said, to be honest, he didn't know the exact address. When Hyuk turned around ominously, Taeho hurriedly said he'd do anything to find the club. The dungeon opened up again, two guards standing right in front of the portal. They were very much surprised. Only two people came out of the portal, Kang Hyuk and Taeho. One of the guards asked if they were the only survivors. Taeho looked at Kang Hyuk and then shouted that yes. He said that the boss was just a beast. They didn't expect that. Then Kang Hyuk realized that people on Earth are now threatened by these monsters and really only the hunters know what's going on in the dungeons. He realized that the association staff had to take notes and blindly believe only what the survivors would say, and there was no way to investigate the deaths. The guard said that the monster must have been very strong indeed. However, he suspected something. He asked why Hunter Hwang Kyu-ho was not with them and how they managed to defeat the boss. To this Taeho had no answer. Taeho stammered. He decided to say that this man, Kang Hyuk, came and killed the boss. Kang looked at him. The guard liked the answer and said that it turns out Mr. Kang Hyuk did it. Kang Hyuk was silent and Taeho looked at him and asked the employee if he knew him. Taeho replied that Taeho probably didn't know yet because he'd only recently awakened his meta-human abilities, said that the guy next to him was the older brother of the late Kang Min, and said that there hadn't been any official announcements yet, but that everyone in the association already knew. The news extremely stunned Taeho. He was shocked that it was Kang Min's older brother. Then he stopped being surprised by his strength. He thought that just like his brother Kang Min, he is a returnee. Returnees are so strong because they were moved to another dimension, survived and returned to Earth. One such was Kang Hyuk. Taeho was biting his fingernails, thinking about the fact that Kang Min was known to be the last returnee. Despite that, in no time at all he had formed a guild and developed it to the level of the strongest guild in the world. Suddenly, the guard called out to Taeho. The guy even flinched in surprise, then turned around to him. The guard shouted to him that he was calling him and he didn't answer. He asked why they went out alone. Where was Hwang Kyu-ho and how could they defeat the boss if Hwang Kyu-ho was gone and all the other guild members were dead? Then Taeho said that Kyu-ho said he had urgent business and left using the teleportation stone. Then Kang Hyuk appeared and killed the boss. This shocked both guards. Hardly any of them expected such a thing from Hwang Kyu-ho. The second guard grudgingly said that he thought it was just a rumor, but now he was convinced. He said that he didn't understand what the Gargoa Guild was doing. They would have kicked him out and that was it. The first guard exhaled and said that while Kang Min was alive, Hwang Kyu-ho was very polite and diligent, but now he does whatever he wants. Kang Hyuk listened to their conversation carefully, looking at the box of magic teleportation stones. They were glowing with purple energy. Everyone knew that after Kang Min's death, Hwang Kyu-ho would often enter the dungeons and have his subordinates do all the work for him, and he would use the teleportation stone to move around. Kang Hyuk went somewhere else, and there were also complaints about Hwang Kyu-ho to the association, but the influence of the Gargoyle Guild was so great that the association couldn't intervene directly. In addition, there was a blatant power struggle within the guild itself, with many people vying for the vacant position of leader. Tae-ho grabbed Kang Hyuk's hand and said that they would be on their way. The guard told them that they could do as they pleased. He would put Tae-ho and Hwang Kyu-ho in the survivors column, and he also turned to Mr. Kang Hyuk and said he would put his name in the report as well. Kang Hyuk looked at him with his murderous gaze and said no. Goosebumps ran down the guards' bodies. They agreed and said goodbye to the guys. They looked back at them and one said to the other that he had goosebumps. The other said he did too. He said he was Kang Min's brother. He didn't really look like him. Tae-ho turned around. The guards were discussing the fact that he was a returnee, which meant he was very strong. Another said he thinks that's why he was able to fight the boss in the dungeon and take out the last survivor. One asked another who he thought was stronger than Kang Min or Kang Hyuk. The other said of course Kang Min. He said this guy looked completely ordinary. Up ahead was the bright yellow LED sign of the Gangnam Club. Kang Hyuk asked Tae-ho if he was here. He was talking about Hwang Kyu-ho. The guy said that it's one of the clubs he frequents, but he can't know if he's there or not, so he apologized to Kang Hyuk in advance and said that if he's not here, he'll take him to another club where he frequents. Kang Hyuk replied that Tae-ho knows him well. Tae-ho laughed and said that's not true, he just happens to be the leader of the squad he's in. Kang Hyuk asked the guy if he went clubbing with him. That confused Tae-ho, but he replied that he hadn't, and that he carried this with him everywhere. Hyuk stretched his arm forward and said they would go and look for him now. Tae-ho immediately started moving. They walked down the stairs to the basement club. Already there were multicolored lights. The party was in full swing. People were dancing and having fun. There was a brightly colored disco ball hanging from the ceiling. Kang Hyuk and Tae-ho made their way through the crowd. There were a lot of people here. Some guy next to them yawned widely. Now they were walking on a long red carpet. There was a guard in front. He was guarding a passageway to somewhere. The guard didn't say hello, only told them they were late. Tae-ho apologized to him and told him that Kang Min's older brother was with him. Kang Hyuk was standing behind Tae-ho. The guard questioned about the older brother. He stood in front of Hyuk. He looked at Tae-ho for now. Then he shifted his gaze to the protagonist. His red eyes stood out a lot in this lighting. The guard even felt a little uneasy. He asked why they had come. Kang Hyuk finally spoke up. He said he definitely didn't come to see him. Such rudeness startled the guard. Now he asked more aggressively if he was really Kang Min's older brother. Hyuk said he had already been told. The guard was getting terribly angry. Hyuk just had a talent for pissing off the environment. The guard called Kang Hyuk a jerk to himself. Then he had to calm down, because all the returnees are very strong. He looked at Kang Hyuk, who was very calm, and Tae-ho, who unlike the protagonist was very worried. He clenched his fists to move his emotions into them. He realized that he didn't need to have a conflict with the returnee at all. A normal metahuman would have had his skull bashed in for saying that. In the end, the guard exhaled and opened the door for them, saying to pass. He was just like the rest of the people. He thought that all returnees were the same. Kang Hyuk and Tae-ho entered the guarded room. There was a whole congregation of some people. The light inside was pink. Kang Hyuk looked over to some guy. He looked much more confident than Tae-ho. Up ahead, the protagonist saw a red-haired guy in a brown suit. The guy looked seriously at the strangers. Everyone was looking at Kang Hyuk and Tae-ho who entered. Kang Hyuk started counting the people sitting there. One was smoking a cigarette, another was reading a book. The third was red-haired and menacing. He was looking directly at Kang Hyuk. There was also a waiter. He counted 3 more people. There were already 6. And also another one, a man in a red vest. He was looking suspiciously at the guys who had arrived. Kang Hyuk counted 7 in total. But to his regret, Hwang Kyu-ho was not among them. The red-haired boy asked what they wanted and then turned to Daeho, asking if he was one of the boys in Kyu-ho's squad, asking what he had come with. Daeho told him that yes, he was one of Hwang Kyu-ho's subordinates, introduced himself to Daeho. Then the man asked who it was. He was talking about Kang Hyuk, who was standing next to Daeho. Then Daeho told him that he was Kang Min's older brother. This shocked everyone. Kang Hyuk turned to one of them and said he was looking for Hwang Kyu-ho. He asked him where he was. The red-haired guy smiled and said that means he's Kang Min's older brother. He stood up and walked over to Kang Hyuk, saying that it turns out that the rumor of the late guild leader's brother returning was true. He extended his hand to Kang Hyuk and introduced himself as Gu Kanam, telling him that he was the commander of the Gargoa Guild Assault Battalion. Hwang Kyu-ho was his subordinate. Hyuk shook his hand. Gu Kanam smiled and motioned for the guy to sit down. Then he quickly told the other to bring some drinks here, because the elder brother of the late leader had come to visit them, and they are sitting here. One of the guys stood up and said what was about to happen. He said that Kyu-ho was often here, and asked why Kang Hyuk was looking for him. Hyuk replied that it was for a personal matter, asked again where he was. Gu-chan felt a little awkward, so he came even closer and asked why they shouldn't sit down first. Said Kyu-ho has been getting into a lot of unpleasant stories lately. Said he can't say with certainty where he is at the moment. Said that Kang Hyuk could tell him his personnel file that he was looking for him, and he'd give it to him. This was already starting to make Kang Hyuk angry. He told Gu-chan to contact Hwang Kyu-ho immediately. Gu-chan was also unhappy. He called him a pig, because he persisted in his familiarity with him, thinking that he would have killed him. In fact, he couldn't believe that it was true, that this was Kang Min's older brother. Then he smiled, for he realized that he knew what he had to do. He decided that he would let it go down this time, purely because he was the returned one. Then he laughed a little and said that it was very hard to contact him, but he could send his guys to look for him. He again suggested Hyuk to talk, saying that they can't share personal information about guild members with the first person they meet. They're not a call center after all. In the end, Kang Hyuk had to sit down. The guy in the blue sweatshirt was already carrying a drink. Gu-chan handed it to Kang Hyuk. The protagonist thought that this was just a snake's nest and let them be deceived, because he didn't just come for Hwang Kyu-ho. He would kill anyone who had anything to do with his brother's murder. He was well aware that the killer could not help but have accomplices among the hunters, but he also realized that he should be patient and gather as much information as possible. Gu-chan sat down across from him and said in a friendly manner that it was for him to sit down to meet his older brother Kang Ming, whom he respected very much. Kang Hyuk ordered him to tell him everything he knew about Hwang Kyu-ho. He was annoyed at how clingy this commander was. Gu-chan said that of course he didn't know that much about him, but that they were getting along. The man in the red vest, meanwhile, was asking Taeho where the others were. Taeho asked who he was talking about. He said the squad that went into the dungeon. Taeho felt a little uneasy again, because he remembered the battle with the undead. The bodies pierced with spears and chests pierced. He quietly started to say what was in the dungeon. The guy talked for so long that the man had to ask what happened. Then the guy told him that they all died in the battle with the boss. This shocked the guys even more. One stood up, slapped the table and asked what monster was there. Taeho was even a little scared at such a sudden move. He told them that he wasn't really good with names, saying that he had never seen one at all. The guy that stood up got angry, started walking up to Taeho and yelling that if he lied he would kill him, ordered him to tell the truth. Taeho roared that it was true. This devilish thing was much stronger than they expected. The guy yelled that Kyu-ho said he killed the boss and left, leaving the rest of the cleanup to others, asking how Taeho could say all the guys were dead, asking in who was the liar here. Taeho was riddled with fear and surprise that Hwang Kyu-ho had come here, judging by the words. Their faces were a few centimeters apart. Taeho stammered and said that he really killed the boss and left. He stopped talking and the guy asked why he wasn't telling the truth. His veins were already popping from anger. Taeho said that while they were mopping up, other monsters appeared. Then the guy slapped him hard. This angered Gu-chan and he asked him what he was doing. The guy yelled that he was teaching the rookie a lesson. He said that he was pouring it on. that after killing the boss more monsters appeared and the rest of the squad was killed. He was acting like he was looking for an excuse. The guy said that he couldn't help himself and slapped him on the spot. Gu-chan said that they had an important guest and therefore he should behave himself. The guy replied that he would do so. He put his arm around the frightened and beaten Taeho and asked if he said that they were attacked by other monsters after the boss. Taeho said it was true. Then the guy asked how he survived being the weakest of the group, asking if the devilish things took pity on him. Taeho hesitated again. He was very nervous and looked at Kang Hyuk. Then he said he was the one who saved him, Kang Hyuk. For some reason this made many people laugh. Gu-chanu interjected that their late leader's brother had saved him. Taeho confirmed his words again. Then he turned to Kang Hyuk and asked what his abilities were. Taeho hesitated. Once again, he thought about the fact that none of the returnees had shown necromancy abilities before. This was the reason he was hesitant to tell the truth. He bit his lip, thinking that there was a possibility that perhaps Kang Hyuk would kill him if he gave away his ability. Taeho made the decision to reply that he had already told everything he knew. He could tell by how nervous he was. Kang Hyuk stood up and Gu-chan asked if they were already leaving. Kang Hyuk asked him what else they should talk about and Gu-chanu said no, nothing. He felt awkward. It was probably the first time he had been treated like that. Hyuk left and told Taeho to go with him. Taeho wanted to follow the protagonist, but the guy pressed him harder and asked him where he was going, saying that they hadn't talked about it yet, so he was staying. Kang Hyuk gave the guy a murderous look, called him a jerk, and said he was going with him. The guy got angry and asked the honorable man if he was overreacting. Gu-chan collapsed on the couch and told him to let him go and let him go if he needed him. The guy held Taeho hard and said he hadn't told him yet how the men died. This was starting to piss off Gu-chan and he told him again to let him go. He said he wouldn't repeat it, and also asked since when he was interested in other people's lives. He called his subordinate trash. The guy had to let Taeho go, telling him lastly that he better get back as soon as he can or else he'll find his sister. Taeho rushed to Kang Hyuk and replied okay. Everyone was enjoying talking about Taeho's sister. They looked cheerfully at the backs of Taeho and Kang Hyuk. The door in front slammed shut behind the guys. It was illuminated by a pink light. Then the guy turned to Gu-chan, called him a piece of feces and asked when he learned to show off in front of the returnees, saying that the returnees aren't that strong. By the way, one-on-one yes, but he's as human as they are. Against all of them he doesn't stand a chance of winning. The other blonde guy said he was Kang Min's older brother. He said he told them idiots not to confront the returnees until they knew what their abilities were. He told them not to interfere when they first saw a returnee. The guy turned to the boss and asked what he told him. He asked if he told Kang Hyuk where to find Hwang Kyo. He asked if he was dumb enough to tell the first person he saw. Then the guy asked what note he gave Hyuk. Gu-chanu replied that it was the address of the crematorium. He smoked and smiled. This amused everyone. One asked if he had sent a road-weary returnee to the crematorium. Another said that their caring boss Channa had sent him there just so he could sleep. A perpetual sleep though. A third asked the boss if he should warn the others, saying that Kang Hyuk might cause trouble. He was a returnee after all. Gu-chanu replied that he would find other returnees in the crematorium and they would take care of him. The guy who was picking on Taeho asked why he wanted Kyo. Gu-chanu told him that he thought it was suspicious too. He said that the returnees would beat it out of him. He still resented Kang Hyuk talking to him informally. He said that when he got a good beating, he knew that on Earth even a returnee had no right to cross certain people. So the guy asked his boss if he could go to the crematorium to see. Channa replied that the crematorium was not his sandbox and let him go back to work. Someone called him. The guy picked up the phone. Someone asked him what was wrong. It turned out to be Hwang Kyo. Gu-chanu asked him where he was. He said he was having a good time. He asked if his guys had already come to see him. He told him to send them here and join them. He had a couple of fresh chicks for the boss. Gu-chanu told him to go to his office immediately. This made Kyo tense and he said he would come as soon as possible. Gu-chanu remembered the murderous, fear-inducing look of Kang Min's older brother. He knew that the guys at the crematorium had to settle the matter with that brother, so he didn't understand why he was so nervous. Taeho and Kang Hyuk's car was parked in front of a gray house that didn't stand out. They looked at it and Taeho asked if he was here. Hyuk asked him if he knew what kind of place it was. Daeho answered that it was called a crematorium. He told him that the Gargoa Guild members who dealt with the aftermath of the dungeon raids worked here, and he asked if he had told Gu-chan that Hwang Kyu-ho would be here. Daeho wondered what this Gu-chan was up to, because he realized that Hwang Kyu-ho would never come here. Kang Hyuk asked what they were doing here in this building. Daeho thought Kang Hyuk was a strange man, as he wasn't interested in anything but finding Hwang Kyu-ho. He told him that some squads are hunting for traitors of Gargoa Guild and spies from other guilds. After getting the data from this squad, the crematorium men arrest the spies and traitors and then make them confess under torture. Kang Hyuk understood everything. Daeho also told him to let him know that Kang Min had nothing to do with the establishment of this place and it was established after his death. Daeho also thought it was a strange person due to the fact that he wasn't at all interested in what was going on in his brother's guild. They were already at the door and Kang Hyuk asked if Hwang Kyu-ho could really be here. Daeho replied that he wasn't sure and they would have to go in and find out. Kang Hyuk told him to lead the way. Daeho was surprised. Hyuk explained that since he's a guild member, they know him, told him to come over, introduce himself and tell them to open the door. Daeho quietly said he's never been here before. Then Hyuk turned on his murderous look and tone and told him to do what he says or else he'll die. This scared the poor guy a lot, but he agreed. He had to. He went forward. The people inside the building called crematorium were looking at the cameras. One guy told the other guys that they had guests today. Another asked who was there. The first guy said the deceased leader's older brother. The second guy asked if he really came. The other guy asked if he really came. The other guy was surprised that Hyuk was dumber than he thought. He asked if he even knew what this place was. The other guy said he was overconfident because he was a returnee just like Kang Min. The other guy said that was one of the reasons why he had ordered a long life. This guy yelled to the crowd of people that they were stupid and to go over there, saying that he got a call from Channa ordering him to escort the guests into their building and tell them that Kyu-ho was here, and the people understood. They left the room with the security cameras. The building looked like an ordinary, unattractive, office building. People were in a conference room. One of the young men asked what his abilities were. The man said he didn't know yet. Another asked where he was staying now. The man replied that he had sent him to Kang Min's apartment. At that place they would be able to keep a full surveillance on him. The man was Sang-wook. Someone asked if he suspected anything about his brother's death. Sang-wook said that it was impossible, saying that him appearing on Earth so soon was just a coincidence, asking how he knew about his brother's death if he was in another dimension, saying that he explained to him that it was an accident and he seemed to understand. The young hunters listened to him intently. Sang-wook suggested that they shouldn't make a big deal out of the usual returned. One guy got really angry. He yelled that they had forgotten how many people they had to sacrifice to get rid of Kang Min. Sang-wook replied that he recognized Kang Min was strong. However, it was very unlikely that his brother was superior to him. The guy asked why he thought so. He in turn suggested not to jump to conclusions until they knew more about him. Another guy told the gentleman not to be nervous and not to forget that there are many metalmen in the world and they are still improving their skills. Said that they were able to defeat Kang Min with the help of other returnees. Asked if they remembered that. Said that even if his brother is strong, alone against all of them he won't be able to resist. All over the world the hunters have taken over and the earlier returnees have created a system in the world that was only strengthened by the later returnees. Said that Kang Min tried to go against the system and what they ended up doing. The guy said that Kang Min was an unreasonable rebel, suggested that we should see how his brother turned out, said that if he was the same, we'd have to deal with him too. Someone called it a good idea to get rid of him if he was a troublemaker. Sang-wook told them that in a meeting with the president it was decided that they should look at his behavior for now and not do anything about it. Since they are the leaders of the Hunters Guild of South Korea, he felt it necessary to bring this to their attention. The guy in the red sweatshirt turned to Mr. Hwang Sang-wook. He said that he was obligated to find out the nature of Kang Hyuk's abilities. For other matters he may not even call him. He asked if he even realized how many projects he had burning right now. Sang-wook apologized to the leader for taking up his time. One behind the guys leaned thoughtfully on the microphone. A group of people in the front row were holding teleportation stones in their hands. One guy told him to tell the president to destroy Kang Min's personal file. Sang-wook kindly replied that they already took care of that. What he gave Kang Hyuk was just a personal file for internal paperwork. Someone told him to keep an eye on him and keep the others informed. The guy squeezed the teleportation stone. Most did as well and teleported out of the conference room. Sang-wook didn't have time to reply to the speaker that he understood. When they left, he snorted unhappily and said that there hadn't been a meeting yet, that they sent him to that wasn't without rudeness. He was very stuffy and straightened his tie. Kang Hyuk along with Otaeho entered the crematorium. It was quite spacious inside. Someone came out and told them about the interesting people who had come to see them, and Otaeho was frightened. He was a scruffy, unkempt guy with a cigarette in his mouth. He said he was Commander Kim, said he'd been working at the Gargoa Guild crematorium since he'd been back on Earth. The guy had a gun and was holding it in his hand. He said that Channa had warned him. He said he was Kong Min's brother, that is, their leader. Hyuk and Taeho listened to him in silence. Kim asked if it was okay to ask why they wanted their Kyo. Kang Hyuk replied that it was none of his business, saying he was told he was here so let him lead him. Kim laughed and asked if they thought it wasn't very polite to familiarize yourself with someone you were seeing for the first time. He even took his cigarette away from his mouth to say that. A man also appeared behind them. He looked much nicer than Kim. He smiled and asked if they understood that they were not treated like that here. Kim was very angry. He was asking himself what was wrong with this goon, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Kang Hyuk again told them to bring Hwang Kyo. Kim said Kang Hyuk would have to tell them why he needed him, because they don't betray their own. Then Kang Hyuk said he's giving them one last chance. Apparently Kim was having a lot of fun and asked why not too. Daeho was very surprised that he wasn't mad. Hyuk asked him if he said his name was Kim. He didn't wait for an answer but immediately added that he didn't want him but Kyo. Kim said that the Gargoa Guild doesn't belong to Kong Min. In other words, his brother, can't come here and dispose. Kang Hyuk smiled, almost for the first time ever. This made Kim angry. He asked if he was laughing at him. Kang Hyuk smiled and asked Desmond how many souls were looking at him right now. No one but Desmond could hear the question. Desmond answered his lord that 25 souls were in his vicinity. This pleased Kang Hyuk. He told him to keep track of their movements, and it was true that a good number of hunters had already gathered in the room. Kang Hyuk ordered them to wake up. All the hunters were laughing. Kim asked who was still asleep and then said that Kong Min's brother was ordering them to wake up. Some of them laughed out loud. Another one jokingly shouted to Commander Kim. Kang Hyuk was smiling, and then there was the Dark Azure Mana and the undead army behind him. When the hunters saw this, they shouted again, but this time not with laughter and amusement, but with fear. One guy was immediately torn apart. The other watched in stunned amazement as he quietly called out to the commander. Kim was not amused or amused at all now. The skeleton was already flying at him. He fired his firearm, his pistol. The bullet landed in the undead skull and cracked it slightly. However, the skeleton still managed to attack Kim, but it also managed to recoil. Kang Hyuk watched the battle. He asked himself if he was giving his bullets magic power. As Kim fired, an orange light streamed through him. The bullet struck another skeleton. It was like a flame, only it burned demons and all sorts of other evil things. Commander Kim fell to his knee. He was furious, calling Kang Hyuk a freak and asking how dare he attack them. The other guy rushed out. He asked what? From behind, something was preparing to attack him. The guy deftly bent over, somersaulted, and fired his weapon. It didn't hurt the skeleton at all. It was already quite close, and the guy yelled that it was difficult without magic bullets. The skeleton knocked him to the ground. The guy shot somewhere else. He shot at the red alarm button, and he hit right on target. He managed to damage the protective glass. However, the glass then the bullets are piercing, and so the bullet bounced off. This horrified the guy. He asked what he had hit. Meanwhile, the skeleton had already managed to jump into his chest with a spear. A lot of blood splattered from there. He screamed loudly in nightmarish pain. The gun he was holding soon fell to the floor. The commander's hands were shaking, but he still tried to draw his weapon. He pulled it out and hit the skeleton that was about to attack him again. The skeleton flew back a bit and Kim managed to pull his sword out of his chest. It was a very painful action. He threw the sword to the floor and it fell to the ground with a clang. Kim swore and fired a magic bullet, blood oozing from his chest. The shockwave of the bullet threw back even the guy. The skeleton was pierced and flew into the wall as well. Kim was thrown really far away and now he was just lying belly down. The gun wasn't far from his hand. Some kid ran into the room. He asked the commander what happened. He told them to arm themselves quickly and kill everyone. The kid rushed back. Commander Kim was also running away from the attacking undead. He ran through the place where Kang Hyuk was standing calmly. He was surrounded by a group of undead. Commander Kim shouted to Kang Hyuk that he was definitely dead from now on, asking if he understood him. Hyuk silently looked at him. The blue-haired guy was cornered, with Commander Kim standing over him and pointing his gun at him, two other guys watching him on the sides. Kim wondered how things had gotten to this point. Kim waved his hands like a psycho, a bloody knife glistening in his hands, towering over the pile of bodies dumped on top of each other, and Kim himself was covered in someone else's blood. The commander realized that he had lived so freely on Earth that he hadn't noticed how he'd lost his knack. He remembered holding the gun over the guy with his hands tied. He wondered why he had to fight a necromancer now. The undead army was closing in on him, and Kim wondered why it was Kang Min's brother who was the necromancer. Another skeleton swung at him from the back. Suddenly one of Kim's subordinates called out to the commander and the skeletons flew down one by one, their skulls crushed. The guys ran forward, to the aid of their commander. They approached him. One handed him a potion. Kim didn't really react to the guy. He just ordered the arrivals to kill them. Then he drank the potion he had brought. Green healing mana swirled around his body. When he was done drinking, Kim finally told them that he was Kang Min's older brother and he was dangerous. He told them not to play around but to go all out and kill him. The guy who brought the potion asked the commander if one of Kyuho's guys was around. What to do with him? Kim shouted that he should kill him too. Kang Hyuk told his new friend that he had nothing to fear. Daeho told Hyuk to be careful because they had special ammunition. He said that magic bullets could kill even undead with a few shots, and if they were sacred, even one bullet would be enough. Kang Hyuk took a closer look. The hunters were indeed armed and protected to the fullest. They took up battle positions in formation and started firing shotguns. The undead rushed to the attack as well. They dodged bullets. Commander Kim was terrified. He was asking himself what else was it? How could an ordinary dumb undead calculate the trajectory of a bullet and dodge? Kang Hyuk used his magic again. This time he summoned not skeletons but zombies. The hunters were terrified that this dick was a necromancer. Kim yelled that he already knew about it and ordered the guy to quickly carry his automatic rifle from the armory and give the others weapons too. The guy who was sent immediately rushed there. Kang Hyuk ordered his undead zombies to move forward and engage in battle. The guild hunters were shooting at the monsters, but they had already killed quite a few people. Unlike the undead, the guys were very scared to fight. They were gathering all their courage into a fist. One guy aimed straight at the skeleton's chest and fired. The skeleton was thrown back hard. But the problem was that the bullet flew through the holes between the bones. Now it flew straight at one of the hunters, who was just being humiliated by the zombie. There was a tremendous explosion. Kim was climbing up the stairs. The men were calling for their commander and Kang Hyuk ordered his undead to engage them. The undead threw themselves right into the fire. Kim shouted to his men to kill them quickly, telling them that the longer they stalled, the worse it would be later. There was a green-haired guy behind him. He told him that these were no ordinary monsters. The guy said Ki was right. They were intelligent skeleton warriors with combat experience. Kim said that no one had ever met such agile and strong undead in the dungeons. He asked where they came from. Commander Kim burst through the closed door. Suddenly, one of the skeletons climbed up the side of the stairs. And then the others. It turned out to be an easy task for them. Each of them had a satisfied face. They were heading towards their enemies. Kim and the green-haired guy got a big scare when the wall was breached. Skeletons broke into them. They were ready to tear the men apart. The green-haired guy stood up for his commander and pointed his gun at the undead. He didn't have time to do anything before one of the bony ones cut off his head. She flew off, the same screaming grimace still on her face. The skeleton pushed her straight towards Commander Kim. Kim decided that the best solution was to run away. He looked at the army and Kang Hyuk in the center and realized that it would be over. Worth it to kill him. He knew that necromancers were weak against physical attacks. Kang Hyuk was looking at him too, only as indifferent as possible. Kim jumped down and one of the guys immediately threw him a rifle. Kim reloaded it. He had to block the skeleton's attack in a flash, with the same rifle. He deftly pushed himself off the corner. Now he was flying at the skeleton from above. Kim looked terribly pleased with himself, like a psychopath. Kang Hyuk smiled as well. The red-haired guy shot one of the skeletons with his bow. It hit even the undead. Once again, there was an explosion. It was terribly strong. Luckily Kang Hyuk and his zombies were far enough away. It seemed like the skeletons became even angrier after that. Kang Hyuk ordered his undead to start. They immediately obeyed the order and rushed at the enemies. It seemed that even the undead were blazing with red fire. The red-haired guy was in a terrible tension just like everyone else. However, the guy didn't expect to be stabbed through with a sword right now. The skeletons were smiling and he was greatly frightened. Kang Hyuk used magic again and said to rise up. He raised his hand and more undead started to come out of the portal on the floor. Now the protagonist was surrounded by another portion of dead people, zombies and skeletons. Taeho was frightened. He asked himself if it was a skeleton archer. The guy thought about the fact that Hyuk can summon even the undead with long-range weapons. He is not a simple necromancer at all. The skeleton archer was standing right beside Kang Hyuk. The skeleton fired for the first time. Its arrows were magic arrows. One of them rushed towards the target with lightning speed. It hit Commander Kim's chest. Green mana began to flow from the wound. Kim was furious and terrified. Then another skeleton got very close to him. He knocked Kim to the floor and pushed his head through the floor. The impact was so strong that it not only made a dent in the floor, it literally crumbled it. The three other skeletons watched on. Someone landed neatly on the ruins. The skeleton gave way to him. Commander Kim was horrified. He told the guy he was a monster. Kang Hyuk stood in front of him and looked up at him. Kim yelled at him to stay back. Then one of the skeletons put a blade in his leg. A lot of blood splattered from there. Kim didn't expect something like this now. He was terribly scared. His hands were shaking from the pain and fear. The pain really was nightmarish. Kang Hyuk then asked Kim if he even realized what he had done. He towered over the guy. A shadow fell over his face, but the red eyes were clearly visible at all times. It looked frightening to say the least. He was saying that he should have just brought Hwang Kyu-ho in and none of this would have happened. Kim shouted that he was crazy, asking why he wanted Hwang Kyu-ho, shouting that Hyuk had made a mistake and not to let him think that killing him would solve the problem. Even though his words were loud and bold, his whole body shaking with fear, he shouted that Kang Hyuk would regret coming back to Earth. That's when the skeleton punched him in the face. Kim flipped his head into the floor. The skeleton held on to it. Everything was very painful and it was a real torture for Kim. Kang Hyuk said he should listen to what he was saying as he was being hit. Now the other skeleton plunged a sharp dagger into Kim's arm. Hyuk said he would give him another chance. He asked if he would tell him where Hwang Kyu-ho was. The guy replied to just kill him and that was it, saying he wouldn't hear anything anyway. He laughed after that. Kang Hyuk said he was sorry but he would still get all the information he needed from him, saying he was giving him a chance to do without. A purple depressing aura appeared around the main character. Now Kim was in a different room. The guy was pretty exhausted and his whole body was covered in abrasions and wounds. His shirt was also drenched in blood. His eyes were slipping but he saw Kang Hyuk telling him that after he died he would definitely tell him everything. Kim replied that he knew he was a necromancer. However, if he was thinking of using his body after he died he wouldn't succeed. Kim saw Hyuk order his skeleton to kill him. Then he walked away, and the skeleton drew his sword and smiled widely. This time, he didn't spare the man and thrust his weapon right into the guy's heart. The guy was stunned. He spit out a bunch of blood. A moment later, his arm fell down. Then Desmond told his lord Kang Hyuk that all 25 souls were at his disposal. Kang Hyuk applied the dead man's gaze. It was as if he could hear the late Commander Kim's questions to someone, asking who he was, if he was Kang Min's brother. Where is Hwang Kyu-ho now? You called him to the club. Kang Hyuk told Daeho that they were going back. He asked where to, if it was to the club. He asked why it was there and what he was going to do there. They stood by the car and Kang Hyuk said he would see for himself soon. The crematorium building was on fire. They got into the car. Kang Hyuk was driving. Oh Daeho was nervous. He wanted to ask what about, but Kang Hyuk immediately realized who he was talking about and asked what was wrong with him. Daeho replied that Hyuk had just killed all the crematorium soldiers. If they stayed out of contact for too long, the other hunters would come here and see what happened. Kang Hyuk asked him what about. Daeho already replied in a calmer tone that the guild would take revenge on Kang Min's older brother. They got into the car. Kang Hyuk sat behind the wheel. Oh Daeho was nervous. He asked what they would do about the crematorium. Kang Hyuk asked what was wrong with it. Oh Daeho replied that Hyuk had just killed all the soldiers of the crematorium. He told him that the rest of the guild teams contacted them from time to time, and if the crematorium stayed out of contact for a long time, the others would start to suspect something and come to check out the situation personally. Kang Hyuk asked him what about it. Daeho already answered in a calmer tone that the guild would take revenge on Kang Min's older brother. As they drove along the night road in silence, Kang Hyuk looked at Oh Daeho with a side glance, and the guy felt uneasy. He shouted that he was telling him because he might be in danger and he didn't care. Then he said that he was telling him because he was afraid of dying, saying that he knew that Hyuk was a necromancer and a very strong one at that. He said that this is the first time he's ever seen such dangerous creatures like skeleton warriors, so he's sure Kang Hyuk will be fine, but he's not. Told him that if the Gargoa Guild finds out about what happened in the crematorium, they'll come after him, because Gu Chanu saw that he left with him. Daeho was also worried about his sister as well. Kang Hyuk asked if that was all he wanted to say. Daeho replied that since he can control death, revive the dead there. Kang asked if he wants him to cover up the evidence by reviving the members of the crematorium. Daeho replied that no, he doesn't have to resurrect them, but wouldn't it be better to hide the evidence of involvement in what happened? Kang Hyuk replied that he doesn't need that trash in his command, he already has a team. Daeho told him in that case, do it for him. Kang Hyuk gave him a surprised look, then Daeho apologized and said he was out of line, but asked why Hyuk was doing it. The protagonist responded by asking him if he knew anything about the crypt sect. Daeho interjected. He recalled Commander Kim's memories of telling Chan to send Hwang Kyuzo to the crypts. Let him lay low for now. Daeho was surprised that Kang Hyuk knew about the crypts and he asked how. The protagonist said that he saw something about it when he was looking through the information given by the association about his brother. Daeho said that the crypt sect was a criminal organization, the biggest gang in the country, and after some of its members awakened, they continued their criminal activities with even more enthusiasm. Master Kang Min often ruined their plans, so the relationship between the guild and the crypt sects was always hostile. When the first dungeons and monsters appeared on Earth, it was thought that this disaster was the beginning of the human end, but after a while, some people awakened and some more returned from other dimensions. Since then no one used the term disaster. Humanity managed to adapt. Without hesitation many used their abilities to commit bigger and more daring crimes than before. Kang Hyuk asked if his brother had eliminated the entire crypt sect. Daeho said no, not completely. Most of the victims of the crypt sect were ordinary people, not awakened. Although many awakened people fall victim to them, many of them died because of the difference in abilities. Then they came after Master Kang Min as well. Hyuk told his buddy to continue. Daeho asked if it's really now, shouted that it's a very long story, saying that after all, they are a very famous gang of scum. Hyuk asked if there's a specific reason why they can't talk about it now. Daeho said not really, but if someone comes and sees that car. Kang Hyuk said he would kill them for him. Daeho was a little shocked. Then Kang Hyuk said he would do his job and Daeho would do his. He said to tell him all about this crypt sextet. Hwang Kyuho arrived at the club that Kang Hyuk and Daeho had already been to. Gu Chano asked him who he had already told about Kang Min's murder. Hwang Kyuho didn't know what the boss was talking about. He said he wasn't the kind of person to talk too much. Gu Chanu was angry. He yelled and asked why the fuck Kang Min's older brother, that bastard who just came back from another dimension, was sniffing around about his younger brother's death. Hwang Kyuho asked how he knew. He said Kang Hyuk just misunderstood and Gu Chana knows how well he got rid of all the evidence after Kang Min's death. He asked why he was sniffing around. Gu Chana replied to the brat that that's why he was worried. Huang smiled broadly and said he didn't have to worry about this minor problem, said that if he was so nervous, they could just get rid of the cause of his worry, asked if Kang Min's brother Kang Hyuk was his name, and then asked where the bastard was and promised to ask his guys to get rid of him for Gu Chanu's sake. This angered Gu Chanu. He asked if he thought it was funny, asking what he thought was so funny, and Huang Kyuho had to apologize to him. Gu Chanu told Kyuho to follow him, saying they would temporarily lay low with the crypt sect freaks. Kyuho laughed and asked why, saying they knew he had a beef with them. Chano said he should do as he said unless he wanted to die, of course. In the end, Huang Kyuho went after the boss. Kyuho pressed the button to leave and a door opened in front of them. Gu Chana said to follow him. Kyuho told him that he would only go if there were cute girls there. Gu Chana stopped and asked if it was a joke. Huang Kyuho realized that it wasn't appropriate at all and apologized again. They walked out the door and Gu Chana told one guy that he would be back soon, telling him to keep a close eye on anything that seemed suspicious and not to dare take his damn eyes off the surveillance monitors. The guy said that would be done. He looked at the mobile device. The guy was staring at the tablet. There was access to the cameras. Sighing and saying, "Here we go. He's having another day on the job as a watchdog." Suddenly, he was surprised and asked himself who it was, and on his screen was Odeho and Kang Hyuk. The other guys, noticing his reaction to something, ran up and asked what happened. A guy yelled that the older brother of the past guild master was here. Another was just as surprised as him, asked if he hadn't gone to the crematorium, yelled that Hyuk should have died a long time ago, asked what the heck this was all about. Did he not make it and decided to come back? Someone asked what they were going to do now that Boss Chana was gone. The guy was looking at the screen and was really nervous, so much so that sweat was dripping down his face. He told the others to contact Gu Chanu and take care of them in the meantime. The guys pulled themselves together. One asked what exactly they should do. He replied that he had already said he would take care of them, then yelled for them to tell the guards to let those bastards inside when they came up. Someone approached them. The blonde-haired guy told the other that he himself should know that the boss hated it when they made a mess here, offered to take them to the basement. The other called him an idiot and asked if he thought the returnee would happily agree and go to the basement with them, just because they asked him to. He said they'd just put up a barrier that would keep the place from getting dirty. Then he turned to one of the guys, asked him what he was doing, told him to get his ass up and start putting up the barrier. The guy put his hand on the floor, and blue mana poured from there. A dome formed in the room. He said the barrier was ready and now even if there was blood and organ spillage here they would just roll the barrier up and burn the contents. The guy laughed and said it was a good job, saying he was really unimpressed with this older brother of the past master. The other said that since he was a returnee, shouldn't they prepare to take some casualties? The guy asked again. The blonde replied that the bastard was a fucking returnee. He said he didn't think he'd let them kill him that easily without resistance. The hunter, who was asked to watch the cameras, called the blonde a moron and said they'd just outsmart him, asked why he had a brain at all if he wasn't using it. He started sharpening his daggers. The blonde-haired man caught the thrown knife. The chief hunter said that it was a new type of weapon developed by the crypt sect. It was probably extremely effective against the awakened. He offered to evaluate it personally. The dagger didn't stand out in any way, just a cold metal weapon. Someone asked him what he meant by it being just a knife, asking if they were just afraid that people would stop thinking of them as gangsters. The blonde turned to the bald man and asked what the difference between a regular knife and this one was. The bald man told him that if you stabbed someone with this knife, it would take the mana of that loser, whether he was a meta-human or a returning one. How would he use magic if his mana was sucked out to the last drop? He wouldn't. He'd just die. The blonde asked if they were going to kill him. The bald man said they'd look at the situation. If anything, they'd just tell the boss they'd gotten a little carried away and accidentally killed him. He knew it would only cost them a slap or two. The blonde looked at him and said that he was just crazy, and then bolted and said that if anything, all the responsibility is on him. He told him not to worry, because he himself will tell the boss everything. So, guys should not sit on eggs. It is better to execute his plan. The red-haired man smiled and shouted that the bald man wanted to take all the blame, asking him to give him this mana knife too. He also handed the other guy one of these. Then the people behind the door were asked to come in. Kang Hyuk and Oteho went inside. They were surrounded by the guild hunters. Oh, Daeho was getting nervous as he noticed that they had locked all the exits. He knew it would be like this. He knew that the hunters had found out what had happened and were waiting for them. Daeho wondered what he should do. There was no safe corner for him in this room. He realized that he would have no choice but to fight them together with Kang Hyuk. He looked at Kang Hyuk's back and wondered if they could handle everyone. Baldy sat on the couch and looked at the people who had come with wildness in his eyes. Kang Hyuk stood in front of him. He asked where the guy who was sitting here earlier was. Baldy was smoking a cigarette and said that, and Kang Hyuk apparently doesn't watch his language at all. He asked who he meant by that guy. Kang Hyuk thought to himself that there was no need to waste his precious time on them to find out where Hwang Kyu-ho was. Then he said that they had a chance. The protagonist was surrounded by people all around. He activated the awakening. His dark mana swirled around and his eyes began to burn brighter. Skeletons and other undead began to appear out of nowhere. Now it wasn't just hunters crowding around Kang Hyuk, but his dead army as well. This startled the bald man, and someone shouted, "Are these the rebel soldiers?" Kang Hyuk ordered his undead to move forward and begin the battle. One of the skeletons gathered magic in his hands. The lights went out and it scared everyone even more. The skeletons looked down on the humans. Then the bald man ordered the weapons to be drawn. One guy yelled out that he understood. The skeleton stabbed one of the guys almost immediately. The guy was bleeding from his mouth and parts of his body. The bald man was stunned. He told himself to stay calm, no matter how hard it was. From the sheer stress, his nose was bleeding. He noticed it, however all he could think about now was informing his boss. Baldy didn't have time to do anything before a couple of skeletons thrust long swords into his back. One put a sword to his throat. One of the skeletons grabbed the guy's head and that's when he realized that they were wrong. After all, Kang Hyuk is no ordinary necromancer. Blood spurted out of the guy's mouth. The bald man realized that Kang Hyuk. This was death itself. Ahead was a tall boring building. Inside, lights were burning everywhere. There were many people in one of the rooms. They were all happy and minding their own business. Someone was playing cards. Someone was fiddling with their phone. Someone was just looking out the window. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, very loudly. The door opened and a man came out. When they saw him, everyone inside was horrified. They had sweat drops on their faces. One of the guys got up from the table and asked if they had lost. The guy was covered in blood. His clothes were also badly damaged, but he was walking confidently and loudly. This surprised the guys even more. They didn't realize what they were seeing in front of their eyes. It was the bald man, the one Gu Chano had put in charge. His face was extremely disfigured. There were huge blisters on his head, forehead and cheek, a deep seam on his neck, and his eyes. His eyes were black and his pupils were blurry and bright red. He was reaching forward as if begging for help. The guys were terrified. One of them yelled "Lie down," said he was about to explode. And so it did. The bald man exploded. There was an extreme amount of fire and all the guys were blown backwards by the shockwave. Meanwhile in the crypt sextet, this building was close to that one, but it was much smaller and the light too was less. A formidable guy with a skull tattoo on his arm lit a cigarette and asked if he wanted him to take care of his subordinate. Gu Chanu and Hwang Kyu-ho were sitting in front of him. Chano said it was only temporary. The guy took the cigarette out of his mouth and said he wanted an explanation as to why he had to keep him here. Hwang Kyu-ho intervened. He told Kyung Tak's brother not to be so mean. He said they were old acquaintances. He said it with a big smile on his face that wasn't sincere or friendly. Kyung Tak yelled at him not to laugh in his face, called him an idiot and said he'd kick his ass. He yelled that he didn't like the way he looked, his behavior and even his voice, telling that damn idiot that he hated every cell of his body, absolutely everything. Gu Chan and Hwang Kyu-ho got embarrassed and thought it was unnecessary. Chan told Kyung Tak not to say that. He said that whether he liked him or not, they were still part of the crypt family after all. Kyung Tak was really angry. He asked which family and since when are the idiots under Kong Min's wing part of his family. Hwang Kyu-ho wanted to say something in front of his brother. However, Kyung Tak yelled to that son of a bitch to shut up. Kyung Tak asked them idiots if they didn't say a word to him when Kong Min was alive, and now that he's dead, they came crawling back. The guys said they can solve all the problems later if he's worried, but Gu Chanu again really asked him to fulfill his request, saying he really needed his help. Kyung Tak told them to go to someone else, since he probably knows a lot of people now. Gu Chan told Kyung to go get coffee. The man immediately agreed. When he came out, Ken Tak asked Gu Chana why he cared so much about that trash. He asked Ken Tak if he had heard anything about Cha Yu-hyuk. Ken asked if he was talking about the first president of the Returnee Association. Chana said yes, about that monster. Ken Tak asked what's wrong with him. Then Gu Chana styles much more serious and tells him that jerk, Huang Kyuho, is his half-brother. This stunned Ken Tak and he asked if it was serious. Gu Chano made himself angry. He said that if it wasn't for Cha Yu-hyuk, he would have killed that idiot 40,000 times already. This made Ken Tak laugh. He swore and said that he knew he had someone behind his back since he was so arrogant. But something like that. Chana said that was right. He said it was Cha Yu-hyuk's men, an elite unit that the monster clan kept secret. Ken Tak thought about it and asked if he could work with Cha Yu-hyuk then too. He asked if he needed anything from him. Ken Tak said yes, many things, saying that not all hunters are the same as Chana knows. First of all, not everyone adheres to the logic of power like them, but recently it was revealed that there are also those who lack power even in the Crypt sect. Gu Chana replied that they could discuss it later. He again asked his interlocutor to hold that idiot Kyuho while he put in a good word with Cha Yu-hyuk for him. He asked his interlocutor again to hold that idiot Kyuho and he would put in a good word for him with Cha Yu-hyuk. Gu Chanu was serious. Ken Tak then asked how soon he would be here and lit a cigarette again. Gu Chana stood up and promised to contact him when things got better. He lit a cigarette too. He was worried because the guys from the crematorium should have called by now. He wondered why they hadn't contacted him yet. Then it occurred to him that something might have happened, and his phone rang. Gu Chana picked up the phone and asked what was wrong. The boss was told that it was an emergency. He was told that there was an explosion in the office and their guys were badly hurt. This shocked Gu Chanu. The loud sound made even Ken Tak's eyes widen. Chano asked what kind of bastard dared to do such a thing. Then they said into the phone that it was Kong Min's brother, the one that came while Gu Chanu was still there. The boss's heart dropped at his heels. He was told he was back. As soon as he left, the hunters in the office said to let him in. Well, they did. Out of anger and rage, Gu Chana squeezed the filter of the cigarette with his teeth. The cigarette caught fire hard and a huge flame protruded. This scared Ken Tak and he yelled for Gu Chanu not to play with fire here. He asked what the jerk was doing. Gu Chanu's hand lit up with a pink color. Pink-purple colored smoke also began to flow from the cigarette. This was Gu Chanu's purple flame. He was now in the most real rage. Gu Chanu called someone else. When the phone was picked up, he said it was him, saying that he was leaving for the organization's headquarters right now, ordering all the members of the assault squad to gather. The dead, completely bloodied guys were at the car, some leaning on it and some just lying there. Some of them still had their faces showing a scream. The entire ground beneath them was also drenched in blood. Kang Hyuk and Oh Taeho were there. They were standing over the bodies. They were now in the forest, in a closed area. Kang Hyuk used his magic on one of the guys. Oh Taeho called him brother returned and said what he wanted to say. He turned to Kang Hyuk again, so he did tell him that Gu Chana kept calling him, asked if he should answer. Kang Hyuk told him to answer. Oh Taeho took the call. From there Gu Chana yelled that he was a jerk and asked where they were now. Oh Taeho faltered. Kang Hyuk intervened, telling his buddy to tell him where they were. The guy's whole body was shaking. He was scared. He put the phone to his ear and started to tell. Gu Chanu on the line was furious. He once again asked the jerk where they were and then yelled for them to stay put. He yelled that he would finish them off if they ran away, asking if he understood him. Taeho hurriedly replied that he did. He finally dropped the call. Taeho thought about what he should do now. He thought that there was no way that Gu Chana would come here for nothing. He realized that he probably already knew about the club and the crematorium, and Taeho decided that this was their end. The poor guy fell to his knees, contemplating the fact that his life as a hunter was coming to its miserable end, bitter tears coming to his eyes. Kang Hyuk stared blankly ahead. He saw the memories of the guy he was checking out. There was a guy with ash blonde hair, a red head, and a golden-haired man discussing something. There was another person there. Kang Hyuk finally lowered his hand. There was a breathless body in front of him. He looked at it carefully, then ordered Desmond to give a report on the current situation. Desmond said that they realized his master was gone. Kang Hyuk asked him if they had done anything about it. Desmond said that they hadn't at the moment, but they were trying to find out where in Heol he was, saying that if they became aware that his master had completely moved to another dimension, there would be an invasion attempt. Kang Hyuk listened to him carefully, and then Death said that there is something else. Soldiers from the 1st to the 7th Legion want to be summoned to Earth where Lord Kang Hyuk is. Desmond said that the unquenchable thirst for death and blood of his lord's subordinates is growing. There are several legions of death under Kang Hyuk's command in Hell. If he summons them to Earth, the destruction of the human race will be only a matter of time. However, he can't summon them so recklessly. He must focus on distributing the power of the 7 legions to make the most effective use of each of them. Kang Hyuk told Desmond to tell legions 1 through 5 to stay put. He pondered the situation, then told Desmond that guarding the demon palace was paramount. He ordered him to call on the 6th and 7th legions. That should be enough. Hyuk said he would return to Hela as soon as he finished his business on Earth. Desmond then told his master that more and more souls were approaching in his direction. Said that given that they seemed to belong to quite strong people, he was afraid that the number of soldiers his lord had summoned would not be enough. Kang Hyuk told him, in that case, to let the 7th Legion know that he would summon them when needed. Desmond promised to fulfill his instructions. The car came to a stop. It turns out there wasn't just one car, but 3. They were exactly the same, and all 3 stopped in front of Kang Hyuk. From there, armed men started coming out one by one. Daeho was terribly frightened. Kang Hyuk stood calmly, the young men carefully surrounding them. There were some who didn't have firearms, but perfectly sharpened swords and spears. A fiery attack flew at Kang Hyuk and his buddy. It wasn't an attack, but a teleport, a portal, and a guy came out and said that this was where Kang Hyuk wanted to die. The man was Gu Chanu, and he promised to send Kang Hyuk after his younger brother. Gu Chanu cursed and told Kang Hyuk that he must have a great nose for corpses. He asked how he knew about this place. Desmond seemed to appear behind Kang Hyuk. He told his lord that the souls of the 7th Legion were awaiting his orders. The protagonist closed his eyes and summoned the 7th Legion. Blue dark mana started pouring out of his body. Desmond replied that it would be fulfilled. Gu Chanu told him that he was very busy today, saying that he had killed many in the crematorium and then in the club. He called it a good job, and next to him, a bony hand started to come out behind the guy. Chanu noticed it and was greatly surprised. Then the ground erupted and Gu Chanu and another guy were thrown upwards. The unknown guy was holding a gun and asked what the heck this was. No sooner had he fired than someone slashed his metal weapon. The guy was stunned. His eyes opened wider when he saw a satisfied armed skeleton in front of him. The skeleton, without making the guy wait for long, thrust its sharp and cold sword into him. On the other side, the other guy was also attacked by the skeleton. Then Gu Chanu snapped his fingers and fire poured out from there. He spread his hands and the forest was engulfed in bright flames. By doing so, Chanu pushed back the 2 skeletons that intended to strike. When the attack passed, Gu Chanu shockingly asked Kang Hyuk if he was a necromancer. He said that would definitely explain the color of his eyes. He looked at them again. His eyes were dishonorable and bright red. Chanu said the mere sight of them made him want to finish him off. Out of nowhere a new undead appeared. This time the skeletons had shields. Daeho was as amazed as the attackers that they had shields. The hunters started shooting at the undead, but all in vain as their bullets hit the sturdy shields. The skeleton's hands grabbed the boy's legs, threw him to the floor and pulled him towards him. Then the skeleton stabbed the guy with his sword. He cried out loudly. The skeleton's hands started to burn. It was Gu Chanu's fire. He was cursing, for he realized that there were too many of them. He wondered who the bastard was. He also found himself asking if the necromancers had a limit on the number of summoned. The battle was fierce. Gu Chanu was burning the undead, but they were also killing more than a few people. Daeho also realized that there were too many. There was an army of undead in front of him. He stood behind Kang Hyuk and wondered to himself how he could summon so many rebels alone. Another skeleton chopped off the head of another hunter, who screamed loudly before dying. Then another was slashed through the stomach and back. And then a skeleton's limb was set on fire. There was an awful lot of blood all around. Gu Chanu was already exhausted. He was breathing heavily. Chana clenched his teeth hard with anger. His hands were blazing with red fire. He gathered a lump of flame and shouted for Kang Hyuk, "This thing is dead." However, something abruptly stopped him. He was greatly surprised. And it was all about the fact that one of the skeletons had already managed to chop off his hand. Now, Gu-chan had nothing to contain the fire. His eyes opened wide. A pile of fire fell right on top of him. Poor Gu-chana rolled around on the ground, trying to brush it off, to put it out. That's when Kang Hyuk decided to come closer to him. Now he was standing right above him. Gu-chana had one hand cut off and a lot of blood was flowing from there. He was trying to get up. Then he did raise his eyes to Kang Hyuk. Kang Hyuk looked down at him, but with a completely emotionless gaze. Kang Hyuk stood there for a moment and then said to Gu-chan to rest in peace. After saying this, the skeleton stabbed his sword into his back. Gu-chani was stunned. He did not expect it so soon. A lot of blood came out of his mouth. Kang Hyuk used the dead man's gaze on him too. He told Desmond to write down everything Hyuk was seeing now. Desmond replied to his lord that he was already on it. He told him that they knew their faces, names, voices and the location of their souls. Kang Hyuk told him to summon Dullahan of the 7th Legion. Desmond promised to give him his command. Suddenly, a purple light began to erupt from the ground. Then, there was an explosion. From there, a blonde-haired guy wearing a black robe appeared. He was holding a magic staff with small skulls on the branches. He bowed before Kang Hyuk and said that Lamer Dullahan of the 7th Legion had received his master's summons and humbly appeared before him. He apologized to his lord for any missteps he had made. Lamore bowed before his lord. Kang Hyuk. Daeho watched this. He marveled at the lad's voice, for he had never heard anything like it before. Kang Hyuk told the arrival that he had something to tell him. Lamer replied that he was waiting for his orders. Kang Hyuk then told him that Desmond would show him the memories he had seen through the eyes of the dead man, ordered him to fill the minds of those who had killed his brother with nightmares. Lamore nodded. Then he smiled broadly and said that he had beheld all those whom the Lord had seen, promising to fulfill his command. Next, Lamore turned to Gu-chan and asked his lord if he could start with him. He placed his hand on the lad's head and raised his magic staff upwards. The roots of the staff glowed with purple mana. Then, those roots started sprouting towards Gu-chan's body. They climbed through his clothes, went into his mouth and hair. The roots touched Gu-chanu's forehead. His mouth opened wide. His pupils were blank. Lamore was watching with a psychotic smile. Kang Hyuk was as calm as ever, but Taeho was uncomfortable. He was asking himself what was going on. Was he really absorbing Gu-chanu's mana? In a flash he realized he was wrong. The staff was not absorbing mana, but his blood, and the branches of the staff were lying along the guy's veins. The skulls on the branches began to take on new shapes, which surprised Taeho. With horror the poor fellow fell to the ground. From the branches the faces of the dead hunters looked straight at him. Taeho recognized the president of the organization, Kong Chang-soo, his face there. Also Cha Yu-hyuk was there, and Hwang Kyu-ho was there. Taeho met them as he followed Guild Master Kong Min. Gu-chanu was no longer himself. He had no hair and eyes on him. His entire body had become skinny and even his wounds were no longer bleeding. But the skulls, or rather the faces of the hunters on the branches seemed to have revitalized. They looked at their new lord, Lamer. He said that now he would impart the will of the master on them. The eyes of the boys on the branches became emotionless. The tree itself lit up with dark mana. The glass fell to the floor with a rattle and shattered. The red-haired guy's whole body was shaking. His face was also on the branch. A beautiful girl was sitting beside him. She asked what happened. There was a lot of sweat on the guy's face. He was very scared, but he replied that nothing and everything was fine. He quickly got up from the couch and left. On the way he asked himself what it was just now, if it was magic illusion, but he thought it was impossible, because he did not feel magic at all. Someone was shouting loudly so that he could hear it even in the street. It was Hwang Kyu-ho. His body was shaking and he was holding his head with his hands on his head, fear on his face, and a blond man was standing beside him, asking him what was wrong and why he was suddenly screaming. Hwang Kyu-ho replied in a trembling voice that it was nothing. Ahead of him was a tall multi-story building. Inside, a man in a business suit was sitting in his office. He looked ahead. Then he pressed the call button and they asked him if there was anything they could help him with. The man asked Hwang Sang-wook if he was in charge of the returned Kang Hyuk. He ordered him to pour out to come in to see him. Sang-wook had already appeared in the doorway. He climbed out of there and apologized. He asked if he had called him. The man asked him if he noticed anything suspicious when he was interrogating Kang Hyuk. Sang-wook asked what he meant. The man replied that using his hunting instincts, did he notice anything strange or dangerous about the guy? Sang-wook replied that no, nothing like that, saying he was just depressed about his brother's death. The man furrowed his eyebrows but remained silent and looked at Sang-wook carefully. Sang-wook asked the president what happened, asking him to tell him and he would handle it. Then the president told him to contact all the hunters who fought against Kong Min and tell them it was an emergency. Sang-wook was greatly surprised. He asked how is it so sudden and an emergency? The president calmly replied that they will discuss the details personally, asked the guy to tell them to come to the conference room. Sang-wook said he was clear. Kang Chang-soo saw a completely different picture in front of him from what it really is. A big elongated eye was now looking at him. The monster turned to Kang Chang-soo and said that he knew who killed Kong Min. The monster towered over Kang Chang-soo and touched his chin while smiling. Kang Chang-soo closed his eyes. He thought about the fact that they had clearly said that they were Kong Min's killers. In other words, someone knows that Kong Min didn't die in an accident. Then he thought of Kang Hyuk, the elder brother of the late Kong Min, who had recently returned to Earth and requested information from the association. Chang-soo knew that the documents contained information about Kong Min. Also, nothing was known about his abilities. Kang Chang-soo was actually afraid that Kang Hyuk might be a necromancer. He also wondered what kind of monster it was. He realized that it wasn't a skeleton, or a zombie, or even an undead using black magic. He realized that if it was an ordinary undead, he would have identified it immediately. Chang-soo wondered if Kang Hyuk had learned something about his late brother through necromancy. His phone rang. Kang Chang-soo told him to talk. He told him that he had already used the emergency contact network as he told him to. It was Hwang Sang-wook calling. Kang Chang-soo thought deeply. He didn't understand how he dared to challenge him so easily. The man thought that as a returnee, he should have only just adapted. Chang-soo smiled and decided that after all blood couldn't lie. A lot of people gathered in the hall for the association's conference. One guy started talking. He said that summarizing the current situation, the returned one was Kong Min's older brother and he was targeting them. The Gargoyle Guild's crematorium was destroyed. And Gu Chanu and his entire assault squad were wiped out. The guy said that they couldn't turn a blind eye to this, asking what could have caused such actions. The other man sat calmly in his seat. Then said that things are coming to a point where Kang Hyuk thinks that the death of Kong Min, his brother, wasn't an accident. People started whispering amongst themselves. One guy questioned and then asked if that meant he knew they were responsible for Kong Min's death. The girl next to him asked how someone who wasn't even on Earth could know about it. Kang Chang-soo replied that he hadn't realized that yet, but he said that it was obvious that Kang Hyuk saw them as his enemies and was going to act. He said that they needed to respond immediately. The guy asked what the deputy master had been doing all this time since it had gotten to this point. Kang Chang-soo replied that he had just finished sweeping the dungeon and was currently investigating. The guy said that even now that he would automatically become the leader of the Gargoyle Guild, he was just going to spend time in the dungeons. Asked if that was the case, Chang-soo replied that of course not. He had entered there before Kang Hyuk returned and the mission took longer because the dungeon was harder than expected. Then he said that was enough for now. Chang-soo really asked them to listen carefully to what he was about to tell them. He said that the association would hold a press conference about Kang Hyuk and publicly order his assassination. Someone said to deserve such a fate, Kang Hyuk had to have committed a serious crime, and so he asked how would they explain it. Some girl intervened, saying they could just make something up. Kong Min died because he committed a crime. She said it was like that before the awakening and after, because history is written by the winners. Someone asked, then what kind of crime should it be? Saying that according to these reports, he had destroyed the Gargoa Guild's crematorium staff, killed Guchanu along with his squad, and killed the guild staff and members at the club. People were saying that in order to deal with Kang Hyuk, they would need more hunters than they had anticipated. They should think about the battle with Kang Hyuk and strategize accordingly. To do that, they would need to get every hunter in South Korea to wish Kang Hyuk dead. One guy started to reason that there are about 40 million people using abilities. Even if they exclude people without abilities, they would still have to get the majority of South Korea's users involved in the hunt for him. The guy asked if that was even possible, saying that not all hunters are willing to kill for no reason. Another guy told him that they would have to offer a large sum of money to get them interested, saying that a lot of hunters make money from dungeons and not everyone is willing to accept the risks involved. Kang Chang-soo offered to offer a stay at Gangnam Castle as a reward. This stunned everyone present. One guy asked the president if he had lost his mind, asked what he was going to do about the consequences. Another guy said that those 40 million would go nuts if you offered them something like that, saying that if the president was confident of handling the consequences, he believed. He thought for a moment, then asked if he really thought it would take 40 million to kill Kang Hyuk. The guy thought it was an absolutely egregious reward, and also completely irrational. He said that Gangnam Castle is a place for a select few. Mishandling the bounty could lead to internal conflicts between the hunters. The guy suggested assuming that the hunters kill Kang Hyuk, but who will Chang-soo give the castle residents' rights to? If they redistribute the residents' rights, the castle residents will declare war on them. However, if they deny the bounty, the hunters will revolt. He turned to the president, saying that he would later become a new hunting target and their safety would also be jeopardized, given that Gangnam Castle has stronger ties with foreign nations than South Korea. Kang Chang-soo replied that what they need to do now is to prevent Kang Hyuk from doing anything further. He said that simply breaking their forces into squads would only buy him time. It would be extremely ineffective, explaining that this was a direct provocation on his part. They should take tough and decisive action to make him regret coming back to Earth at all. People believe that if all the hunters of the country united, they could consider Kang Hyuk already dead, but the real problem lies in the consequences. They said that the statement "kill him and get the right to live in Gangnam Castle" without careful discussion could lead to a war between the association and the castle. They don't want that, and therefore the right of residence should be a last resort. Kang Chang-soo agreed and said then they will do this. He said he will hold a press conference and publicly announce Kang Hyuk's crime. He will present him as a threat and the main enemy of the society who is challenging those with abilities. They will take further action based on how people react. One guy agreed with him. He said that they still don't know about all of Kang Hyuk's abilities. The girl next to him nodded and added that that's why they should proceed with caution. If possible, decide everything within the guild. She said that if he turns out to be stronger than they expect, they can resort to offering to live in the castle to rally the hunters. So she suggested to wait and see. Chang-soo stood up and announced that this concludes today's meeting. He turned to Mr. Wong and asked for all arrangements, telling him that he himself would start the press conference immediately. Wong shouted that it was accepted. Inside the building was a pile of bloody bodies. Someone could still be sitting, or even standing. It was night. Everything was in darkness. One guy was terrified. He had a deep wound in his stomach and head, but he was still breathing. The whole floor and all the walls were smeared with bright red blood. The guy was walking leisurely down the corridor. A skeleton was already coming up behind him. Suddenly, he hit the strange guy on the back. He cried out loudly. The poor guy fell face down with a thud. Then another guy raised his head. He was also terribly scared, but had to see if he was gone. It was pouring rain outside the window. The second guy noticed a walkie-talkie on the floor nearby. He decided that he needed to get in touch with them as soon as possible, and it was extremely hard to get there. His whole body was covered with wounds, and he was shaking a lot. However, he did reach the walkie-talkie. The guy wondered where the monster had come from. The radio hissed and the guy brought it up to his mouth, telling the boss to run. From there came a loud and prolonged "no," and then a scream of pain. The poor guy flinched. Then another skeleton grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back, the guy begging loudly to let go. A pool of blood splattered right in front of him. Whose blood it was unclear, however the skeleton was also stunned. A man started walking towards them. That's when the guy realized that he was a corpse from now on. He cast his eyes downward. The unknown person came very close to him. It was Kang Hyuk. He was looking out the window and asking the guy if he knew why he was here. The guy already had tears in his eyes. He didn't want to answer him at all. He felt like if he answered, he would die. He was shaking and then he made the first sound. He looked up at Kang Hyuk, pleading with him, saying he would do anything. Kang Hyuk sat on a chair with his legs crossed. He was leaning on his arm relaxedly. He was staring at the poor guy with his red eyes while he was begging him to save him. The boy tearfully begged Kang Hyuk to spare him. Then the main character told him to bring a list of names. He sat and looked at the poor guy from above. The guy smiled and in a trembling voice asked what the list was. Lamer appeared out of the portal in the air. He explained that he needed a list of those responsible for young Master Kang Min's death. At that moment, Kang Hyuk saw something in Gu Chanu's memories. The guy lowered his head down, cold sweat running down his forehead. He finally stood up. All of his clothes and shoes were covered in blood. The guy walked past Kang Hyuk and guessed what Kang Hyuk wanted. Lamore escorted the guy with a look. The guy pressed a section in the wall and he fell through the wall, which pleased him. Unexpectedly to himself, a whole cabinet of secret materials appeared in the wall. There were files of different people, men and women, as well as charts, and most importantly, pictures of Kang Min. Kang Hyuk was looking through all of this and said that it was great. He had a thick book of information in his hands. The guy thought it was over and he was saved, so he asked what else he could do for Kang Hyuk and his buddy. Kang Hyuk kept his eyes on the book and Lamore started talking. Someone touched the guy's face and he got really scared and yelled aloud no. There were two skeletons behind him. They held him down and threatened him with a sword. Now the guy was hysterical. He begged them not to do it. Kang Hyuk slammed the book shut and looked at the suffering guy. Soon the guy's head was gone, his body lying on the floor and bleeding. Lamore raised his staff to him. Everything around him immediately turned purple. Smoke began to emanate from the guy's severed neck. It was one of the skulls on Lamer's staff, blowing on his neck. Oteho watched this quietly. He didn't realize how he would take advantage of it. Kang Hyuk's skeletons continued the merciless slaughter. All the members of the crypt sect after invading their office. The members of the organization fought back as hard as they could but their chances were slim to none. Lamore followed Kang Hyuk and collected souls, walking ominously between the rows of corpses. Odeho watched Kang Hyuk sitting on the couch, wondering what he planned to do with all those souls. Suddenly, his phone rang, so unexpected that Odeho flinched. It turned out that it wasn't his phone, but a watch. Oteho had found it in his pocket, but he didn't know what it was. This startled and stressed the guy out a lot. Lamore turned his attention to it. There was a news program on TV. There was a girl telling him that a public order had been issued to kill the returned Kang Hyuk. Then Kang Chang-soo was shown. He greeted everyone with a good morning. Odeho was pointing his finger at the screen and apologized loudly to get the attention of the two. He said he thought they needed to see this. On the screen, Kang Chang-soo talked about Kang Hyuk being a heinous criminal who committed a series of murders after his return, saying that after a thorough investigation, they have to inform the public. Kang Hyuk looked at the screen carefully. It seemed like Kang Hyuk and Kang Chang-soo were sitting across from each other, and Chang-soo was saying that after returning to Earth, Kang Hyuk refused to adapt to the established order. Said that he had massacred civilians mercilessly because of delusions about his own brother's death. The Gargoa Guild would also make an announcement on the case soon. Chang-soo said that they as an association want to say with this, please judge and do justice yourself so that Kang Hyuk can no longer dishonor the memory of his brother Kang Min. It was broadcast on all the screens. People watched and listened to it even on the street. Kang Chang-soo asked the residents to inform the association if they discover it. Even cafes and restaurants were showing the program. Chang-soo said that for their own safety, they should not try to confront him as he is a returnee. He said they would pay a generous reward to those who succeeded in apprehending Kang Hyuk, and they wouldn't hold him accountable if he died in the process. Odeho was in a panic, yelling that it turns out they already knew about everything that happened at the crematorium and the club. He was saying they needed to get out of here right away. Kang Hyuk just calmly continued reading. Then Daeho stopped and wondered what he was doing. He pondered that right now Hyuk must be coming up with a plan. He was also wondering what was in that ledger that he was concentrating on it, like Hwang Kyul watching adult sexy movies. Daeho knew that the longer he was with Kang Hyuk the less he understood him. The book desirably laid out information about the bastards that killed Kang Min. Kang Hyuk studied it all and it confused him that it definitely couldn't be everyone involved in his murder. Kang Hyuk stood up and decided to check it out after he got rid of them. He headed to the door and the skeleton opened it for his lord. Daeho was surprised and hurriedly asked where he was going. He ran after him and even managed to short-circuit. He said next time Hyuk at least gave him a warning. Kang Hyuk turned around and told the guy to go wherever he wanted to go. This surprised Daeho even more. He was literally speechless and asked again. Daeho stood in the middle of a pile of corpses and a sea of blood. He was shocked and a little scared. He remembered Kang Hyuk's face and words that he could go wherever he wanted now. Daeho asked himself, what do you mean where you want to go? Did I really just get dumped? Then he got a notice on his watch that comes to all members of the Gargoa Guild Assault Squad. It asked him to check for information on Kang Hyuk and notify all guild members immediately if you see him. Daeho didn't realize what the hell that was. Suddenly, his phone in his back pocket rang. He picked up the phone. He was a little scared who it was. The guy on the other side asked if he was alive and where he was. Daeho immediately recognized Hwang Kyoho's voice. He asked why he was wondering. Hwang Kyoho didn't like it and asked if Daeho wanted to die. He asked if he was with Kang Hyuk at the club and then at the crematorium. Daeho stammered. Kyoho shouted that Daeho was trash and a corpse. He shouted that he only joined Kang Hyuk because he was Kang Min's older brother. Daeho was covered in cold sweat. He asked what Kyoho was talking about. Kyoho asked if he thought he could rise in the guild that way. Daeho told Captain Hwang not to be like that because he hadn't done anything. Hwang shouted into the phone that he was a stupid idiot and not to spill his guts to him. He asked where all the other guys were. Did Kang Hyuk kill them all? Daeho wondered what he should do next. He realized that Kang Hyuk had just left him here like he didn't care about him at all. He also realized that Hwang Kyoho must have seen him enter the club with that monster. And the cameras in the crematorium could have caught it. Daeho knew he couldn't die that easily. Hwang Kyoho shouted that he was a complete idiot and asked if he was going to say anything. He said that Daeho must be feeling guilty. He assured the guy that he was already dead. He promised to cut Daeho into pieces if he just waited. Kyoho said that Kang Hyuk would die in front of him, and Daeho saw the picture of Kang Hyuk and his sister lying dead in front of his eyes. And Hwang Kyoho was saying that while his sister would become his toy, said that Daeho knew exactly what he meant. After saying that, Daeho immediately dropped the call. His hand went down. He walked forward without saying anything. There was a tall glass building up ahead. That's where Kang Hyuk was walking along with the skeleton. Someone was watching him, and told someone else that the target had been located. It was two young men. They were sitting on the roof of a building nearby. One said that Kang Hyuk was there and asked how he should proceed. From the walkie-talkie he was told not to do anything until the guild's deputy master got there, just to keep an eye on him. The red-haired guy said that as expected Kang Hyuk was here. The other guy said it was a bit strange. Didn't he see the message? The guy said that if it were him, he would never stick his nose out again. There were more guys up on the roof. The long-haired one asked what was in it for them, saying that they should just keep an eye on him. The deputy guild master himself would take care of him. However, he also wondered how strong this guy was since he forced the association president to make his move. The other replied that it was obvious since he was Kang Ming's older brother. The black-haired one said that yes, he knows, but just because his younger brother is strong doesn't mean he is too. The red-haired one said that he is a returnee after all. Then the first one said that he was talking about the same thing. He knows too, and returnees aren't that rare nowadays. He said that Kong Chang-soo, the president of the association, was also a returnee as well as the vice president. He asked if they were making too much fuss just because he was Kong Min's brother. Then the other called him a fool and said that Kong Min had told him about the place where he and his brother had been drafted, but only Kong Min had returned. He said that he couldn't know all the details, but remembering Kong Min who came back, He could say that that place was horrible. He asked his buddy if he really thought that a person who came back from such a place would be weak, swore and advised him to use his brain in the future, if he had one, of course. He yelled that it must be really hard to carry around such useless brains. They had already literally started an argument and the other guys on the roof had to tell them to knock it off. The blonde guy told them not to forget the mission and not to let Kang Hyuk see them and to keep an eye on him themselves. The guys obeyed. They were already inside. The skeleton opened the doors to someone's office. Kang Hyuk went inside. And then stepped out into the courtyard. It was some kind of villa. His body began to glow with dark blue mana. He stretched his arm forward and told the dead to rise and the living to fall, and insects began to emerge from the grass and bushes. There were an awful lot of them and they were practically everywhere. There were many spiders and cockroaches of various kinds. They all flew toward the tall glass building. One smacked into the wall, leaving a green slime. So did all the others. There was a dark aura flowing from those divots. It all poured towards Kang Hyuk, and he ordered the 7th Legion of Gargoa to answer his call. The entire building was now in a black magic dome. One of the guys who had been following Kang Hyuk didn't understand why it was so dark. Another guy told him that it was nighttime and it would be dark. The other guys were told to be ready. The countdown began. All the hunters stood with their backs to each other, in defense. Then they were ordered to move forward. A car came to the parking lot of the guild building, and it braked very sharply and maneuverably. Kang Changsu and the other guys got out. Changsu told everyone to hurry up. A large group of people were walking down the street. A guy and a girl were watching them from the roof of another building. The guy relayed to his superiors that the 4th assault squad was in place. He said they were heading in when no one was there. He also said the target was Kang Hyuk. At Kang Min's apartment, he had already gone inside. Another kid told him to send everyone there and eliminate the target, saying he had nowhere to run. Another unknown hunter said into the walkie-talkie that they would be moving out soon, so they should keep watching. From the walkie-talkie they took the instruction. The group of people were already at the guild building that was shrouded in a black sphere. One of the guys turned to the other, asking if the captain was still here. The latter noticed something. Someone got out of the car and the second guy said, "Here comes the captain." It was a handsome blonde-haired man. 2 office workers were already approaching him. The arrival announced that he was the captain of the Gargoa Guild's 4th raid squad, Cha Hyako. He held out his hand and asked if these people were all residents of the complex. The bespectacled office worker said he worked in the housing management office, said he doubted any of the tenants wanted their house turned into ruins. He said that if too many people attacked, heavy casualties would be inevitable, so they would prefer if they used the least amount of force. The boy asked if that was possible. Cha Hyeko replied that he couldn't promise anything. He said that he had probably seen it on TV too. That their opponent is a pretty strong returnee, so he can't say for sure how serious the consequences would be. The guy said that the Gargoa Guild is the best guild in the nation, so he trusts their skills, saying that if the destruction is substantial, it would be hard to explain everything to the residents. Cha Hyeko said okay and promised to do his best. He asked if the tenants wanted to participate in the battle. The guy replied that he personally had to manage the situation and therefore couldn't participate. This didn't please the captain of the 4th Legion. The guy then said that those guys over there wouldn't mind helping out. Hyako smiled and said that the guild wouldn't be responsible for the damage they caused. The office worker agreed and said that they would take responsibility anyway. He wished them all good luck and the guy bowed before Cha Hyako. The man told him to shove his luck up his ass. He asked if these idiots really care about their property. He said they could just buy another one. The girl next to him told him that these apartments are the newest and most expensive in the area. Buy an apartment here on a hunter's salary. Hyako didn't let her finish, saying it was all unimportant. He asked her to report on the situation inside. The girl revealed that Kang Hyuk was now in Kang Min's former penthouse. Cha Hyeko thought for a moment and then said that in that case, it was simple, saying that they didn't even need to corral him, just sneak in there and keep him from escaping. He looked at the tall building in front of him and said that Kang Hyuk wouldn't be able to escape or hide anywhere in that penthouse. Hyeko said that they could consider that they had already won. The others cheerfully said that if he decided to jump out it would be even better since they would just have to clean up his remains. The commander called them idiots and told them to stop talking and told the guys to surround the building. The girl intervened, saying they were already in position. Hyuk said that was good and then they moved out. Suddenly, someone called out for the captain. It was a dark-haired guy. He was running fast, but he got tired quickly, and told them that the 3rd and 5th assault squads hadn't arrived yet. The 6th would arrive in 5 minutes and the others in 10. Kang Hyuk called them idiots and asked why they were taking so long, saying, the guy explained that they were late because of the weapon stores. Some of them they never got to. Hyuk said that the 4th squad was the first to arrive as soon as the signal was sent. He asked what happened to the others. The girl said they just hadn't seen his charisma. Kang Hyuk turned to her. He reprimanded her and said that this flattery wasn't bad. His mood lifted. The kid turned to the captain. He asked, wouldn't it be better to wait if the deputy guild master arrived too? He said they could wait for all the squads and hit Kang Hyuk before he reacts. Kang Hyuk replied that they would arrive when they were already inside. He asked what was the point and said they would just start. The guy asked the captain, what if the deputy himself gets angry? Hyuk replied that all he would do was arrive even faster. He again said it was time for them to move out. Kang Hyuk was being watched from telescopes. They said that right there, that's Kang Min's penthouse. There were a lot of people there, and Kang Hyuk was leading them. He smiled and said to tell the mages to erect a barrier here so he couldn't do anything. The magician started using his magic and he had a pink magical barrier around his arm. They covered not only Kang Min's penthouse, but the entire city in separate parts. Kang Hyuk felt it too. He tensed up more. Kang Hyuk radioed to report the 1st and 2nd team to move out first. Everything around them was red. Hyuk licked his lips caustically and told Team 3 and 4 to be ready. He told them to take their time and keep their distance between each other. The hunters were indeed cautious. They quickly made their way up the stairwell. A blue bright portal opened on the floor. A bloody skeleton arm appeared from there. Lamore sat on the ceiling and told his lord that he could sense the power of human life in the building. He asked if they should start. Kang Hyuk replied that it wasn't time yet. He told him to start when the hunters were in the corridor of this floor. Kang Hyuk stretched his hand forward and said not now. He ordered them to start when they reached this floor. The necromancer's dark mana flew around him. The armed hunters were ascending the stairs. Lamore bowed to his lord and replied obeying his order. There was a closed door in front of the group of hunters. The tall blonde man told the others that they were in position. He said the corridor here was wider than on the lower floors. Men with firearms going forward. The archers go to the back. The guys all agreed with this arrangement and then the blonde said it was time to get started. They walked to the door. 2 guys already had their guns at the ready. The blonde turned on his radio and asked if the 2nd group was still in their positions. From there he was told that yes, their men had occupied the floors. Patrols were on duty on the stairs and in front of the elevators, and therefore they could continue the operation. Blondin put the radio in his pocket and said that in that case, he was going in. He had an orange balloon in his hands. He stretched it out in his hands. However, something struck and startled him. He stood in a stupor. It was all because a sharp sword came through the door. It cut through the rubber of the balloon. And it cut through not only the rubber, but the blonde man himself. The guys in the back didn't know what had happened. They called out to Sir, and he was bleeding from his mouth. Then the commander fell down and a bunch of blood spurted from his chest. That's when the hunters realized that the blonde was killed. In a minute they made the decision to rush to the attack. Someone shouted to them to stand, because the magic bomb is not yet. They did not have time to do anything before the bomb exploded. There was a big and loud explosion. Everything was in smoke, however no one seemed to be hurt. There was one more thing but, out of the smoke skeleton legs showed up. When everything cleared up it turned out to be a whole group of them. The guys were scared of the skeletons and screamed. The other groups also heard the undead screaming on their radios. They became uneasy. One guy asked the bald guy if he heard it. The first guy was clearly having fun, and he said with a smile on his face that their opponent must be a necromancer. The red-haired guy was happy about it too. He said that they were going to have a great hunt, but the bald guy wasn't having fun. The guys were shouting that they were hunting for bones today. and from the radio came a loud cry of death pain. It scared the bald man terribly. He nervously told the other two to watch the elevators and stairs. This confused the hunters a bit. The bald man yelled that as soon as the undead appeared they should shoot. There beside them, there were more guys. They had different robes, armor and different weapons. They are the attackers. Baldy was the squad leader and he ordered everyone to get ready. The guys were determined. Someone stepped between the corpses. It was Lamer and Kang Hyuk. A red aura was carrying behind them. Lamer's staff was also active, gathering and absorbing the souls of the dead hunters. Soon, many of the hunters, including the blonde commander, rose to their feet, their eyes red-black. They followed their new commander, Kang Hyuk. Cha Hyuko watched the red building. From the walkie-talkie he could hear his subordinates shouting, the way they were begging not to kill them and then shouting loudly. Even Hyuko was a little uncomfortable with what he heard. The guys were shouting that they were attacking, begging to be killed. Everyone standing outside near the commander. It was even frightening to imagine what was going on inside. Hyuko realized that the first team was already out of formation. They were not responding. The second team could not respond as they were in the heat of battle. Even though there were only skeletons against them, he did not know what was going on there, but it seemed Hyuk was a more powerful necromancer than they could expect. Cha Hyuko asked the mage to remove the barrier. The mage didn't understand what he meant. Then Cha Hyuko explained that he wanted him to shoot magic at the walls and windows of the building, saying that fireballs would work great. It would be easier to hunt with them, and it didn't matter if it was zombies or skeletons, everyone would be burned to the ground. The mage and two other young men were shocked. Cha Hyuko smiled and said that it would be glorious if that necromancer died from carbon monoxide, but of course that wasn't going to happen. He ordered the mage to begin. The man once again asked if they should open fire. Hyuko shouted for him to do so more briskly. The mage put his hands together and recited a magic spell in an incomprehensible language. Then someone shouted to the captain that there were undead here. The captain ordered to block the entrance. The skeletons crowded around the glass doors. With only glass separating them from the hunters, Hyuko shouted at them not to let them pass. Then he turned to the mage again and told him to begin at last. The mage proceeded to recite a long spell, a fireball gathering in his hands. He aimed it straight at the undead. The undead burned and everything was in a terrible fire. Cha Hyuko was happy with the picture that opened in front of him and he shouted that everything was great. However, not everything was so sweet. The red-haired assistant captain's arm was cut off. She didn't even have time to realize anything. Then there was a small explosion near them. Cha Hyuko didn't realize what it was. From the fire, a silhouette of a man could be seen, followed by armies of similarly tall and strong guys. These men were Kang Hyuk, Lamer and the defeated hunters. They all swiftly overcame the fire and walked towards Cha Hyuko. The windows of the building were shattered and the upper floors were blazing brightly. Everything was in chaos. Many people were piled up below. Hunters were fighting the undead with swords in hands. Some were fighting the undead in two, and some were also being aimed at by archers. Cha Hyuko ordered to fire. Fire arrows flew in and slammed into the skeletons, but the undead didn't care at all. They moved on. However, they didn't care until there was an explosion and bones flew in all directions. The guys with firearms lined up in rows. They were signaled to attack. One attack fractured the skulls of 3 skeletons at once. Some fell, and some were still standing. The defeated and the living. Both skeletons on the street were very numerous. Everything was blazing with fire. The hunters were happy that the undead were managing to kill. They shouted that everything was going great. The guy was loudly rejoicing that they were able to. He didn't even have time to finish the word when an arrow flew into his skull. It pierced him through and one end was sticking straight out of the middle of his eye. A lot of blood spurted from there and the guy was terrified. He screamed loudly, but this time not from cheering, but from pain and nightmare. He asked what was going on. There were many sharp arrows flying at people. One of the guys said it was bad and ordered his guys to get ready and be careful. They had big shields. The blonde guy selflessly held the shield and shouted that he wouldn't let them pass. He shouted the word shield and a magical shield appeared in front of the squad. The shield repelled and protected them from arrows. This pleased the guys. They shouted that it worked. A guy waved to the skeletons that were standing in front of them, and another shouted that in that case, it was time to attack. Kang Hyuk calmly stood in the fire and watched all of this. Then he used magic on the guys he defeated. They were all standing around him. Under the influence of the dark magic, veins started to pop out on their faces. Some guys had their heads ripped off their shoulders, some stood there suffering in the fire. Kang Hyuk held the mana in his hand. It was blue-black. He raised his hand and the mana started to cut the limbs of the guys. Someone's hand was already lying beside the protagonist. Skeletal limbs started to appear from the red blood mixture. Now all those people had turned into the same undead skeletons. They were protecting Kang Hyuk. Some were still coming out of their blood. Those skeletons were the 7th Legion of Stormtrooper warriors. Kang Hyuk was shocked. He saw that these ones were much larger than the ones in the hall. Shocked and frightened was everyone still alive. Hyuk wondered if he had strengthened his summoned beings by gathering the souls of those who had just died. A skeleton with a large iron axe was already towering in front of him. Kang Hyuk became very scared. He cursed absolutely everything. The skeleton attacked with a heavy weapon, but Hyuk managed to recoil. He grabbed his magic sword and was ready to attack the undead. The cold weapon was already very close to the skeleton's head. The captain landed, hitting the ground hard with his sword. The skeletons also managed to jump back, and a strong dent was left in the ground. Such a blow gave Hyuk confidence and he shouted for them to bite out. He continued swinging his sword. His sword swept right through the middle of the 3 skeletons. Those flew upwards. Kang Hyuk exhaled tiredly. There were many bones in front of him, and behind them stood another batch of skeletons. Kang Hyuk had exhausted himself quite a bit. He wondered when these creeps would get here already. Hyuk looked at the more and more skeletons that were coming out of the flaming building. Hwang Kyu-ho was using a telescope. He saw Kang Hyuk and the skeletons attacking him. He smiled and said that he had a good time there. Someone stepped forward and called out to Hwang Kyu-ho. Hwang Kyu-ho found him. The guy who called him was dressed like a military man. He said Kyu-ho was already here. He said they would let the greetings go. He asked where Kang Hyuk was. This guy was actually fearful. The man asked where Kang Hyuk was. Hwang Kyu-ho replied that he was already fighting. He pointed his hand in the guy's direction. The man scratched the back of his head and said that Hyuk never listened to him, saying that impatient people die first. He thought he was a jerk. Kyu-ho said that the surveillance team asked if he would fight them. He refused. The man asked why. The man replied by asking if a coward like him would go in there. The skeletons were killing people one by one. A lot of blood was flying. Hwang Kyu-ho told the man that he himself knew to fight well. He needed the emotional support of strong team members. There was a corpse lying in the back with a sword stuck in it, and the man snidely asked if it was because it was a coincidence that, as Kyu-ho himself knows, he will take over as the head of the 4th raid squad if Kang Hyuk dies. Hwang replied that it's absolutely impossible, as he's not that heartless. The man refuted his words, saying that that naive bastard Kong Min was the only one who didn't understand that. Hwang Kyu-ho didn't respond to that. He asked if he would really take over after Kang Hyuk died. He couldn't help but be excited about that prospect. The man replied that he should ask the vice head of the guild about it, and he didn't have that kind of power. Hwang Kyu-ho said that he was the king of battle and the head of the 3rd raiding party. Did he really have nothing to say? That one called him a jerk and told him to try harder instead of asking such questions. He said that his behavior lately was especially annoying. Asked if Kyu-ho understood him. Hwang Kyu-ho made a terribly arrogant and smug face and said that he might be annoying, but he had managed to stab Kongmin. He remembered the fragments of his buddy's murder. He said that even the best hunter in the world reacted like a normal person when he was stabbed. He remembered his face and his surprise, the way his eyes widened from shock and blood gushed from his mouth. Kyu-ho said that his older brother's heart would be next. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, debris and skeletons flying. Hwang Kyu-ho told the man to relax, because necromancers are not immortal either. He said that he had taken a bunch of divine elixirs from the Elijah order for this purpose. He had 3 jars of green potions. He turned to some boy and motioned for him to come over. Hwang asked what it was all about. He was talking about the jars in the kid's bag. The boy said it was what the American guilds use today to hunt down criminal necromancers. Apparently the priests of the Vatican in Europe used their magical power to create a special level of holy water. Hwang Kyo-ho held the jar in his hand and said that even a drop was enough to dissolve a dead person. The man was also handed a jar. He asked the jerk if he was really here to sell drugs. Hwang answered him that as a battle king he could deal with all the fists, but he wasn't so good at physical combat, so he would use this. Someone was standing behind them. Hwang Kyo-ho turned around and said hello to him. It was Oh Tae-ho. Kyo-ho told him to go and hand out elixir to everyone. He obediently followed the instruction. He kindly handed out jars to the hunters. Then something tensed him up. He held out one jar to the commander and asked him to take it. The man replied that he didn't need it. He picked up the cross around his neck and said he had this. Oh Tae-ho asked what it was. The man told him it was an artifact given to him by a saint. Hwang Kyo-ho asked if it was the saint the commander had spent a great night with. The commander remembered the image of the girl. His cheeks flushed and he said how well that creep Kyo-ho remembered such things. The man as if sewing and replied that he didn't remember the names of his parents, but he would never forget such a thing. Not that the commander liked that. Suddenly, things changed a lot for the man. It seemed to him that big red eyes were looking at him out of nowhere. He became scared. He didn't understand what was happening, what it was. The commander looked in the direction of the battles. There was a skeleton killing another girl. However, it wasn't what caught the man's attention. It was the skeleton's eyes. A multitude of red eyes looked at him oppressively. He asked himself why he felt as if he was being watched. The skeletons with swords and shields were on fire. Although he didn't really care about them, the commander was watching all this chaos. He looked at the skeletons and asked himself where. At all the skeletons in turn, but he was only looking for one thing. There were many undead, and it seemed to him that the eyes of each of them were looking at him. They and Kang Hyuk's eyes, calm but ominous. Fear enveloped the commander and he cried out. And Kang Hyuk finally found the guy. The main character can see everything through the eyes of his skeleton warriors. He thought about how it felt. Kang Hyuk used the dead man's gaze. He was looking at Hwang Kyo-ho. The protagonist realized that it felt like he was personally looking at them. He felt like he was standing right in front of Kyo-ho, only he couldn't see him. He looked at him and realized more and more that these hunters, they were responsible for his brother's death. It was probably the first time Kang Hyuk felt sad. But he knew that soon they would all come together and then. He clenched his fist and it felt like Kyo-ho's soul was cracking to pieces. Then they would die at his hands. Everything was covered in blood and flesh, bodies, individual limbs, skeletal bones were lying on the ground. Only Cha Hyako stood on his feet. His forehead was dripping seventh sweat. His body was scratched and his clothes were bloody. He was tired, and when it got quieter, he wondered if it was over. Then he saw something purple up ahead. Lamer was standing in front of him, and he stepped toward him, but it wasn't the guy. It was his ominous staff, purple magic mixed with the flames around it. Cha Hyako asked himself, what kind of monster is this? He had a bad feeling. He knew the stranger had to be killed. Lamer smiled at him and enchanted his staff. Cha Hyako clenched his sword harder, however something was wrong. It was as if he didn't have the strength and ability to attack at all. Hyako didn't realize what was happening. He looked at the stranger and tried to understand why he couldn't use his power. Lamer held one small shard in front of him. Cha Hyako was already pretty sure it was because of him. Lamer brought the magical skull up to his face. The skull opened its mouth. Then Cha Hyako felt as if he were in the hands of a stranger. He was terrified, and he couldn't move. He was shaking. His body felt like it was being controlled by someone. Involuntarily he stretched out his arms with the sword, and soon stuck it into his stomach. Lamer stood in front of him and smiled. It was all because of the small skull. Hyako fell to his knees and held the sword, blood streaming out of him. Lamer threw the skull away and it fell in front of Cha Hyako. Cha Hyako was terribly frightened and begged him not to do that. His hands reached up and pulled out his sword. He asked the stranger to stop. Then the sword flew and Cha Hyako kept begging to be spared. Cha Hyako gave himself another blow. Kang Hyuk came out next to Lamer. Lamer smiled at him. Kang Hyuk said they are all here and he should gather souls. Lamer bowed and said he would do whatever he was ordered to do. His staff clanked and glowed. Purple magic poured out of it. It enveloped everything around him. It was collecting souls and carrying them to the magic staff. The trunk of the staff strengthened. The skulls snapped. The staff grew larger and more powerful and the skulls grew larger. The staff was now standing on its own and its roots were spreading. The entire tall building was engulfed in flames. Kang Hyuk stood looking at it. He raised his hands and dark mana swirled around again. Green insect stains were still on the walls. Kang Hyuk lowered his hand. The building began to shake and the windows began to shatter. The protagonist watched this carefully. The fire was spreading and a loud sound appeared. Within seconds, the house began to collapse rapidly, debris flying down, people screaming and asking what the hell it was. Those who were still alive were yelling for the rest of us to watch out, that the building was collapsing. They called out for the captain. A guy ran to him and called out to him and wanted to tell him about Cha Hyako. He yelled out that communication with Cha Hyako had broken down. This shocked the commander. He told the guy to ask the surveillance squad what happened. The guy said that there was no communication with them either. This stunned the commander even more. People were shouting that the building was collapsing. Everything was on fire. Debris was flying. Big blocks of stones. The commander asked why it was so sudden, if some kind of magic had been used on it. The boy replied that he wasn't sure, and the cars were rushing at full speed. Hwang Kyuho told them to look at who showed up in the middle of the chaos. The commander turned back around. It was the second raiding party. The car stopped. Hwang Kyuho and the commander walked closer. A man stepped out from there. He was wearing a gray business suit. He was a tall guy with glasses and had ashy hair. He called out to Pang Youngkal, the commander, and asked if everyone was here. Pang Youngkal didn't answer, but told Han Taeho that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Han Taeho smiled. Everything was on fire and debris was flying, so Park Yunshul turned to Han Taeho more seriously. He asked if he thought he was here to report to him. Han Taeho replied that his rank in the guild was higher than Park Youngkal's. He corrected his glasses and said that if he asked to give him information, Youngkal should do so, asking if he agreed. Youngkal queried about the above and said he couldn't agree to it. Han Taeho smiled and said that then, they could deal with it first. Unikal centered the magic in his hand and asked if that was exactly what he wanted. They stood across from each other, and blue mana swirled around Puck. Soon Han activated her own, pink. Unikal noticed this and said that was fine. Someone intervened, raising a hand and asking them to stop. It was Hwang Kyuho. He stepped between them and told Youngkal not to be like him. He pointed his hand at the blazing building and said that they were in for a real fun time here. He remembered Kang Hyuk's face and told them that their enemy was that creepy necromancer. Kyuho started to say that if they wanted to fight each other. There was a small pause and after, he said that the necromancer could escape from fear. For some reason he looked very strange when he said that. However, no one reacted to his statement and the guy realized he was being ignored. Everything was burning. Black clouds of smoke and red flames were rising into the sky. Kang Hyuk looked up and said that he would give life to those who were deprived of it. He used magic once again. He sent mana into the fire and ordered the dead to answer his call. The mana made its way inside the ruins. Into every possible place. Rocks, debris began to rise up, and some even took off. They flew higher and higher, gathering into something. Soon the debris made a fearsome monstrosity. Another batch of cars parked. Hwang Kyuho was surprised. He noticed that they had arrived. From one of the cars, a dark-haired guy in a business suit was coming out. It was the vice head of the guild. He asked the hunters to report the situation. He said that he believed that no one had entered before him. Hwang Kyuho rubbed his head and embarrassedly replied, "What about it?" The vice president didn't want to wait long. He asked again. Hwang was silent and the vice president leaned over to look him in the eye. Then he asked what that noise was. A huge stone monster with the same red eyes as the skeletons came out of the ruins. The vice president asked if it was a golem. The monster was already a couple of meters away from the hunters. They stood side by side and Hwang Kyu-ho asked why this monster was so ridiculously huge. Park Yun-kal asked if this necromancer could summon such an impressive golem. Hwang Kyu-ho said it looked like it. He looked at the golem and said that apparently it was even bigger than the giant golem. The monster was indeed of terrifying size. Something happened, a strong impact. The golem was standing near a large rock. Many small pebbles flew down. The monster stretched a heavy arm forward, clenched the rock in his fist. Then he threw it as hard as he could. It flew to where the hunters were. People were rushing to escape. The vice president asked for attention, telling the mages to attack the golem. He shouted for them not to be afraid of its size, saying it was strong but slow. The VP ordered them to act. The mages stood in front of him. Then he told the others to listen to him. He said their goal was to find Kang Hyuk and eliminate him. He was angry, saying that he had to pay for all of this. The vice president wanted to say something else, but someone interrupted him, saying that it wasn't necessary. This stunned the vice president. Park Yun-chul said that he was here. Up ahead was Kang Hyuk, surrounded by an army of undead. The entire army was blazing with fire. The protagonist stepped forward. His entire mighty army too. The skeletons had various accessories, all because many of them were former hunters. Kang Hyuk looked at his opponent with calm red eyes. As they looked at him, Hwang Kyu-ho laughed. He said that Kang Hyuk came to meet his death, asking if there was anything he could do. Park Yun-chul told him to just shut his mouth and keep his head down. He replied, "That's right, everyone activated their magic." Han Dae-ho told Park Yun-chul that he would take care of his treatment and he should go finish him off. Park Yun-kal replied that he would do it and they should rely on him. The man's eyes were burning with a fighting attitude. Everything was on fire. The golem was blazing and the mages were pelting it further and further with fireballs. They recited incantations in an unknown language. Then they started the fire again. There were 6 mages in total. The flames came straight at the monster. Then it took a big clump. The guys shouted to put up a shield. The mages immediately did so. The golem's fist flew into the blue protective sphere. A strong shockwave flew through. It was so strong that it was much harder to hold the shield, and there was a lot of smoke from the debris. It looked like the barrier had been damaged, a dent forming under the golem's fist. Eventually, it shattered into small pieces altogether. The mages were shocked. Then the golem struck right where the mages were standing, crushing many of them. A lot of blood splattered. Some had limbs sticking out, and some were lucky enough to fly out from under the heavy stone fist. Park Yun-kal realized that things were getting worse and worse. He decided that he should hurry up. Yun-kal rushed forward with lightning speed. He thought about what if the necromancer died. Ahead stood an army of flaming undead. Park Yun-kal prepared his fist and ordered them to get out of the way. He killed all the skeletons, one by one. Park realized that along with the necromancer, all the undead would die. The undead were now looking directly at the man. He smiled at them and told them to advance, for he would destroy them all anyway. The undead swarmed at him almost immediately, and he had already managed to attack first. The blow was very strong, so the whole group of skeletons was thrown back into the wall. But there were much more of them, and they were not weak, and the undead approached Park Yun-kal again. Now green magic had gathered around them. It was Park Yun-kal's magic. The undead had been interrupted and were lying in a pile like garbage in a landfill. Yun-kal turned around, smiled and thanked Han Tae-ho. Yes, it wasn't actually his magic, it was Han Tae-ho's magic power. He was holding a ball of magic in his hands. Hwang Kyu-ho also said that this was what one would expect from Han Tae-ho. However, Dae-ho himself wasn't having so much fun. He thought about hitting the skeletons several times with magic lightning. But there wasn't even a scratch on their armor, which didn't make him happy at all, and he wondered what kind of dead people they were. Then Kang Hyuk turned to his soldiers. He ordered them to destroy the hunters. The skeletons lined up in rows. Hwang Kyu-ho frowned and wanted to say something. After a couple seconds, when the skeletons had already surrounded him and Han Tae-ho, he shouted that they were coming this way. Han Tae-ho held the magic in his hands and swore. Then they didn't realize what was going on at all and were greatly surprised. Something was happening upstairs. They were blocks of stone and it wasn't clear at all what was going on. Hwang Kyo-ho asked what it was. A scary-sized golem had reassembled from them. It stepped on something and there was a loud crunch. The golem was identical to the first one. The guys were terrified. They asked if there were two of them. The golem was already walking towards them. The vice president and the remaining mages were not amused at all. The mage said it was a curse, yelling that they had spent all their mana to get rid of one, asking what they should do with the second one. The guy also asked if what destroys a golem turns into another golem. This struck the president even more. Someone called out to Park Yun-kal. It was the vice president of the guild. He was pointing his finger at Kang Hyuk and ordering him to kill that scum sooner. Sweat broke out on Yun-kal's face. He replied that he would like to, but there was one thing. Said while he was busy. Immediately a sword was thrust towards him. While busy with something else, he struck the attacking skeleton right in the forehead. The skull cracked open. However, the undead was not confused. He raised his long sword and stuck it into Park Yun-kal's back. It pierced through him. The man was stunned. He cursed himself for being distracted and now he had a cold weapon sticking out of his chest. The veins on his body were bulging. This surprised Park Yun-chul and he asked himself if his muscles were growing, even though it was very painful. His body really did swell up a lot and he talked about how painful it was. It seemed like his veins and skin were about to crack. Yun-kal was terribly angry at the skeleton. He shouted that the skeleton had seriously pissed him off. A purple medium flew and he was yelled to watch out. It flew straight into Park Yun-kal's inflated back and was already quite close. The man smiled and said they must be fucking kidding. But he was fortunate enough to know of the impending danger in time to avoid a direct hit, and the arrow stuck the sharp end into the floor where he should have been. Yun-kal slowed down not far from the arrow. There was a kind of fear in his gaze. He tried to move away from this shocking state as he realized that a moment earlier he could have been hurt or worse. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw a skeleton running, who stopped not far from the guy with the spear in his hands. A bright blue light spiraled around the spear. When the force had gained the maximum amount of strength, the beam with a sharp movement hit straight at Yun-kal, knocking him down. A crowd of guys immediately ran to his aid after he was injured. Kang Hyuk saw his comrades running towards the guy, pointed his finger, and with indifference in his eyes, ordered his subordinates to rain down their arrows on them. The skeletons began loading arrows into the bow for shooting without resistance to their master. They all released their arrows at the same moment and they flew towards the guys. Han Tae-ho in turn warned the crew of the danger, shouting for them to run away. Seeing dozens of arrows flying at them, the guys forgot about Yun-kal since they already had to worry about their lives. They turned their direction in the opposite direction and started running away. The next moment they realized that it was too late to try to escape. The arrows had already killed several guys from their team, hitting some in the head and piercing through it, some in the body. These archers were too strong and hard to kill. Hwang Tae-ho realized that if he killed only them, he would help his team as Kang Hyuk would then be easier to deal with without his soldiers. Making a decision, he directed his green light power at the enemies, but he couldn't handle it. As soon as he tried to do something, he immediately weakened. Hwang Kyo-ho shouted at him to be careful and held him down a bit so he wouldn't fall to the floor. While Hwang Tae-ho was sitting on the floor and his strength was already running out, Hwang Kyo-ho shouted to him to run away without stopping. At this time one of the archers with an axe was heading in their direction. Questioning the skeleton, they saw that he was staring intently in their direction. A red light was visible from his empty eyes that hinted at his lust for killing. Hwang Kyo-ho turned his head to his partner and continued to urge him to run away from this place since he couldn't defeat them. Hwang Tae-ho looked confused. Turning back again to see how things were going, he saw that the skeleton continued to slowly approach him with his weapon. He was confused as he couldn't understand why the creep kept chasing him, but pulling himself together he prepared to fight him, putting his fists in front of him to be ready. The first attempt from the skeleton to hit the guy with the axe was missed. Hwang Kyo-ho managed to duck down. The guy was completely confident in his abilities, and with the same confidence he told his enemy that he would be very sorry if he underestimated him even a little. At this time the stone monster was being attacked by the boys. They were launching fireballs at it, which they were doing quite well, as they were hitting the target. The vice president yelled to the team to aim for the monster's back, turning to the side instead of retreating. The monster's eyes blazing with anger looked at the boys with a penetrating stare, a voice in his head telling him to destroy anyone who now tried to fight him. Suddenly, he and another monster like him turned in the opposite direction. It seemed like he was running away from them. Because of his enormous weight, he crushed everything in his path as he ran through the streets of the city, which was many times smaller in comparison. Suddenly, the vice president watching his next move shouted danger to the guys when he saw what the monster was doing. He headed towards the other buildings and started hitting them with his massive fist. The houses were turning to ashes and the remains of the walls were flying apart as huge rocks. The guys couldn't understand why he was doing this. He's being attacked by hunters, but for some reason he's hitting buildings. The vice president looked on in utter bewilderment. The blocks of rock began to slowly come together. The team came to the realization that he was doing this in order to create more of the same strong golems to help himself. The hunters began to waste no time and firmly grasped the weapons they had in their hands. The president said he would take on the monster. He started telling his team the plan of action. First he asked everyone to pay attention to him and listen carefully. Then he said that the buildings that the golem was destroying would soon turn into new golems. One of them separates the hunters to reduce the effect of attacks, while the other crushes suitable buildings to create more golems. So they need to finish them off before there are too many golems. A quadricopter could be seen above the ruined houses, with two golems standing between them creating their own kind. A quadricopter could be seen amidst a lot of dust. One of the hunters told the VP that the necromancers were stronger than they thought. A meeting was also being held in the building at the same time of night. The people sitting around the communal table were watching them thanks to the quadricopter that was displaying everything that was happening on a laptop screen. The man in charge, the man at this meeting, said he had never seen the Gargoa guild hunters so shocked before. They might have already finished watching them if Guminger, the guild vice head, wasn't there, so they decided to watch for a bit longer. The man confessed that he had seen with his own eyes how he had killed the kraken, which was much larger in size. Gumanja did not give up hope of his victory and jumped on the huge stone monster with one blade in his hands. However, despite the guy's brave attempts, things didn't go well this time. But despite that, he managed to get a hit on him. The monster became surrounded by all the chaos. Several golems immediately roared with a loud voice as the stones themselves were attracted one by one, creating more of the same golems. At the meeting, after seeing a new golem being created, they wondered what the summoning ability was. The person in charge at the meeting wondered what kind of powers Kang Hyuk had, but he was still confident that no matter how powerful Kang Hyuk was, he would still make him kneel before him. Youngkal came to his senses, and as if realizing the horror of what was happening, he had a slight look of shock on his face as he saw the still blazing city around him, then turned his attention to the orders to their attack squad to group up and aim at only one golem for now. He took his hand to the back of his head, which he had hit in his falls. Someone from the crew seeing him was glad to see their captain back. Guy threw him an elixir to restore his health and strength while the rest of the team held their defenses. Before Youngkal could thank him and catch him in his hands, the vial split into two halves due to an arrow hitting it, and all the green potions spilled out onto the floor. They both looked in confusion in the direction from where that arrow had come from, and saw one of the shooters there. Youngkal got mad at his comrade for not even being able to throw a vial. The guy immediately started apologizing and said he was about to throw another one. While the captain was drinking his potion, the guy leaned over to him and said there were too many dead people here. Youngkal replied that he knew that, but all they had to do now was get rid of their ringleader. The city was on fire. A huge crowd of immortal skeletons stood behind their master, Kang Hyuk, with golems walking behind them and continuing to cane everything in their path. On the ground there were also skeletons with broken bones, and also not a few people were crushed to death by huge blocks of stone that fell from the destroyed houses in Golem. Youngkal told the guys to go help the other offensive units. Said he would settle it himself at this point, a bright light sharpening from his hands. Kneading his hands, he added with a confident look that these creeps would feel his full power. Han Taeho shouted at the top of his voice that he had to leave immediately. But he immediately turned to Youngkal, warning the golem raising the building. The monster wrapped two arms around a 4-story house and ripped it off the ground. His behavior really scared the team as they didn't know what to expect from him next. The next second he swung with all his might at this building and threw it forward. The team began to move away as quickly as possible. Youngkal turned around with a frightened look to look again at this blazing and destroyed part of the city. But there he saw Gumanja leaping towards a large pile of rocks to look at the circumstances from a higher point. With difficulty, but still he managed to hold his ground. Looking around, he saw something strange. As it turned out, someone had been watching them the whole time with a quadcopter. This man, unknown to them, was at the same time looking at the city through his laptop. The man said matters between the two parties are in a quandary. The golem once again targeted the apartment building that had remained unharmed until then. The two buildings collided with tremendous force, creating a huge amount of dust that filled the space around them, and rocks flew in different directions. But these people planned to not only increase the number of golems, but also sow chaos and panic among the hunters, partially succeeding. The hunters were already running as far away from their enemies as possible. The assembly head mentally asked Kang Hyuk what else he would think of with the hope that the situation would improve. The guy, as if hearing his thoughts, told his entire army of fighters who surrounded him on all sides to destroy all the hunters now. Hwang Tae-ho sensed something wrong and wondered what was going on. Young-Kal tried to look into the distance and after scouting the situation answered that Kang Hyuk had summoned a giant golem to attract attention and make the hunters concentrate their attacks on him alone. On the other side, hunters were losing their lives, some body parts in battle with skeletons. But Kang Hyuk decided to summon a second golem as well to destroy buildings and create more golems. Because of this intention to create more and more stone monsters, the hunters lost count. There were guys lying on the floor trying to fight the archers, but it looked like their strength wasn't enough. All the bodies were splattered with their own blood, showing no signs of life. The small group of guys who were on Kang Hyuk's side said that the Gargoyle Guild's strongest ability holders had already arrived, but their team still couldn't overpower him numerically. Hwang Tae-ho for a moment became a little worried as he noticed that he didn't observe Hwang Kyu-ho in the vicinity and didn't know where he had gone. Hwang Kyu-ho was currently kneeling in front of that guy. His body emitted a soft purple light, and there was a look of incomprehension on his face. But in a moment he realized that for some reason his body wasn't listening to him at all. After those words, the guy made him look up with a light touch on his chin. He covered his mouth with his index finger to keep him quiet. The guy told him with a smile that the Lord was on his way, so we would have to be patient. A couple meters away from them, some guy was hiding leaning against a rock. He covered his mouth with his hand, not making a single sound. Just as suddenly someone's quiet footsteps were heard. Kang Hyuk was heading towards Hwang Kyu-ho, with his soldiers trailing behind him. Hwang Kyu-ho hesitantly apologized to him. He reasoned his innocence that he wasn't the only one connected to Kang Hyuk's brother's death. But Kang Hyuk gave him a hate-filled glance that was also filled with resentment and a desire for revenge. And without further ado, he quietly cast an undead grip spell. It didn't take long for the spell to take effect. Skeletal arms immediately appeared from the ground and reached out to wrap their arms around the guy. Hwang Kyu-ho immediately started telling Kang Hyuk about how he'd never even seen his brother. And as he repeated, the guy got it all wrong. These words did nothing to justify him to Kang Hyuk. He was still just as determined to kill him. Hwang Kyu-ho's horrible screams were heard, and the guy who was sitting behind the rock was terrified, and he covered his mouth with his hand with all his might. He looked out a little to see what was going on, and saw the bony fingers meeting the poor fellow's eyes. The screams and shrieks of horrible agony echoed throughout the street, and his light red-colored blood splattered to the sides. The guy couldn't look at this horrifying picture for long. He felt very sorry for Hwang Kyu-ho, but unfortunately he was all done for. The eyeballs were completely pulled out of the eye socket. While still alive, he began breathing heavily and loudly, throwing his head back while being surrounded by skeletons. Kang Hyuk placed a palm in front of him, from which a red light emanated. He asked if he could see his brother's face now, as he had recently proved that he didn't even know him by sight. His empty eyes were fixed on the assassin and he could no longer answer him. Blood continued to slowly trickle down his cheek. The head of the assembly, watching everything that happened, was glad that Hwang Kyu-ho would soon lose his life. A sly smile showed on his face. The victim gasped more and more. Skeletal hands clasped around his face from all sides. Coughing, he quietly asked for forgiveness. Kang Hyuk only let out a light chuckle in his direction, before asking again if he could see his brother's face now. But Hwang Kyu-ho screamed for mercy. He coughed again, spitting blood onto the floor. Kang Hyuk idly and silently watched the guy as he agonized on the brink of death. Hwang Kyu-ho's coughing became increasingly worse and more amounts of blood were spit out onto the floor, as suddenly something crunched, followed by the loud screams of the exhausted guy. But Kang Hyuk's gaze was merciless. On the contrary, he was happy that this was finally happening to the guilty in front of his brother. The skeleton's fingers dug into his skin. Hwang Kyu-ho. They ripped the skin off his body in the chest area, causing his muscles to show through. The arms were broken into several pieces, which they just tossed aside, leaving behind huge pools of blood. the skeletons gripped him tightly by the throat. Hwang Kyuho kept asking him to stop despite the horrible pain. It was as if Kang Hyuk didn't hear his request. He silently observed. After the blood spurted in a fountain, everything went silent. The skeletons ripped his head off, his body literally lying torn up on the floor, and the eyeballs the skeletons tried to put back in. They lifted his head with blood dripping from it, with his eyes ridiculously inserted in front of Kang Hyuk. The boy uttered with fury in his eyes that this was the look of the dead. Kang Ming stood in front of a small crowd of guys holding the bloody side of his stomach and asked to discuss this situation. It was as if there was a last hope of understanding in his eyes, which he tried desperately to get from them, but heard only quiet mockery in return. Because of his wound, he slowly came closer and closer, asking the guys why they couldn't understand him. Hwang Kyuho interrupted him and said that not everything could be explained, implying that they couldn't come to an agreement. He wanted to add something else, but the guy standing behind him got tired of listening to their pointless chatter and asked him to stop talking. The guys told Kangmin that they'd had enough of these hopes and should just accept their fate. And as it turned out for the guild hunters, Kang Hyuk and everyone on his side were also involved in Kangmin's murder. While Kang Hyuk and his soldiers were holding the severed head of Hwang Kyuho, they were being watched by his comrades, Youngkal and two other guys. They managed to be inconspicuous by hiding on the back of the golem. What they saw left them in shock. Kang Hyuk called out to Kalajini asking him to answer his call. An energy portal of bright blue light formed behind his back. All of the skeletons' hands immediately headed towards that portal on their own, as if they were drawn there like a magnet. As they got closer to the portal entrance, some sort of crackling was heard, and then someone's black-gloved hand emerged from it. When the skeleton's hands went back inside the portal, the appearance of a guy whose face was covered by a mask and a black hood appeared outside. This unknown person became behind Kang Hyuk. The guy who had been hiding behind the rock the whole time was very frightened by his appearance. Not realizing who it was, he was gripped by a terrible panic. The man knelt behind Kang Hyuk, tilted his head down and clearly introduced himself that he was a Kalajini from the 7th Legion, coming here at Kang Hyuk's will, calling him Lord. Kang Hyuk didn't turn around to ask if he saw what the dead man's gaze was showing him. Kalajini confirmed his question. The guy ordered them to be brought to him. Thoth grasped the sword behind his back with his hand and calmly replied that he would do as his master wished. His sharp gaze stopped on Kang Hyuk with the words that his will would be done. One of the golems stood behind him. He slapped his sword against his iron shoulder pads to make everyone in the circle pay attention to his words. Kalajini ordered him to listen to him, after which he said they must complete this hunt. His gaze was determined. Youngkal immediately jumped off the golem, leaving his comrades alone. Kalajini pointed at him with the words that Youngkal would be the first victim. Youngkal confidently stood in front of Kang Hyuk's army, kneading his hands before another battle, and asked if they were still unwilling to surrender. He chuckled a little at their persistence and said that then they would see it through to the end. Immediately after those words, sharp fangs appeared on his smile. He shouted for them to advance, frenzied rage sharpening in his eyes with the desire to finally finish them off. And his human arms took on the image of muscular, wolf-skin-covered hands. His back was covered with wool. He yelled at the top of his voice after he had fully utilized his werewolf abilities and turned into a human wolf. Mentally, he exhaled heavily as he could last no more than half an hour in this body. But to finish everyone off, that was more than enough time. After a brief pause, he tore at the crowd of skeletons. Kalajini, watching him, said that it was an interesting beast. Youngkal heard his words and looked at him questioningly. Kalajini asked Youngkal if it was okay if he joined as well. The guy's whole body turned toward him, and with a slight smile said let him have it his way. Youngkal moved towards him with the words that it was okay to try, but he himself knew he could overpower Kalajini. Kalajini's eyes looked calm as if he wasn't worried about anything. With all his might, he swung his own sword in front of him, just as suddenly he saw something that sent him into a state of shock. At this time, Youngkal ran towards him with great speed. These quick movements are what struck Kalajini, but suddenly he noticed that the guy had disappeared from his sight. Looking up, he saw that Youngkal was hanging in the air above him. Kalajini didn't even notice his quick movement since just a second ago, Youngkal was standing in front of him. In that case, he ordered the archers to drop him to the ground. The warriors immediately aimed their weapons at him and were ready to launch arrows at him. The arrows that flew at him confused the guy. but he didn't hide. Instead, he resolutely clenched his hand into a fist with shouts, urging his enemies to advance. Yeongkol used his strength to try to fight off the arrows, which he did at first, but with great difficulty as it was hard to hold them back. But still, if it continued like this, he wouldn't be able to endure to the end. Although his strength was enough, but not for so many hits, he instantly managed to catch another arrow flying straight for his throat. But after more such attempts he got worse and worse. And so, the arrows that hit his body inflicted many small wounds on him. And so, Yeongkol realized, as foreshadowed, that he would not be able to resist further. There were too many arrows in his body. Due to the pain, his strength was gradually losing him. The gunman still succeeded in bringing him to the ground, and Yeongkol's resistance was in vain before their combined effort. For sooner or later it would have happened, since he couldn't stay there for long and his opponents had literally not exhausted their strength. As he flew, his eyes looked tired and the only phrase in his head was that the situation was going badly. His body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Kalajini didn't waste a moment as the guy weakened and with sword in hand rushed to run in his direction. Pessimistic thoughts came into Yeongkol's head. He already thought that these were probably the last moments before his death. Kalajini swung at him, but he failed to strike, as if some protective sheath was preventing the blade from traveling through him. Yeongkol had already thought that he was about to be finished, but it turned out to be different. Kalajini was also equally shocked that he didn't succeed in killing him the first time. The shapeshifter immediately felt a surge of strength and began to rise quickly to his feet as Kalajini swung his sword behind his head to strike at him as hard as possible. But then again a sharp blade passed in front of his face, which again did not hit him. His hand clenched into a fist, and all his energy and strength concentrated in it, to be ready to crush the enemy in his path. He shouted that he was not ready to be defeated, and with those words his blow came down with furious force on the enemy standing before him. Kalajini could not keep on his feet and fell backwards in an effort not to fall. But suddenly, Yeongkol's thoughts were filled with doubt as to whether or not this made any sense. But he didn't notice the sharp blade of the sword glinting before his eyes. The next moment he felt a sharp pain in the area of his stomach. While he was distracted by the thought, Kalajini thrust his sword through him. Yeongkol didn't expect to be so badly injured. Suddenly he felt Kalajini grab his arm tightly. He then began to throw the guy upwards with one hand while still having a sword stuck in his stomach. Putting it down, Yeongkol hit the floor hard and started coughing as the impact hit his internal organs. Lying on his back with a frightened look he spat out blood. The guy with the dagger thrust into his chest still managed to roll over onto his side to breathe easier, but he remained weak, his eyes full of hopelessness. With a sharp motion, Kalajini drew his sword from him and told him that he need not worry as he had an idea on how to ease his pain. With tremendous force, he pushed the guy off his foot and he flew a few meters forward. Yeongkol couldn't control himself in flight as there was a huge wound on his stomach and the impact on it was just as strong, so he slammed face first into the wall with a loud sound. In despair he looked down. He realized that he couldn't even feel his body anymore. Kalajini headed in his direction while saying he would take the boy to his lord. Yeongkol tried to raise his hand, but even with it, he couldn't move it. Kalajini leisurely approached him closer and closer, waving his sword from side to side. Kang Hyuk's archers clustered in a single pile happily looking at the exhausted guy. They put Yeongkol on the hood of the battered car watching to make sure he didn't run off anywhere. Kalajini threw a sharp look at him and said there were two more to catch. The guys who were hiding on one of the golems heard some grinding behind them. Hwang Tae-ho turned back questioningly, not understanding where the strange sound was coming from. When he looked down, he saw a large crowd of archers surrounding Yeongkol and stabbing him in different parts of his body at the same time, making him bleed but unable to defend himself in any way. He was amazed at such a sight. His comrade was exhausted. Hwang Tae-ho shouted to Yeongkol to bear it a little longer and rushed to his aid. He activated his power in his body, which glowed with a bright green light. Thanks to it he could fly from a great height and not be afraid of crashing to the ground. His abilities gave him the ability to control the flight. To drive them away from Yeongkol he sprayed his powers in the form of a light green mist and it worked. Most of the skeletons collapsed to the floor with a clatter. This gave Hwang Tae-ho a chance to make his way to Yeongkol and he, shouting his name, ran to the guy to help him. The guy was almost beside him, but off to the side he noticed someone's appearance. Kalajini appeared in front of him and blocked his path, preventing him from moving forward. Hwang Tae-ho was not frightened by him and shouted at him to get out of the way. Without further ado, Kalajini immediately swung his sword at him, but Hwang Tae-ho was also quick to react to his attempt to injure him. He began to activate his inner strength towards the enemy. His eyes blazed with hatred in the desire to destroy this guy that was preventing him from getting close to Yeongkol as soon as possible. He swung his arm with a shout that he wasn't done yet, but before he could strike suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. After an elongated scream, in front of his eyes he saw the bloody sharp sword blade that Kalajini had just pulled out of his body. Hwang Tae-ho couldn't stay on his feet and fell to his knees. He couldn't breathe properly due to the injury and started trying to cough, which only made the pain worse. Kalajini said with an indifferent look that he too should be taken to his lord. 3 skeletons leaned over to the guy, which hinted that some part of his body was about to be cut off. Here, Hwang Tae-ho was already scared and shouted a loud no, trying to move as far away from them as possible. The skeleton swung the axe in his direction, followed by the sound of a slashing object and then the loud screams of a guy. Hwang Tae-ho fell on his back with his hands cut to the wrist. He asked them to stop as the pain was unbearable. Gu Man-jae standing in the middle of the street heard someone's screams, and he realized it was Hwang Tae-ho's screams. He began to look around and more questions popped up in his mind as to where his comrade was now. He could hear him but couldn't see him anywhere. And then he remembered that Hwang Tae-ho had left with Youngkal. But once they split up to help the squads, Gu Man-jae never saw them again, especially Hwang Kyu-ho. He thought about one serious problem, which was that their powerful forces were slowly disappearing and they wouldn't be able to last long. After he realized that the guys probably didn't have the strength to resist as well, which meant that they were now in great danger, he immediately shouted to the entire 1st Offensive Squad to come over to him. The boys obeyed his order without further question. He pulled a vial filled with a green elixir from his bag, and immediately began to drink the contents in order to regain at least a little bit of lost strength as soon as possible. Said the only thing they could do while they waited for reinforcements was to heal and gather the remaining hunters, so ordered everyone to drink the remaining elixirs. His hand lit up with a red light that signified his strength. Said that now their new goal was to gather the squads and secure the remaining commanders. The team began to carry out the instruction. A call came to him on his wristwatch from the commander. Gu Man-jae stepped a little away from the men and addressed him, saying that the surveillance team was now speaking to him. He asked to take the team to safety and told the guys who were nearby to follow him, as well as bringing a mana tracker. Their plan was to gather the remaining units and attack the enemies together. Mentally, he pronounced that the surveillance team was lucky to survive in a building that Kang Hyuk hadn't destroyed. He then turned to his team to ask if they had been able to contact Han Tae-ho and Park Yunchal. The guy replied with a sad look that unfortunately they were out of contact. Gu Man-jae asked about Hwang Kyu-ho, but the boys only remained silent, clutching the vial of elixir tightly in their hands. They said that Hwang Kyu-ho was dead. He was caught by the skeleton leader. After hearing the information, Gu Man-jae went into a stupor. He didn't cuss loudly. The guy stood in front of the team and with a confident voice told them not to try to kill the remaining golems. Right now their priority was killing Kang Hyuk, since all the warriors were obeying his orders, and if this guy was gone, it would be much easier to wipe out the others. Gu Man-jae told them to get ready, and also to warn the others. Unfortunately, it was now impossible to know if Park Youngkal and Han Tae-ho were still alive, and Gu Man-jae realized that he had lost too much time, because he thought they were ordinary giant golems. But a necromancer at ease summoning such monsters proved to be very powerful, and the lad realized he was too smug. His thoughts were clogged with these musings. He uttered a question in his voice before Kang Chang-soo wondered if he was watching him now. The quadricopter that was above him at the moment, and the one that was watching the whole situation unfold, flew a little closer. A voice came out of it, telling Gu Man-jae that he could say what he wanted to say. The guy said that he had been watching the whole time and saw that the team couldn't handle him alone, so they needed to send help. Kang Chang-soo replied that in that case, he could make arrangements with the apartment manager. He watched Gu Man-jae standing among the rubble from his laptop, asked him to hold out a little longer and they would send units to them soon. Kang Chang-soo started clicking his mouse to find the information he needed about the additional squads. The guy asked him to do it as quickly as possible, as he was sure to evacuate the hunters living in the apartments, and asked him to tell them that the necromancer who had destroyed their home had also destroyed the entire business center around them. Gu Man-jae was pleased with this information. He decided that if they were equal in numbers, they would be able to defeat the bloody necromancer. He turned to the rest of the team and said that they were changing the plan, so they didn't need to go anywhere. They were going to lay low for the time being and the residents of these houses would be here soon. The hunters who live here are very strong, and will be a strong support for them. A sly smile appeared on the boy's face at this plan. Just as suddenly, Kang Hyuk's gaze changed to a frightened one, as if panic was sweeping over his body. Gu Man-jae said to himself that there was no need to fear this army of monsters anymore. In front of Kang Hyuk's eyes, the appearance of the dead Hwang Kyuho's gaze reappeared. Suddenly, with a loud sound, everything shook, and a huge crack appeared in the ground, which split the road into two parts several meters long. A huge bony arm erupted from it and reached upward. Several more of the same arms appeared right behind her. They wrapped around one of the buildings, followed by a loud crunch. There was no sly smile emanating from Gu Mang's face that hid an equally cunning plan behind it. With a murderous look, Kang Hyuk instructed his army to kill them all. The multi-story building fell to the ground, leaving behind a loud rumble that echoed throughout the neighborhood. The vice president was at this time explaining the plan of action to his team when suddenly they heard some terrifying sound. The guy with frightened eyes turned to the guild vice head to ask what it was, but Gu Manga didn't immediately realize what he was talking about as he was busy with his plan. They immediately turned back around, and in the next instant, their facial expressions turned to horror and panic. A building was flying towards them at high speed and was about to crush them. At that very second, the vice president shouted at the top of his voice to his team to get out of here as fast as they could. Without wasting time, they all ran in the opposite direction. Gu Manga shouted for them to run away from the shadows, not stopping even if they were tired. Because of the huge falling weight, they would be shaken now. The crew, panicked and screaming, ran as far as they could, seeking salvation in any nearby shelter. The vice president turned his gaze back to see how far away they were, but realized they needed to get as far away as possible or they'd just be flattened. The building flew over the streets filled with people. Suddenly there was a collision. Rocks flew in all directions, knocking down passers-by on their way. The vice president and his team were pushed forward by the shockwave while fire blazed behind them. The boys fell to the ground and the hard impact made them start coughing. Gu Manga tried to move away from his shocked state and come to his senses. He touched his hand to his throat. It felt like dust clung to his lungs, preventing him from breathing properly. He turned to the people standing nearby and asked them to pass the elixir if anyone had it. A vial of elixir was thrown to him, and the boy greedily began taking large sips, during which his body began to illuminate with a green light. After he finished his drink, he wiped his mouth of the remaining drops, but his attention was caught by the conversation of a small crowd of people from their guild who were talking about whether this was the apartment building they had seen flying earlier. The girl in confusion asked him what he was talking about. The multitude who were in the place approached a building that lay in the middle of the street and was burning in some places. They said that it was after all the very building that had just flown. It had been destroyed by the golem, but they didn't understand why it suddenly fell from the sky. They said it couldn't have been thrown. One of the guys pointed his finger somewhere forward and said in horror for the rest of us to look at it. In the thick fog, one could see bone hands slowly approaching the crowd of people. They were reaching forward as if trying to grab something. They must be the cause of the flying building. But people kept wondering what those things were, speculating that maybe they were some kind of monsters with their arms hanging over the city. Gu Manga said that they were summoned dead, but which kind of dead they were was already unknown since they were of such a size. The quadricopter continued to transfer information to the laptop screen of the guild members, all that devastation surprising the guy who was observing the situation. As he looked at the arms of the skeletons, he wondered what kind of monsters they were. The guys were sitting at one oblong table and started whispering in panic after what they saw. One of those present asked if they could be partially summoned dead used for attack, but a girl nearby reminded them of their sheer size. Isn't everyone dead except the offensive squad? The boy at the center of the thought and mentally said that he was completely sure that all of the Gargoa Guild's raiding parties had become Kang Hyuk's puppets. These people were in his power, and their minds were completely clouded. They behaved like zombies, staggering from country to country as they could not fully control their actions. Leaning back in his chair said that he knew Kang Hyuk was a necromancer, but he didn't realize that he was that strong. An entire area of Soul Forest was scorched. All that's left of the city are flaming buildings and utter devastation, but there's nothing to be done about it. We'll have to escalate the situation using the residents of the homes he destroyed. He asked staff to distribute the video to all residents of the affected homes, but a member of the collective said many don't suspect anything, given the timing. They're probably all in dungeons or running errands, so they probably don't know anything. But their head replied that if they suddenly asked who the culprit was, they should say that the culprit was an enraged necromancer. The boys all took his order in a friendly manner. They immediately dispersed in different directions and immediately set about doing the work assigned to them. One of the employees approached his boss and asked what he was going to do now. After all, most of the Gargoa forces have turned undead, but the guy only replied that there was nothing surprising about it. After asking if he had fought a necromancer, there was silence in response. He folded his hands in a lock and bowed his head at them with words that were to be expected. At this time, chaos reigned in the city. Gumanja exhaled heavily, saying that if it wasn't for the magic shield, he would have definitely died. He heard someone behind him calling for him. Gumanja did not turn around and asked if everyone had survived, a question that shocked one of the team members who was nearby. The guy replied that luckily they reacted quickly, so everyone barely made it through. Hearing this information calmed Gumanja down a bit. He turned to the entire team, who were having conversations amongst themselves to get some rest. He told them to tweak together. They stood behind the vice president, who pronounced with a confident look that this asshole necromancer should pay for what he had done. The guys were standing near a split part of the road where the crackling of burning infrastructure could be heard. Gumanja told the team to get ready as new enemies were approaching and they had a new challenge to win. Everyone gripped their weapons in anticipation of the next battle. They saw how a large number of stones of different sizes began to be attracted to one another as if by a magnet, while together with them were torn wires, from which a crackling sound could be heard as they conducted current. A huge golem that was wrapped in these wires was approaching them, the sound of its loud footsteps echoing throughout the street. Sparks from the wires flew in different directions, illuminating the night city with flickering flashes of light despite the fact that it was already on fire. A guy who was looking at a monster the size of a multi-story house turned to the vice head of the guild, asking how this electricity was traveling through broken wires. Was it really possible? The one replied that it was a golem, and they were necromancers summoned creatures to animate objects. And even if they're wired, a necromancer can always restore them and the energy within. He clenched his hand into a fist with the words that now they would have to get rid of as many golems as possible until backup arrived. While shouting these words, he pointed his finger at the golem that stood in front of them. The monster began to walk at a more accelerated pace with a loud sound from his stone feet. He swung his fist toward the boys, his eyes showing no emotion other than the blazing anger that was typical of monsters like him. Gumanja immediately shouted to the team to be careful. The guys started to run away in panic. One participant decisively picked up a sharp weapon, declaring that it was time to go on the offensive. With a loud roar, the golem struck at the remains of the destroyed building, consisting of stones, on top of which people tried to climb to jump on the monster and try to kill it. They shouted motivating words for victory, but the wires prevented them from being injured because of the current that could at any moment kill one of the team members if he carelessly touched. The guy who was climbing to the top reminded again that they needed to be more careful with them, but when he warned the others, he didn't realize that he was very close to the wire and got an electric shock in his stomach. The guys watched with frightened faces while the guy screamed for help, as he could only get out with someone else's help. The golem's arms were too strong to overpower him on his own. But after the golem pulled the wire, thus squeezing the guy's body, not allowing him to get out, he realized that he could hardly be helped, and to prevent his comrades from getting into the same situation, he shouted several times that they run away. Golem pulled on the wire in a sharp motion, after which he took a swing at the guy. The boys saw it flying right at them and rushed to run away to the side. With rapid speed he powerfully slammed face-first into the asphalt, for the height was too great, which in no way could have enabled him to land without injury. The vice president crossed his fingers and told his guild to stop as he decided to take charge of the situation. He spread his hands slightly apart and an energy ball formed between his palms, which was blue in color. The guy continued to channel all of his power into this ball that he was about to strike with. After he let go of control, small ice flakes appeared around him. The golem had less and less strength left, and its gaze was no longer so much filled with rage. Instead it became softer and its body more powerless. What could not be said about Gumanja? He was still just as eager to finally finish off his enemy. The golem was no longer able to continue fighting, as if in an instant it had lost all of its strength. He could not stand any further, causing him to fall to his knees. Gumanja pointed his open palm in his direction with a shout for him to get what he deserved. His body began to freeze before his eyes. He was getting hit one by one. The guys realized that he was frozen and therefore couldn't stand up to them. The guild vice head shouted for them to waste no time and break it, said that as long as he was in a non-moving position, they would be able to overpower him that way, so they needed to attack right away. One of the guys took the gun in his hands and said to hell with it, as if he meant there was nothing left to lose or fear. So we needed to act fast before the golem returned to its former self. The bullet whistled through the air and crashed into the stone golem's body with a crackle. Their plan to destroy the monsters worked. The blow was so strong that some parts of the golem fell apart, the stones that made up its body flying apart. Manga pointed at the golem and said that it worked, so they should attack the frozen golems, and while they were destroying them, he would deal with the rest. The team accepted his order. A piece of ice appeared in the vice president's hand. In his mind he was saying that he had had enough of these silly games. With the certainty, he added, that he would destroy many. Strength seeped outside his body in the form of blue color. He felt power and had great potential. Rising into the air in front of the golem, he pointed his hand at it, releasing his abilities in its direction, then shouted to the team to advance. Between the palms of his hands he made a hard ball of ice that showed cracks and irregularities. With a spin around himself swinging the ball around, he shouted to the golem that he was about to taste it. Launching the orb at him placed the golem in the middle of the resulting dome, so it had no way to get out and strike back. One of the guys from their team picked up a bow and aimed an arrow at him. The arrow slammed into the golem's body with a crackle. The boys gazed in admiration at this breathtaking spectacle, while snowflakes slowly swirled above them. The guild vice head hung in the air surrounded by bright blue light, and the shards of the destroyed golem scattered in front of him. The guys said that this was what was to be expected from the guild head. On the horizon were the remaining golems that stood between the burning houses, but the guys got the advantage, and all thanks to the guild vice head who was able to overpower the enemy at the last moment. The golems couldn't do anything to them since they were under the influence of Manga's power. Their bodies were frozen without giving them the ability to move. The vice head slowly lowered himself to the ground while shocked looks were directed at him. He shouted to the team to kill the remaining golems now. Without wasting a moment, the guys started jumping on the monster, swinging their swords at it. With a loud rumble, they succeeded in pummeling another monster to the ground, the impact of which caused a cloud of dust to fill the surroundings. The team shouted enthusiastically, feeling joy at having managed to defeat the monster, the smiles on their faces indicating that their efforts were not in vain. The guy lowered his head and quietly said that they would definitely win this fight, but suddenly the smile and joy disappeared from his face. His body was back to tense after he heard some strange crunching behind his back. His mind was already flashing images of how he had to fight for his life again. When he turned his head, he saw the sharp blade of an axe, which his companion was swinging to defuse the situation and frighten him a little, and he immediately ran away with a shout. Around the rubble from the buildings, destroyed golems and fires, stood the people who had become subservient to Kang Hyuk and his warriors. With them were also many skeletons and golems that had not yet been destroyed. They thrust themselves at the guild hunters in a huge crowd, their eyes flashing with rage and bloodlust. The guys with horror in their eyes wondered what it was. The vice head replied that it seemed their army had gotten even bigger in the time they had been trying to defeat a few golems. Manga realized with anger in his eyes that Kang Hyuk had planned this from the very beginning and had been leading them around by the nose all this time. The quadricopter waving its propellers made a rumbling sound. On the other side, where it was transmitting the video information, could be heard the shouts of the team, who were engaged in a battle with a huge army, and if you combine their forces, they were much more powerful, and also, the sheer number was greater. The building where the guild meeting was taking place continued to be silent under the bright light of the moon. After the workers had run their errands again, sat at one large table observing the situation. The shouting made them nervous and they began to discuss what was going on among themselves. The man who was sitting in the center was stunned by the information that Kang Hyuk had planned this all along. Did he really have the ability to trick everyone so cleverly? Afterward, he saw that Kang Hyuk had made the hunters concentrate on fighting the golems despite the fact that some continued to be frozen in a thick layer of ice, and he needed it for the skeleton warriors to come up from the rear. But he instructed them not to attack, but to destroy buildings to create more golems to make the army even stronger. And if Kang Hyuk's plans are not thwarted, all the hunters will die before help arrives. Manga exhaled heavily as things were going badly. Kang Hyuk continued to strengthen his strength. The hunters stood in front of a large army of enemies, gazes crossed, creating a tense atmosphere, each side ready to give their best for victory. The vice president looked at his own, in which he had created a piece of ice thanks to his abilities. He realized that there wasn't much mana left and it wouldn't last long. The guy turned to their commander, told him they were surrounded and couldn't escape. Only battle was their only option. The skeletons started the fight. They immediately went on a killing spree. Pools of blood and the sounds of swords hitting were in front of their eyes once again. One of the guys was hit right in the heart, blood spurting toward the skeleton, who himself had stuck a sharp blade into it. With terror in their eyes, the hunters warned their comrades that the skeletons had already begun their attack. The vice president instructed the team that it was already time to attack. He himself began to act using mana. Both sides immediately rushed at each other. The sounds of steel blades and the rumble of the combatants falling to the ground filled the air, each of the hunters fighting for their lives with all their might. In this chaos, people were bleeding and spitting out blood, and their bodies were pierced with blades. Dead, they fell to the floor. The sounds of moaning and screaming mingled with the clatter of the other weapons. In this battle, every blow took a life or wounded them. And if this fight continued, the casualties and exhaustion among the remaining would increase. The participants, without the ability to continue fighting, forcefully hit the floor with their blades stuck in their chests. The hunters tried with all their might to win hands down. The vice president looked back at this horrifying sight and realized that they were not fighting on equal terms, as the enemies were many times more, respectively, as well as their forces. The guy kept wondering when the backup would arrive, as they would not last long. Kang Hyuk walked towards the direction where the battle was taking place with an indifferent expression as always. Behind him were his warriors who were ready to back up their master at any moment. He rudely addressed his subordinates, calling them fallen warriors. He ordered them to rise up again to kill their former commanders. The dead bodies of the boys he had made his puppets lay motionless on the ground in a blood-splattered mess. But the next instant, the indescribable happened. These same dead hunters who were in the blue mist began to rise. The guy from the team shouted to the commander that they were getting up. The vice head couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible. Then he warned the guys to be on the lookout, as it could be another trap. Strange bubbles began to appear on the bodies of the rebels. They began to explode, limbs flying off in different directions, blood being released with great force outward, splattering everything around them. The vice head stood in a row with his team, straightened his palms forward to use his power to try to hold off the enemies. He shouted to the guys to destroy the corpses as soon as possible. The guys immediately picked up their weapons and started shooting. Bullets did not stop flying at the fallen, but for some reason it was impossible to knock them down. They continued to behave as before. The skeletons further stabbed their blades into the hunters. Manga said that if this continued, everyone would explode without leaving a trace. The people who were supposed to die kept moving, but their bodies still filled with bubbles and then exploded. The vice head used mana to form a small dome around himself, which the golems tried to break through and beat on it with their fists, as well as surrounded by skeletons. He realized that his mana had reached its limit, protecting everyone from attacks and explosions, and there are no potions to replenish it either. Manga was holding on from the last of his strength as he saw Kang Hyuk approaching him. In his mind, he had already decided that was this really the end for him. Kang Hyuk told his warriors to destroy Manga, as suddenly his attention was attracted by some buzzing in the sky. Raising his head, he saw a quadricopter flying towards them. Behind Kang Hyuk's back, the archer had already aimed his weapon at the quadricopter to shoot it down. The arrow pierced the lethal machine through. Manga looked into the destroyed mechanism with thoughts that it was the only one that could help him, but he lost contact. A new idea popped into his head and he decided to remove his palms from the dome. This way he freed himself to the outside. A sly smile appeared on his face with thoughts that this was already a gamble to die. Opposite stood Kang Hyuk. No smile came from Manga's face. With the same expression, he asked the enemy standing beside him how he was. He asked if they could talk first before they started another battle. Under the moonlight, where the fire did not die down and sparks flew in the air, stood Kang Hyuk in front of Manga. Manga realized that Kang Hyuk had no desire to listen to him. The enemy continued to stand his ground. Suddenly his attention was drawn to two guys, one of whom was wearing a mask. They were not noticed immediately as they mingled in the crowd with the archers. The two of them both started walking forward to get closer to the guild vice head who was kneeling at this time. One of the guys apologized for the delay. Manga saw them for the first time, so he mentally wondered who they were. The boys bowed in greeting and turned to their lord. With a smile, one of them said that despite their lateness, they had brought him a gift. After Manga saw what kind of gift was being talked about, he stood dumbfounded. A haggard fellow was let out of the crowd by the arms. His body was all bloody. He was also missing his legs up to the knee. It was Park Yunchul who was bullied. Han Tae-ho, who was powerless to even raise his head to look at the area where he had been brought. Manga was surprised that these creeps were still alive, though they were in a terrible state, as evidenced by the severed ends of their legs and arms, but for now they were alive. They couldn't defend themselves and the two of them were caught by the necromancer's men. Manga was angry at these ruthless scum. How dare they use his subordinates? He knew he would kill those who had done this to them no matter what it cost him and would be sure to save his comrades. Mentally he turned to each of them and asked them to hold out a little longer. In his hand that was lying palm down again, a blue light flashed, signifying the activation of his power, mana. Since he can't die here yet, he has to save them both. He decided a good way to slow down time a bit was to talk them down. Realized that smiling guy must have come to him for some reason. Since his mana was currently on and off, he can't attack them, but once he regains it he will immediately come up with a plan to attack. Once the chance presented itself, he would kill Kang Hyuk in one blow using his magic power. Gu Manja raised his hand slightly up and asked seriously to listen to him. He said with a smile on his face to lighten the situation. He was sure there was some misunderstanding, so to avoid conflict he offered to set things straight, then added that he didn't kill Kang Hyuk's brother by choice. Kang Hyuk did not change his facial expression in any way. Gu Manja said that he did not know from whom he heard such gossip, but if he just let him speak out. Kang Hyuk immediately called him a liar without a second thought. He didn't believe a single word he said. Anger and resentment sharpened in his eyes. He was thirsty for the blood of this man he thought was his brother's killer. He said he knew for a fact that he had done it. Kang Hyuk remembered how Gu Manja then slowly approached his brother who was sitting on the floor against the wall while this guy was walking towards him, saying that even his knees were completely broken. If so, it meant that he couldn't use them anymore. With a sneer in his gaze, he asked if he'd rather get rid of his knees, or if he'd rather slaughter him at once. Without giving him time for any words, the guy immediately felt the sharp blade pierce his stomach, causing him to start coughing, spitting out blood in an attempt to contain the pain. Gu Manja started laughing at him, asking him if he was in pain. Seeing that he was not as strong as he was before, the guy was writhing on the floor in pain. Gu Manja said with an intimidating look that he wasn't done yet, lest Kang Ming thought that he wouldn't be expected to do something like this again. Kang Min's eyes suddenly filled with fear as he realized that he was about to be killed. Kang Hyuk, remembering this, started screaming in his memories that Kang Min needed to run away then. Tears came to his eyes. He covered his face with both hands, sobbing with terrible heartache for his brother's death. Kalajini came up behind him and addressed him questioningly. Gu Manja sat with a surprised look. He still managed to distract Kang Hyuk. He realized that this was his chance, and then he clenched his hand into a fist, causing a blue light to form around it, which came from his mind power. There was tension in his eyes from taking such a risky action. Shouting at Kang Hyuk to die, the guy swung his fist at him, thinking he could overpower him now. But something went wrong. His hand got caught under the blade of the sword. He fell to his knees and began squirming in pain. After being wounded, he tried to recover with labored breathing. The guy suddenly let out a piercing scream as he felt a sharp pain in his arm that pierced him to the bone. The hand he tried to hit Kang Hyuk with was bleeding. Each finger was cut off halfway. Kalajini watched his enemy, who was agonizing in agony, but had not an ounce of compassion. His gaze was cold-blooded. Without a moment's hesitation, Kalajini plunged the sharp blade into the boy's heart, whose gaze seemed to freeze for a moment, emitting only a muffled groan, nothing more than that he could not utter. As he drew his weapon, blood rushed from the point of impact. Kalajini stood and watched the bleeding boy in silence. Through his teeth, Gu Manja barely uttered at Kalajini that he was a bastard, trying to hide the horrible pain that pierced through his entire body. Suddenly he decided to act somehow, and while in a half-lying position swung one leg at Kalajini. But he managed to grab his leg, preventing him from hitting himself. After which, in a sharp movement, he cut off part of the guy's leg. Gu Manja, after a long scream, fell on his back with an emotionless face. Mentally he asked himself, is this really the end? Has he fought so much for nothing? Kalajini said it's no use trying to fight anymore. It's easier to just accept your fate. Gu Manja shouted that he wouldn't just give up. He pointed an open palm from which his strength, mana, was seeping out, hoping to get some way to resist. He said to himself that he needed to heal himself first, so he began to heal wounds through his abilities. Kalajini laughed at his attempts to do something and called him a foolish mortal, asking if he thought it would help him. They both turned their heads in the direction where the creaking sound was coming from. Gu Manja saw a skeleton with an axe in its hands approaching them. The boy realized that now he could be seriously injured again. A skeleton with blazing red eyes and a sly grin swung at him. A skeleton was running towards the wounded guy who was lying on the floor without strength. Youngkal looked up at him and mentally asked himself that did they really have no chance at all? Even their guild vice head had been captured. The skeletons held him and Han Taeho and watched as they continued to mock their comrade. Youngkal began to think of all the possible options in his head on how to get out of here. There must be something. He realized that all the actions of Kang Hyuk and his warriors resembled how they killed Kang Min at the moment when they were gradually taking his life. Gu Manja turned to Hwang Kyuho asking if it was their turn now. Hwang Kyuho agreed with him with a smile and walked over to the half-alive Kang Min and started pulling out his eyeball with his hands, saying that everything had started out so well. He took his eye and lifted it up on his outstretched hand to take a closer look, then said that to think that this is the strongest man in the world in front of him. Manga said with a joyful voice that this man was finally in front of him. With force he stepped on his foot. Kang Ming only muffled a muffled groan as he couldn't do anything. Manga leaned over to Kang Min saying right in his face that it was his turn. Huang Kyoho smilingly stepped back and said let him have fun with him. A sharp sword blade gleamed in front of Kang Ming. Manga said with a smile, he hoped the guy would like it. With a strong swing, Manga severed his enemy's leg with his sword. The next moment, Yunkal's voice was heard, and he said with a waving hand to let him have some fun too. He hit the barely alive guy in the head with tremendous force, causing a serious wound in the area while in the background. Huang Taeho was preparing for his turn. When it was Han Taeho's long-awaited turn, he used his power, scattering green light with it. He controlled his body like a puppet, and with pleasure, he broke Kang Min's fingers on his hands, twisting them in different directions with a crunch. And what the skeleton warriors do can't be considered combat. It's more like hunting them down. Exactly as they taunted the hunters as they cut out their eyes and twisted their necks. They cut off limbs and stuck a dagger through the heart, leaving the victim without arms. All of this was exactly the same as the hunters had bullied Kang Min the hunters when they betrayed him. Now Kang Hyuk and his army were repeating the same actions so that they would feel this pain on themselves. Manga tried to heal with mana power. He realized that the hunters were like prey for Kang Hyuk. At this time, Kang Hyuk turned to Kalagini. With his vengeful look and rough voice told him to destroy them. A slight smile appeared on Kalagini's face and he replied that he would do so gladly. Behind Kang Hyuk, his army of skeletons were holding Han Taeho's hands, whose gaze was devastated. Following his lord's order, Kalagini tore off at a rapid speed. He ran up to Huang Taeho and with a sharp sword thrust, chopped off his head with frenzied rage in his eyes. Yunkal looked at the severed head of his comrade that rolled on the floor. The guy's gaze remained as haggard as the last moment of his life, which had ended just a few seconds ago. From the horror that mingled with the feeling of regret, he gritted his teeth, emotions going over the edge, making it impossible to control himself. After being killed by his comrades, he had a sense of vengeance awakened in him. He wished he could turn back into a wolfman now and avenge them all on him. He was called the Battle King of the Gargoa Guild and was considered a fierce hunter with feelings like a hungry beast, with great strength and endurance. But against the background of Kang Hyuk's warriors, his physical stats and title meant nothing. But immersed in his thoughts, he did not notice Kalagini coming toward him and cutting off his head. The vice head of the guild scolded to himself as another guild member was killed. As he looked at the heads of his comrades, he realized that he was now alone. In trying to heal the wound on his leg, he has exhausted all of his mana. Now he can neither regenerate himself nor defeat his enemies. He grabbed his whole hand with the one that had its fingers severed. In his mind he wondered how Kalagini had dared to attack them so suddenly. Kang Hyuk leisurely walked over to Manga, who looked powerless in front of him. He said with anger at Kang Hyuk that he was a piece of shit who was slowly killing them. Kalagini looked at him with a sly smile. He was glad that now was finally an opportunity to destroy their main enemy. Manga realized that the man was about to pick up the sword again and decided to buy himself some time in case he could avoid death. He told him to wait and wanted to say something already. But in the next instant, Kalagini cut off his head, leaving behind the sharp sound of the blade. A huge bony hand that seemed to come out of nowhere caught the flying head in a moment, after which, she presented her facing Kang Hyuk. Kang Hyuk was stared at by the dead guy's gaze. Finally it was the last one he wanted to see. His eyes were empty and lifeless, which remained in the same shocked state as during the last seconds of life. At that time, when Manga was going over the plan with the man at the table even before the situation happened, they spoke for the fact that their only enemy was Kang Ming. One-on-one no one could defeat him, and if there were more of them, that was another story. Manga said with a sly smile on his face that he trusted them, which they were taking advantage of, so they only needed to match the moment. He added that it was Kang Min's own fault for not seeing it coming. The man agreed with him and said he would tell the management about the plan. The interviewee asked if the community was aware of the Black Wave. Manga said with a smile that it came up with this. They had to spend a lot of time to infiltrate South Korea's hunting community. Kang Min doesn't realize where he is. With his abilities he could live in great luxury and fame if he changed his mind, and also with any women he wished. But for some reason all these proposals did not please Kang Min, so he did not strive for the above. Manga laughed loudly, covering his face with his hand. He asked the comrade sitting across from him if he had any idea at all, as he had tried many times to convince him that he would never be able to destroy the Black Wave Society, that it was a clan that represented all of Northwest Asia, and his answer sounded very funny. The moment Gu Manja explained everything to him, he was unwilling to accept his position and turned around and went about his business. He replied that he had always said that in the world to which he had been summoned he had encountered a far more powerful force. The man hearing his reply started laughing loudly along with Gu Manja, saying that he was just a pathetic bastard. That's why creeps with only strength and no intelligence are so awesome. They think they are the strongest and therefore their brains refuse to see common sense. Hunters only reach for a strong leader, and if he cannot fulfill their needs he is considered useless. Gu Manja replied that he himself doesn't understand this jerk who won't or can't understand his explanation. But in any case, Gu Manja had been thinking about how to play this out for a very long time, turning over different versions of events in his head. He suggested to the guy who was sitting across the table that we do everything together. His interlocutor lightly laughed with a thoughtful look and said that there was no need to justify Sung Min's betrayal. Gu Manja asked what he was talking about. The man replied that Gu Manja didn't know what to do, since the Black Wave Society made him an offer. Korea is full of guys who work as his personal ears, eyes and nose, thanks to which he always learns any slightest information. He thoughtfully remembered his men who worked for him, and a sly smile appeared on his face. But worrying about Kang Min's betrayal wasn't because of remorse or guilt. The guy with a smirk told Gu Manja that he could help him get his hands dirty, but whether he was willing to do so would already be his choice.
Yojimbo said that there were many solutions that he wanted to enjoy. As soon as Kangmin saw him, decided to stay away, using these temptations, realized that it was bullshit. He felt that he would have to act, but he didn't want to be called a traitor. So he needed someone to help him get his hands dirty, because doing it himself was unbearable and too risky. Let him guess who came at just the right moments, for it was just him, as always, unexpectedly and exactly on time as he knows how. Guy said the Black Wave community was the first to make an offer and he only accepted, realizing he had no other options. Let him think what he wants. He can make up any excuse he wants. After the deed is done, no one will believe his excuses anyway. Something must be done when it comes to getting rid of Kang Min, and it must be resolved as soon as possible, without delay. It wasn't just a murder plot committed by a few people. The problem was that his death would cause unrest in the community, and he had to say what to do about it. When Kang Min dies, the Black Wave Society will hand out instructions to keep everything under control, without too much noise and unrest. He has already told the president of the association, so have him ask him or even call him right now to get all the details. By the way, he heard something that may be important to follow up on and help solve problems. Rumor has it that she has an older brother, and that could make a big difference in the current situation if confirmed. They were both drafted to the same place, but he never returned, which creates new problems and questions. The man said he understood everything. It didn't matter then, but it matters a lot now to everyone involved. They need to be realistic, admit some things and agree, but he has an obligation to get rid of the breeding ground and bring all those responsible to justice. He called him a crazy scumbag because a brothel is not just some brothel, but the source of many troubles and problems. He knows how many people are connected to it. If he does something to this place, not only Korea, but also neighboring countries will lose money, which will lead to big consequences. What he has to say is that he intends to pursue this endeavor despite all the risks and dangers that may arise. Let her swear and see if the president, his minister, or members of parliament are normal, for not everyone is weak, even subhumans and puppets. There is no prohibition against illegal thoughts or actions. Their only goal is profit, and they will pursue it by any means necessary, regardless of the consequences. After that, there was a dead silence between the two of them, each pondering their words and the next action to be taken. I really can't do that. He realizes how much it sucks and what's left for him but to whine and compromise on this difficult situation. If they do this, everyone will die, and if they leave things as they are, it will only get worse. And today's neglect will kill them tomorrow, no doubt about it. He had experienced something like this when he was summoned, and it was also the reason why the Gargoyle Guild was created to deal with such threats. They must hurry up and make the place safe, or all their efforts will be in vain and the problems will only increase. He knows what he means, but he also thinks about the guild members who follow him, because not everyone can survive if something goes wrong. If they act first, they will have an advantage using what they learned while they were with their brother and will be able to succeed. It reminded him that things were different here on Earth and in his damn world. The setting and situation was different. And what was he thinking? He's never seen anyone die trying to achieve an unrealistic goal. He doesn't care if one dies, but he's going to get his way no matter what. Razvan said he wouldn't live in some utopia. He said common sense should be followed, because it was the only right way. Isn't it sane to kill not people, but those who benefit society? Acting for the good is against all principles. To then rape their wives and kiss the writer for the money they get for doing this dirty work, stripping people of their dignity and right to life. Finance in the world has already lost its laws and order that it had before the awakening. Now everything depends on the ranking of people's powers and abilities, which is fundamentally wrong, but he is going to create a normal society on Earth. Asked if his brother tried to talk to Kangmin, but he said that he was unwavering and unwilling to change his beliefs despite all the arguments. Someone would freak out when they found out that they had used the guild's money for a breeding ground. That was why he talked about the need for restrictive investments to prevent such situations in the future. How was he to know that he was as stubborn as an ox? He should have switched to the Black Wave Society when it was offered to him. After all, it was the smarter choice in that situation. It was reported to them that the Black Wave Society already knew that the guy had taken on an important task. They needed to solve the problem quickly before it was too late and the situation got out of hand. The man said that they need to get rid of Kangmin. Everything will be resolved when he's gone, because he's fed up and tired of cleaning up after him. The elder of the Hunters Association also wants him gone. The insane scumbag acts like he's a warrior of justice, shunning the nonsense of a rotten society and such. But his actions say otherwise, causing resentment from those around him. It's fun to watch, but the decision has already been made. They must spring into action to prevent further problems and establish order in society. He really wanted to kill and do it without mercy, to accomplish his goal and show his power to all who doubted his abilities. She had heard that her house was around here somewhere and decided to see if she had been given the correct location to make sure and not make a mistake. At this time, they would all go back to see who it was, for they were curious to know the identity of the unexpected guest who had disturbed their tranquility. In charge was a woman who led her group of people and organized their actions to achieve their goals and accomplish all their tasks. She asked him if he would mind helping her find the right place, since it was her first time here and she was not well oriented in the area. Then there was a dead silence between them, each of them pondering their words and trying to figure out what to do next and the right thing to do. She said she was talking to him and asked if he was going to answer or if he was going to continue to remain silent, ignoring her questions and unwilling to engage in dialogue. Returning, he tried to calmly adjust to life on Earth. How dare he turn someone else's precious apartment into his hideout without asking the owner's permission? He asks that he suffer the same fate as the others, because he too is guilty of the crimes he committed and must be punished for his actions. The woman said that she moved here only yesterday and has not yet had time to get used to the new place, so she needs help and support in adapting. The woman called the manager to her home to discuss important issues and to find out how best to solve the problems that were bothering her and preventing her from living peacefully. She asked how he planned to fix the situation, since he wasn't the one who destroyed everything, but he would have to take responsibility and find a solution. He asked her to let him go, then they could talk. She asked if he was to blame for what had happened and waited for an answer to her question. She then wiggled her fingers, showing her impatience and desire to get an answer as soon as possible without dragging out the conversation. Then she said she would still let him go if he would answer her questions honestly and explain his actions that led to the current situation. And in an instant he was crushed and killed by the woman's mysterious strength, revealing her power and intentions that she had hidden until the last moment. Then she began to approach the protagonist, slowly and surely, leaving him no chance of escape or resistance, for her power was overwhelming. The woman called him a necromancer, emphasizing his abilities and knowledge of the dark arts that make him a dangerous opponent for all. She asked how about becoming her subordinate, for his skills and powers could be useful to her plans and goals. The protagonist was silent at this point and didn't answer her anything, thinking over her proposal and weighing the pros and cons to make the right decision. They couldn't understand why she suddenly started saying such strange things that seemed completely crazy and ridiculous to them. In this situation, she called their place Bloody Rivers and told them to shut their mouths if they didn't want to die. Her warning sounded so threatening that no one dared to contradict her. They lived here too, and how dare she speak to them like that? Just because she observed them from afar and didn't know all the circumstances and all their life situations. The woman immediately began to lift the stones into the air using her magical power, and this impressed everyone around her, showing how great her strength and power was. She began aiming them directly at the people in front of her, leaving them no chance of escape and forcing them to seek shelter to save themselves from imminent doom. One of the rocks fell almost at the feet of one of the men and nearly killed him, causing everyone else to panic and fear for their lives and safety. The woman was determined not to stop and keep it all going, showing that her power knew no bounds and she was willing to use it to the end for her goals. She said they were too nosy and asked if Kang Hyuk agreed, adding that peace and quiet was necessary to accomplish her task. She repeated that they were too nosy and asked if Kang Hyuk agreed, showing that she would not tolerate any disobedience or disorderly behavior. One of the men also rose into the air at that moment, using his strength, and began to move towards the woman, ready to engage her. Others couldn't understand how this had even happened and watched in amazement, not knowing what to expect from this confrontation. The woman smiled and looked up at him, confident in her abilities and knowing she could defeat anyone who dared stand in her way. Then all the rocks crushed it in a matter of seconds, showing how great her strength was and that no one could resist her. All this shrapnel was hitting people, and they were trying to escape it by hiding behind any available shelters and hoping to be saved. The guy disliked it very much and decided to contribute to the incident by intervening and trying to change the situation. He aimed his powers directly at the woman, hoping to stop her and prevent further destruction, but his attempts were in vain. He didn't succeed at all, for he didn't do any damage to the woman, who proved too strong and invincible for him. The gravity magic was too powerful, and he didn't know there was a mage of that level among them, and the woman seemed familiar. They remembered that this was the same woman who had fought Kang Min, Magic Emperor Kim Duje, and in So Hyun single-handedly. They were all surprised that it was her in front of them, for her powers were legendary and no one expected to meet her here. Instead of distracting her, they'd better let them get out of here so they don't get in her way and put themselves in danger of being destroyed. They said that would she really team up with this necromancer in this situation, and she asked who said that and why it was decided that way. She only offered him to come under her wing, showing him that his powers and abilities could be useful to her plans and goals. But it is the same thing. Even death will not be enough for him to pay for what he has done and atone for all his sins to men. The woman sighed heavily at what she heard, realizing that the situation was complex and required decisive action to achieve her goal. If he got in her way, he himself would die, and that would be a just punishment for his attempts to interfere and hinder her. After that, the rocks started flying at them at a tremendous speed, leaving them no chance of escape and forcing them to seek shelter. Some woman tried her best to help them at this moment, but her efforts were in vain in front of such power and might. And then there was some hero on the battlefield, ready to take these attacks on himself and protect everyone else from being killed. Meanwhile, Kang Hyuk stood right behind the warriors and watched all of this without interfering and analyzing what was going on around him. The woman said they were no match for him, and he shouldn't underestimate her strength, as she was ready to show what she could do. At this point, the woman had already approached the protagonist. Her steps were confident and purposeful, and it showed her determination and readiness for important actions, which was clearly aimed at changing the situation. The only thing he was able to find at that moment was a brief memory of Gu Mingsh talking to Kang Ming about important matters regarding their current situation and upcoming decisions. The woman had already said no with a determined tone and an adamant expression on her face that made it clear her decision was final and she had no desire to discuss or change her decision. The guy told her that everything would work out if she helped him, claiming that it was reasonable since the world had changed so that now a criminal couldn't be distinguished from a normal person, making their situation even more difficult. It was no different from the worlds he had been in before, where he had faced the same difficulties and problems that seemed to be part of one continuous reality and kept him busy. He must continue to live here, and to do so, he needs the strength of someone like her to face new challenges and overcome obstacles that may come his way. The woman didn't react to his words in any way and simply turned her head to the side, her expression remaining neutral and calm despite everything that was going on and her inner thoughts. That was all that was left in his memories and nothing else was visible, making him realize that he only had fragments of the past that didn't give a complete picture of what was going on. At that moment, the woman extended her hand, and her gesture remained mysterious and incomprehensible, causing those around her to question and wonder about her true intentions. and then they all moved to a completely different location, which happened suddenly and abruptly, changing their entire environment and creating a new environment in which they had to adapt. She had heard that he was Kang Min's brother, and this information changed her perception of the situation, allowing her to evaluate his actions and intentions in light of the new circumstances and relationships to full character, or she knew him, which makes the situation even more complicated, as her knowledge and connections could have had a significant impact on future events and the development of their interactions. Very good was always the center of attention upon his return, and his actions attracted a lot of stares and discussion, which created an atmosphere of tension and anticipation among those around him. Then he will ask her one question: does she know who drove him to his death? To understand who was behind his tragic fate and what the motives of those involved were. He was rather impatient, as he wondered how much he knew about his own death, and was eager to figure out who to kill next after exterminating the Gargoyle Guild. What powerful Manhwa traces impressed her as it showed that someone had killed the guild members under her brother's protection without any remorse. Have her tell everything she knows about the president of the Hunters Association, Kang Hyuk, as well as the society and the Black Wave, to get a full picture of the current situation and key figures. How he knew this is unclear, but I heard that he had only recently arrived on Earth and his actions were very different from his brother's behavior, which was clearly conspicuous and questionable. You want to compare how similar their information is, so first have him tell what he knows, and then she will tell what she knows in order to compare the data and identify differences. The protagonist evaluated her terms and found out if they met his own expectations and requirements, which was an important step to reach an agreement and further action. Kang Hyuk said that he recognized through the dead man's gaze, and if it wasn't for Gu Ming's memories of talking to his brother, the meeting might have turned out very differently. He seems to have killed all the traitors in the guild, so she skipped this section and briefly tell him about Kang Changsu without going into details that are irrelevant. He put aside all doubts and resolved to act decisively, allowing no obstacles to interfere with his plans, and all actions were to be carried out in strict accordance with the plan. But it was probably too brief, and the information she was given did not fully cover all the details and nuances that would have been helpful in fully understanding the situation. To elaborate, his traitors were part of their country, indicating more complex internal problems and conflicts that required careful analysis and deep understanding. He asked about the Black Wave Society. It's an influential, extreme right-wing group that is active in Japan, and it was unclear if he knew about it and how hunters are divided into guilds and clans. While guilds can be compared to companies, clans are closed groups with their own internal rules and structure that differ greatly from the more open guilds. Clans can be thought of as closed groups that operate independently and have their own internal rules and structures, different from the more open and organized guilds. There is a big black man in the Black Wave Society known for his power and influence, and this was a man whose actions and decisions made a huge difference to the entire society. The woman realized he was talking about Yojimbo and was surprised at how he was able to gather so much information, which showed his awareness and ability to analyze complex situations. He is a broker who is contracted to the Black Wave Society, and his activities are not limited to that. He also deals with secret forces from the United States, China, and Russian Leningrad. He has many deals under his belt, in addition to his work with the Black Wave Society. He also handles contracts with secret forces from the United States, China, and Russia's Leningrad. He was curious to know what his relationship with Kang Changsu was, as he had been running a lot of secret affairs within the country until his own affairs came back to him. The director was put a puppet in the hands of more powerful players, and his actions were largely controlled by outside forces, which determined his behavior and decisions. When his brother found out about it, it turned out that the Hunters Association and the new director were backed by a man, and his brother had no relevant connections, which limited his options. She asked if he was further targeting the president of the Hunters Association. Then he should be careful, as he had already wreaked havoc here and new forces would soon come into play. He asked Lisa if his brother only followed weaklings, and she replied that the guild was at the top because of his brother, not because of the strength of its members. She believes that one could say that since the guild reached the top due to his brother's efforts, though her members are also strong and the size of the guild is impressive to others. If he wants to know more about who is allied with the principal, he should look into it, as the information can be helpful in understanding current relationships. At that moment a hand came out of the ground, which caused considerable surprise to those present, as the phenomenon was unusual and attracted their attention. The protagonist immediately knew what it was, and his intuitive understanding told him that it had to do with magical artifacts relevant to current events. The artifacts he saw were naturally not ordinary. They had textures that resembled gray bones and contained inscriptions that looked like they were written in blood, making them unique. These artifacts allowed the user to leave a message and use magic to hide the content from those for whom it was not intended, making them extremely valuable. Kang Ming had always used such artifacts to record the information accumulated from his experiences and notes, and had even brought a few back when he was preparing to return to Earth. In case he is to return, such artifacts could come in handy, as they contain important data and memories that could be useful in the future. If he died on Earth of old age, he would leave everything he wanted to say in these artifacts, and it would be his last way of communicating his thoughts and desires. The inscriptions on these artifacts were in the language used in the world Kang Hyuk and Kang Min were summoned from, and this made them even more meaningful and valuable. The woman said there was some strange language written on the artifact and asked if he could read it, as the information could be important to their ongoing research. The others must know about the guy's secret library, which contains information that few know about, and can only be accessed through his help, since he is his brother. Of course, have her taken there right now so he can familiarize himself with the information and explore the library, which will help in their ongoing investigation and search. Faju, Kagito Province, is where they arrived, and its appearance and surroundings gave an impression of significance and mystery befitting the importance of their mission. Kang Hyuk looked around carefully and they arrived at the location, and his attention was drawn to details and features of the environment that might be important to their future actions. The woman told them to follow her, clarifying that the library was secret and well hidden, so it was easy to get lost if you didn't know the exact location and features. The protagonist was pacing confidently, as always, and reported that a ghost had risen, which could indicate that there were magical or supernatural elements influencing their path. Now Tanya and the others headed for the library with the ghost following them, adding to the atmosphere of mystery and anticipation as their path was full of the unknown. From above, the mountains could be seen surrounding a building that looked like a library, and this structure stood out from the surrounding landscape for its size and structure. The building caught his eye, and while he supposed it might be underground, the structure and appearance gave the impression of an important and unusual place worthy of attention. Have the ghost point out what they saw, as this may provide clues as to what awaits them inside, and what important elements will be present in their exploration. At this point he began to descend downward, signifying a transition into a new space and the beginning of a new stage of their journey, in which new challenges and discoveries awaited them. He created this place using a dungeon and will be surprised at what his brother has done, as this place demonstrates his ability and creativity in problem solving. Is it okay to call him by his first name, calling his brother Min, because I would like to call him Heck? He didn't mind and the guy didn't mind either. That's when it became unclear to the woman for whatever reason. She stopped and looked around, trying to figure out what exactly was going on around her. After her boyfriend's death, she put up extra protection so that no one could come in and disturb the peace of this sacred place that was now under her protection. After the guy returned, the other hunters noticed that he was doing something. She thought he just didn't tell her his business, but staying inconspicuous was hard. So the guy found this place and set up a library here. Kang Hyuk volunteers, or she helped him with her consciousness. She only came to look around a couple times when he invited her to make sure everything was okay and nothing had changed. What he was doing here alone, he said he was mostly recording and analyzing information, and doing other such things for research and developing his knowledge. There's a spell here. If he takes a wrong turn he'll be lost forever. The guy had set it up, but it was complicated, and she was confused the first time she tried to figure it out. Kang Hyuk suspected the ghost to himself, hoping to get some useful information or guidance from it that might help him in his future actions and decisions. He ordered him to find a path that was safe and would not lead them into trouble or dangers hidden in this place full of magical traps. At that moment he felt something strange and unusual that couldn't be just a coincidence, and it alerted him and made him be more careful. All the paths looked the same and this made it difficult to choose the right direction, causing anxiety and doubt in their successful passage through this maze. It seems to be magic and illusion, giving the impression of a labyrinth that confuses the intruder and prevents him from finding his way out until he realizes secret. It had been a long time since the woman had been here. It was always very confusing, and every time she had to make an effort to find the right path and not get lost. She began to use her powers to help herself find the right path, hoping that her abilities would help her overcome obstacles and find the right direction. At that moment, something began to move in front of them, catching their attention and making them wary, ready for any surprise and possible danger. Then some creature began to appear that looked very strange and unusual, and it immediately made them feel uneasy and wary. It seems to have prompted ENT, who began to move and show signs of life, which surprised them and made them wonder about the nature of the creature. The creature said they were not welcome here and to let them go back from whence they came, or else they would face danger and trouble they could not handle. Kangman loved to nurture these creatures, finding joy and fulfillment in the activity, enjoying the process and the results of his labor. The occupation of the creatures, capable for joy of human conversation and other forms of intelligence, depended on the abilities of the one who raised and nurtured them, molding their character and skills. He was a pretty big guy, especially taken care of when he went here, not quite strong, and as long as he wasn't causing him a problem, he'd rather not kill someone his brother had lovingly and carefully raised. The woman told him to calm down and not to disturb the peace, for long ago the owner of this place invited them here and they should respect his will and decisions. Well, the creature once again said they were not welcome here, and this was the final warning. If they did not leave, they would become part of the land for the sake of its owner's peace of mind. Kang Hyuk asked if he remembered this owner who had once cared for and protected them, creating the conditions for their safe and secure existence in this place. In his eyes he read a horrible death, and he would not allow it to tarnish the land of the master who had cared for them and created a favorable environment for them to live in. There will be no more warnings. Let them head back to avoid the trouble and dangers that may befall them if they stay here. Kang Hyuk said something to him in their language, hoping it would help build rapport and understanding to avoid conflicts and misunderstandings later on. The creature was very much surprised by this, not expecting such a turn of events, and it gave him mixed feelings, including bewilderment and surprise. The woman could not understand the language he was speaking, but hoped it would help them with the problems and conflicts they were having by improving the situation. At this point, she began to notice some changes happening around them, and it made her wary and ready for any surprises. Ant cried dramatically at this moment, and his loud sobs echoed throughout the surroundings, attracting the attention of everyone nearby and causing them to feel sympathy and pity. The creature asked who was standing in front of them, trying to figure out who they had to deal with and what exactly that meant for their future fate and safety. Kang Hyuk said that he was the king of the damned, a servant of death, the older brother of the one who was courting him, explaining his origin and status to make it clear. The creature wiped its tears, trying to calm down and focus on the current situation to make the right decision and act according to the circumstances. His master was telling him a story he had heard about how he had cared for him when he was born, and now he realized that he was indeed the king of Gargoa, which confirmed his words. The woman couldn't understand what King Gargoa meant, and it caused her to have many questions and doubts about what was happening, causing her to seek further explanations. The head asked what else he knew about him, trying to gather as much information as possible to better understand the situation and make informed decisions in the future. Long ago his master had told him that he would definitely come back here when he died, and now that he remembered, he needed to ask the question as he had asked. How many faces had he returned now that his master was gone? Kang Hyuk knows that his brother's library is here, and in it, he wants to find something about him to understand more about his past and future, as well as to find answers to important questions. The creature said it would then guide him, helping him find what he was looking for and answer all his questions so he could continue on his journey. It was at this point that he actually began to walk him, showing him the way through the confusing corridors and halls lit by dim light. The residential complex and shopping streets of Seoul Forest were filled with life and energy, creating an atmosphere of bustling and activity, or everyone was busy doing their own thing. The director asked to tell them how strong he was, to better understand his potential and capabilities in the upcoming battle, or every skill could be decisive. Guy analyzed the residual mana trace and got a rough estimate of the combat strength of his skeleton soldiers, allowing him to draw conclusions about their effectiveness. The combat strength of skeleton soldiers using swords exceeds 100,000, which is average for their level and allows them to successfully deal with most opponents. The man interrogated about the 100,000, trying to figure out if it was really that high a level of power, and how it would affect their chances in battle. This is higher than the average hunter in Korea, and it makes sense that he won the previous battles using his skeleton army to achieve victory. But he's not in Japan. Let him watch his words when he's not in his home country, because he told him before that the strength of Korean hunters on average is very low, if you exclude Kong men. How many times he asked him to make the hunter stronger and not to rely only on the guy. Dinner works out when they take his advice, and then they can achieve their goals by improving their skills and becoming stronger because of his recommendations. Corey here, he shouldn't stick his nose in here unless he wants to run into trouble and problems that may arise from his meddling in local affairs. Looks like I'll have to explain again. This is where he needs to stick his nose in to figure things out and find the right answers to his questions. After all, he's the reason a jerk like him took over the presidency, and now it's up to him to oversee order and security in the region without leaving things to chance. And also with his help he managed to get rid of con men by building a breeding ground of South Korea. Thanks to him, the high-ranking hunters are now shaving dough and it's benefiting them. He keeps forgetting this, so he has to take on the task himself, reminding himself of his importance and role in the process to keep things on track. How he got into contact with this demon, he still does not understand. But now it is necessary to find a way out of the situation and solve all the problems. It was already clear that the Korean hunters wouldn't be able to overpower his immortal soldiers. He needed help, but he said it was fine, and he would handle it himself. How he saw that she still had the whole apartment complex, but couldn't do anything about it, trying to find a way to influence and change the situation. There are several million hunters in Seoul alone, and with Gyeonggi-do included, they have tens of millions of people. He has already contacted other guilds and clans, setting up a barrier to keep him from leaving Seoul. He will almost certainly not survive unless he acts quickly and decisively, taking all necessary steps to protect himself and ensure his safety. He tells him this because he has more experience fighting necromancers and knows how best to deal with them to come out victorious from this battle. Those who have taken the ruler's path are much more comfortable and fun to use advisors to defeat enemies instead of an entire army without wasting extra resources. But he's already sent them a request, though he doesn't know if they'll come, which is why he should have treated them well when possible. The whole problem is that he's very short-sighted. If he's going to get his help, let him back off, and if he wants to stay, then at least help and not interfere with others. The man couldn't stand talking to him anymore. He was tired of the constant arguments and useless discussions that led nowhere. He already knows he's not fit to be the leader of the Korean Hunters Association, but that doesn't change the fact that the position has been his goal for years. He got it thanks to the patronage of the underworld. The man had planned to do a lot of things using the power he got, but now that he has it, he has too many things to deal with. Let him try his best already as president. If he can't, let him call him to deal with the problems and difficulties that have arisen. And the man is going to see the crypt boss to discuss current affairs and future plans, as well as to resolve important issues. But the question was why he said it was none of his business, which caused bewilderment and questions from everyone present. At this moment, Kang Hyuk and the women had already arrived on the spot, ready to take further actions and decisions in the current situation. He would wait for them here on the way back so that there would be no trouble if they got lost in this confusing place full of dangers. The smaller creature had already made the decision to leave, realizing that its presence was no longer required and it must continue on its way. And after a while, he disappeared completely, leaving behind only a slight trace of his presence and memories of what had happened. Then the hand came out of the ground again, moving slowly and uncertainly, as if trying to find a foothold or something important. She headed straight for the lock on the door, trying to overcome the magical obstacle to get inside and find what lurked behind it. It was a magical protection spell. She couldn't have gotten through without it either. A long time ago a guy had told her that if she tried to break the barrier of power, the demon sealed in the library would be released. Chest asked her if she tried to do that. After all, she wasn't a simple thief. What was she supposed to do there if the guy was dead and couldn't protect her anymore? Kang Hyuk moved closer to the door to scrutinize it carefully to see what forces were at work here and what needed to be done to overcome them. He realized that there had been many attempts to break in here. The marks of numerous attempts were visible on the ground and on the door itself, indicating a long struggle. There were still traces of the mana of their attempts on the ground, and they were fresh enough to realize that it had happened recently. The body may have been carried out of the room, but there was no trace of them, and that meant continuing to look for answers and not stopping there. He wants to show you something too, so let him tell you if he knows something so they can work together to find the right solution and continue their actions. At that moment, it was as if he began to use his power, concentrating and focusing to summon the necessary energies and accomplish what he had planned. And then summon souls, calling them out of the darkness and making them appear before him so that they could aid him in his quest. The woman couldn't understand what these souls were and what they meant, for she had never encountered anything like this before and didn't know what to expect. The player his brother had installed had sealed the souls of those who died here with a dark magic called soul trapping, and that explained their presence. Winter wondered if she would recognize any of them, for many events and people met in this place. She knows him. He's the head of the Thieves Guild that contracted Gu Mingsh, and his knowledge could be useful for their current task. He was an expert but still dead. She wondered why there had been no news of him lately and what exactly had happened to him. The protagonist then removed all the spirits, deciding that their presence was no longer needed and they could continue their actions without their help. He then turned his attention somewhere higher up, noticing strange symbols that hadn't caught his eye before, but now seemed important. This text was written in the Gargoyle language, an ancient and almost forgotten language that only a few knew, and its study required special knowledge. Then the hand came out of the ground again, repeating its actions as if trying to remind him of something important or to find something lost. She approached the door again, showing her intention to overcome the barrier and get inside despite all obstacles. What great magical power! It's not an easy summoning magic, but she had never seen a necromancer summon something like this, where he was trained in such dark magic. Kang Hyuk said something in their language. His words sounded like an incantation or an ancient ritual that was supposed to change something. Then two hands had already appeared, and they began to move in sync, as if performing a pre-planned action or ritual. One of them went straight for the doorknob, trying to open it and give passage inside despite all the obstacles. Kang Hyuk realized what he was for. His role was becoming clearer and clearer, and he was ready to fulfill his mission. The woman was surprised that he was being used for this, at which point the protagonist told her to step back to avoid possible dangers. Then all these doors started burning symbols, and the woman asked what it was, trying to understand what was happening and find answers. She guessed at something, but she couldn't tell if that was really it, because everything looked so unusual and incomprehensible. Indeed, nothing came to mind except one thing. There was something, and it might be a clue. The main character said it was a library map his brother made. It was supposed to help them find the right place. He wants him to use it as a guide, following the symbols and directions to reach the goal. Yes, the blessed and the dead and the damned living, they all had their part to play in this place where magic and reality intertwine. At this moment, all of these symbols were covered in blood, adding to the mysticism and eeriness of what was happening, as if warning of something. And then the entire door was gone, replaced by blood that flowed as if alive, creating new patterns. This never happened when she came here, so what is this and why has it changed? She wondered. Kang Hyuk said nothing and told her to follow him, confidently leading her down the new path that was opening up before them. Then they went straight down the stairs, entering deeper and deeper into the bowels of this mysterious place. The path to the library was exactly like a replica type of dungeon. Even though they followed the same path, the atmosphere seems to change from a hot humid spirit to a cold and constraining one. Kang Hyuk asked if he had reconstructed the dungeon. She had heard that it wasn't identified when the guy first found it, and that added to the mystery. The protagonist said that they need to find here to continue their journey and reach their goal despite all obstacles. Then they came to some kind of door that looked particularly massive and mysterious, as if hiding something important. This door was actually made of dragon scales. Even the handle seemed to be created from the cut and polished circles of dragon scales, showing the skill of the creator. All of this was a testament to Kang Min's skill. His skills were top-notch and he had put his whole soul into this place. Judging from the details he hadn't done yet, it was obvious that he treasured this place and it held a special meaning to him. Then the door opened after all, and they were to enter this room, where new riddles and challenges awaited them. After a while, they entered a brightly lit room that seemed welcoming yet mysterious at the same time, awaiting their next steps. It is an automatic light sensor created through magical engineering that senses the presence of people and adjusts the lighting to their needs, creating comfort and coziness. Kang Hyuk immediately noticed the book lying on the table. Its cover was decorated with strange symbols and drawings that attracted his gaze and interest. The main friend realized that everything here was written in Gargonian, a language they had long ago learned, but which still remained mysterious and hard to comprehend for most people. The woman beckoned to him at that moment, her voice quiet but determined. She clearly wanted to tell him something important and meaningful. She said she understood a little of the Gargoyle language and asked him to let her know if he needed help translating. He nodded gracefully, not responding with words, but letting her know he heard her and accepted her offer, feeling supported. Upon his arrival on Earth, the thing he was most looking forward to most was that he would never have to fight another war like on Hell, but he soon realized his naivety. A year passed with his return and he realized that he could no longer work with the director as he had become too conniving and nefarious. This was not the land he had expected to return to and missed. Here everything had changed beyond recognition and had become alien. He had become the strongest hunter in the world, and it was a good feeling, but at the same time he felt some bitterness and loneliness. He is the strongest when it comes to martial arts, but hunters operate and fight in organized groups, and he has a hard time trusting others. He is confident in his fighting skills and abilities, but he has difficulty correctly assessing people and developing interpersonal relationships, which creates problems. At this point he stopped reading, pondering what he had read and trying to figure out how it would help them in their current situation. He looked at the woman, but she was still asleep, her face calm, and her breathing even and measured. Kang Hyuk then crouched down and used the shadows of the dead, summoning them to help find the information they needed and protect them. Today had been exactly 4 years since his return to Earth, and he realized how much people had changed in that time. People have become much more violent and corrupt than before the awakening, also those who were summoned to the other world and returned. Everyone just wants to demonstrate their power and will stop at nothing to get what they want by using it for their own ends. Those who control hunters in all countries and associations are also corrupt, which creates additional complications and threats. The problem is that many of them are also corrupt and influenced, making the fight for justice even harder. He decided to try to change the reality he lives in. Ironically, those who followed him did not approve of his decision. He realizes that if they didn't keep doing what they were doing, there would be no risk of death, but he hates it. Today, he learned of a strange day in an unusual dungeon in the US opened up and rumors of an entrance to the demon world surfaced. The gate that allows the passage to hell to open is frightening to people, but he is confident in his abilities. He has faced similar threats. The awakened ones who have returned from the other world say that the demon world exists, and if you gain power there, you can become the strongest hunter. The problem is that there are forces trying to open similar gates in Korea, and that poses a real threat to everyone. Necromancers and a few returnees formed a private club and began experimenting with summoning demons into the world, which is extremely dangerous. People are whispering that the awakened ones, having entered there and signed a contract with a demon, will be stronger than the returned hunters. He argued with Min Jae, his closest person, who said that the guild needed to open the Hell Gate to gain strength. He said he realized that they were already planning to start a war and they needed to open the gate as soon as possible to survive. He had fought against quite a few demons summoned to Helu from different worlds, so he was pessimistic about the creature representing one of these demons that surrounded him. No matter how much he told the guild members about his experience, they were unwilling to listen to him, only saying that he needed to face the reality that was here. Min Jae said that she had found a magical text that explained how to open the gates of hell. Several guilds and clans had already agreed to open one. He thought about it for a long time, but knew that based on his experience, a contract with demons meant living as their slaves, which he didn't want. He failed to convince his men that he could do something important with them to make a difference and escape slavery. The hunters who found the magic text had already entered the demon world. Min Jae didn't tell him the location of the Hell Gate, which made his task more difficult. There already seemed to be underground things going on in Korea without his knowledge. He wanted to change what he thought was wrong, but now realized it would be difficult to manage. He never thought he would want to go back to Hela again. He dreamed that he would be able to return here with his brother, sharing all the hardships with him. His brother set his eyes on him, full of confidence that he would know exactly when he died and return to Earth to meet him again. So he leaves his notes here, not sure he will find this place when he returns, but hoping he can accomplish his goal. If he knew it was going to be like this, he wouldn't have come back to Earth and stayed with his brother, but he's an incompetent scumbag who always takes a case and fails. Soon you will have a fight against the Black Wave Society. Min Jae, Taiho, Yunchul, and Kyuho said they trust him and will fight on his side, and he is grateful to them. If they won the fight, he could prove to everyone that there was no need to sign a contract with a demon. It would be a chance to destroy the gates of hell forever. Kang Hyuk finished reading this book, pondering everything he had read. He turned his attention to Pelek, the clerk, standing in the corner of the room, and beckoned to him. "Hear his call," he said, turning to the clerk, who immediately straightened up and looked at his lord attentively. The man recognized his lord at once, and, realizing the gravity of the situation, prepared to do whatever would be ordered. He noticed the sleeping woman behind him and told him to step forward. He ordered, and the man stepped forward. The man asked if the Lord had indeed called him, and received an affirmative answer. "Have him prepare to make an entry in the book of Gargoa," he continued, and the scribe quickly retrieved the necessary supplies for the entry. He asked if he intended to start a war here, and promised to tell Desmond so he could start preparations as well. He said he would do as ordered and immediately set about the tasks at hand. "Have him inform the 5 princes and all the legions that a military expedition will take place in the land," he added. "Let them occupy the castle if the others leave," he said, confident in his abilities and ready to retake the castle when they were down. A secret room in the demonic castle of Gargoa, where the Lord gave orders as he prepared to begin a great military expedition. The Lord ordered them to prepare for a military expedition on Earth. It had been a long time since they had gone on an expedition, but they knew where the land was. This is where the Lord was born, and they felt indebted to him. They will go on an expedition to the place where he was born, realizing that this is an important mission. If the Lord is going to destroy his homeland, it must have something to do with young Master Kang Min, who has always been an important figure in his life and destiny. So the Lord found all those responsible for Kang Min's death and decided to punish them, leaving no chance for salvation or forgiveness, for his vengeance was to be merciless and inexorable. That was why he had summoned them, for he wondered what it was like, the land the guy had told so much about, claiming it was a place not fit for monsters like them. He asked if anyone knew the details about Kang Min's death and what really happened on that fateful day, when everything changed, affecting their future fate. Theo started shouting, claiming to know if the guy was really dead, and her voice echoed around the room, creating irritation in everyone present who was forced to listen to her words. His eardrums nearly burst from her screams coming from the hiding place where she was trying to hide from the wrath of a lord who was already on the verge of breaking down. He began apologizing for her behavior, trying to calm everyone present and get the situation back under control. But the tension in the room only increased. He suggested ending the meeting, as the girl was driving everyone present crazy with her endless shouting and ridiculous accusations. Let them remember that the purpose of the expedition on Earth is to attack the Lord's homeland, and under no circumstances should they do anything foolish. They all know it, except Theo, who kept screaming and creating chaos, not realizing the gravity of the situation and its consequences for everyone. But she blurted out that she too knew everything, and her words sounded like a challenge, heightening the tension among those gathered. Then their meeting was over and everyone dispersed to their seats, leaving the Lord alone to ponder the mission ahead. Then she too decided to go where the Lord was, despite all the warnings and risks. The Lord must have been greatly distressed by all that was happening, and his thoughts were full of doubt and anxiety. This is not a joyous expedition, for they must attack and destroy the land that young Mr. Kang Min missed, hoping for a better future for all. After that, he too disappeared and went to Earth, following his destiny and leaving behind everything he knew and loved and understood. The protagonist at that moment continued to sit on his brother's chair, thinking over all the events and plans to be realized. His brother always behaved selflessly, even in their world, setting an example of courage and determination that inspired him and everyone around him. Kang Hyuk began to remember all those moments when his brother had shown his strength and bravery, willing to sacrifice himself for the common good and the safety of everyone he cared about. He offered to take this guy as a subordinate instead of killing him, figuring he'd probably be useful to their overall goal and mission. He said he'd tried to kill him, but it was better to just finish him off on the spot without the risk that he might try to harm or interfere with their plans again. He asked for permission to try and change his mind, because the difference with the others was that Kan Ming felt that the enemy's abilities could be useful. The main character said that they are just monsters, and how can you trust them if they can't communicate and share their thoughts? Building trust with the trash who were trying to kill them wasn't easy, but it seemed the only way to achieve a peaceful existence and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. They didn't look like monsters, but they actually were, just different from humans, so they required very different approaches and methods. They are not human and will one day try to kill them if trust cannot be established and their intentions understood. The guy told him to stop thinking like that and assured him that he could grow to trust and listen to them despite his doubts and fears. In the future, he asked to kill monsters whenever they appeared, because it seemed like the only way to protect everyone and keep the world safe from new threats. The guy was awake, talking a lot about how these guys weren't monsters and were no different than the ones they were killing, because they wouldn't survive if they killed everyone indiscriminately. And in fact, such an army they had now, and they hoped that they could use it to accomplish their goals and defend themselves from the enemies that threatened them. Kang Hyuk recalled a situation from his childhood that left a deep imprint on his memory and shaped many aspects of his later life and perception of the world around him. Their mother was fighting with their father, trying to explain to him what they should do about the situation, and trying to protect her children from aggressive behavior. Kang Hyuk saw the man as a real monster whose appearance and behavior caused him fear and terror, making his heart beat faster. He actually saw the man take their mother by the hair, and was convinced that he was facing a true monster capable of the most horrible acts. At this moment, Kang Hyuk stopped his brother, trying to protect him from possible danger and reassure him despite his own fear. Kang Hyuk grabbed the knife in his hand, feeling that it was the only way to protect his family from the aggression and violence that came from the man. He then abruptly began to approach the man, deciding to take a desperate step to protect his mother and brother from an imminent threat. Stabbing the knife straight into the man, Kang Hyuk felt a rush of adrenaline, but also the weight of the decision he had made. Realizing the consequences, the mother, of course, did not expect such a turn of events and looked at the boy with tearful eyes, trying to understand what had happened. Kang Hyuk said, "It's okay, the monster is already dead," trying to reassure his mother that the danger is over. To the mother's surprise, she didn't say a word, just clasped her son to her, realizing the gravity of what had happened and its significance. Then Kang Hyuk realized something about this world after all, realizing that his actions had a deep meaning and determined his future destiny. He couldn't understand why he suddenly remembered this moment, but he realized that this memory was important to him. At that moment he was addressed, and he felt it was time to act, despite the experiences of the past. He was informed that they had brought Gargoyle's magical armor and the deeds of a dead man, which was to change the course of the events to come. Kang Hyuk said he had done a good job and was willing to accept responsibility for his actions and their consequences. He then began to put on his armor, feeling it give him strength and confidence for the battle ahead. After a while, Kang Hyuk was fully prepared, feeling that he could now handle any difficulties. He told the 5 princes to heed his call and be ready to do his bidding without question or hesitation. All at once knelt before him, recognizing his authority and strength, ready to follow him into battle. The first to appear was Stella, whose presence was especially important to Kang Hyuk, as she always supported him. Then Theo also appeared, ready to serve her lord and do his every bidding without hesitation. Theo immediately hugged her lord, showing her devotion and willingness to follow him anywhere. The girl noticed something behind her, and her attention was immediately drawn to the strange creature standing there. There was some kind of monster there that greeted the lore, which surprised the girl and made her wonder. She couldn't understand sense when this monster had become so deferential, which caused her to be perplexed and question. The monster asked if he could kill Stella since she didn't even greet him, which surprised everyone. Chess said it was good to see everyone, and that he would now explain what he was here to do in the near future. At that moment Stella woke up, not realizing how much time had passed or what had happened during her sleep. She couldn't realize how long she'd been asleep, and tried to comprehend exactly what had happened in that time. Stella also couldn't figure out where the guy had gone, and she was overcome with a feeling of anxiety and worrying as his disappearance came unexpectedly. leaving her completely confused and distraught. She noticed some sort of portal nearby and couldn't figure out what this strange formation was, how it had appeared, or why it had caught her attention at this moment. The portal grew larger and larger, its size increasing rapidly, giving it a menacing appearance and causing Stella to feel a growing unease. The portal began to absorb her light magic, absorbing her energy, causing her power to weaken considerably and causing her to feel anxious and powerless. Stella couldn't figure out how to explain what was happening, and feeling confused, she simply fell silent, trying to find a way to comprehend and understand everything that was happening around her. Slowly and gradually she began to enter this portal, hoping that beyond it she would find answers to her questions and solutions to her problems. When she was fully inside the portal, she asked if the guy was here, hoping for some sort of manifestation or indication that would help her make sense of the situation. She began to ask herself where he could be, but there was nothing but impenetrable darkness all around, causing her to feel fear and uncertainty. At that moment, she noticed that the exit from the portal had disappeared, and panic gripped her as she found herself in complete darkness with no obvious way to get back out. Stella also couldn't understand what this place was or why she was here, facing an unexpected and unpredictable situation with no obvious way out. There was indeed a missing exit in front of her, though she had only entered this place in a split second, which only aggravated her and added to the feeling of confusion. This was the first time she had ever encountered such a phenomenon, and her magic didn't seem to work, which only added to her fear and sense of being lost in this strange place. At that moment someone approached her and asked why she was here, surprised by her presence in this unusual and mysterious space. The stranger said that this place was for the dead, and those whom the Lord invited should not enter here without permission, which made Stella even more uneasy. Stella stated that he was scaring her with his behavior and presence, a statement that only increased the tension between them and caused additional resentment. The stranger asked her to leave the place immediately, claiming that her presence here was inappropriate and could lead to unpredictable consequences, which frightened her even more. He then opened a portal for her to go back through, but the feeling of anxiety and uncertainty would not leave her and she was utterly confused. The woman, unhappy with what was happening, began to walk away from him, not understanding why she was caught up in this. He gave her a look without saying a word, and that silence only increased her sense of unease and made the whole situation even more tense. She couldn't understand why all this was happening, and what exactly had brought her to this strange place that seemed completely devoid of logic and meaning. Theo asked if she could be the first to go into battle, feeling the need to show her readiness and determination in the face of new challenges and difficulties. But Kang Hyuk answered in the negative, and Theo couldn't understand why he made that decision despite her willingness and desire to act. The monster asked her to shut up, showing his displeasure at her interference and persistent questions. Theo said he was very ugly, not shying away from expressing her opinion of the sinister creature's appearance, which only added to the tension. The monster then stated that he was going to devour the girl. His voice was full of threat and aggression, and this statement caused even more anxiety in everyone present. Stella told them both to be quiet, and when she finished speaking, there was silence in the room and everyone waited for further action. After that, the monster seemed to calm down. Its anger receded and it stopped being aggressive, which relieved the situation a bit, but didn't solve all the problems. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to the Lord, who was preparing for an important statement by closing his eyes, drawing everyone's attention to his condition. He closed his eyes and concentrated, preparing to say something important. His serious expression spoke of the significance of the words and decisions to come. The Lord told them to find those seen through the dead man's gaze, and to complete this task as quickly as possible so as not to miss important details. Resuming work on some project with two guards standing at the door, controlling access and providing security, was necessary to protect important information and prevent unauthorized access. One of the guards noticed something suspicious and asked the gentleman what he was doing here to find out the reasons for his presence and to make sure all security rules were followed. The director replied that he should leave and contact the security service in charge of control and protection in Seoul, so that they could take the necessary actions to prevent threats. The director was here to begin preparing a military approach that involved strategic planning and organizing the necessary actions to achieve the military objectives. When asked what he meant by the military approach, he simply looked at them with a stern look, not elaborating on the details and keeping the important information secret. After they all realized the seriousness of the situation, they quickly began to run, trying to get as far away as possible to avoid possible repercussions and follow-ups. The director then entered the building to make the necessary negotiations and arrangements for organizing further actions to accomplish the tasks and ensure safety. There he was met by some man who was already informed of what was going on. The man had just gotten a call that he was acting this way because of what happened in the Soul Forest, which required a quick response and action. The man said he didn't care about what was going on and asked if he was able to find out who exactly went with the main character to understand the extent of what was going on. He reported that a magician named So Hyun is one of those who accompanied the protagonist. It makes sense because she was friends with Kangmin when he was alive, and that cooperation could explain her presence and involvement in the current events. If she saw her brother return and disappeared, it means she's not going to fight, but probably left to show something or find out important information. The implication is that it's most likely the guy's library, and there's a high probability that she took him there because the location is important and strategic to current events. Guy said to get them ready to launch a meteor strike to achieve the necessary results and ensure that the plan is in place to meet the current objectives. The man asked what area would be targeted in order to understand the scope and impact of the operation and to prepare appropriate actions and resources. He showed a point on the map and said not to destroy the place with a meteorite, which required precision and accuracy in carrying out the operation to avoid desirable consequences. With all due respect to the circumstances, if the cuz is aiming at that location, it should be considered to avoid unnecessary destruction and minimize the damage from the impact. He said it was where the guy's secret library was, and he didn't know about it since he had been there many times and Kang Hyuk must have gone there. Have him activate the Manhwa detectors in that area and check the situation to make sure he has the necessary information and prepare for the next step before attacking. They found a powerful Manhwa fluctuation there, and the presence of an undead attribute was also determined, which required further analysis. Have him display the image on the screen so everyone can see the current situation and it would help in deciding on further action and planning. He asked if the director wanted them to fix the sighting in that particular area, to which the director responded that the sighting should be on that particular library as a target point. If I have secret weapons or spell books, I'd rather send hunters out there to gather what they need and dispose of the target than destroy everything. He had seen what had become of the forest, but now it was necessary to mobilize the capital's defense forces, as the situation was serious and all possible changes and actions had to be considered. He knows the guy's library better than anyone, and there are no spell books or weapons in it. He's been there many times, so enough talking, time to finish getting ready. The target was locked on by the Manhwa detector. The initialization of the prior began to ensure the accuracy and efficiency of the next phase of the operation, which required careful preparation and execution. Actually, the initialization process had already begun, which meant preparing for the next stage of the operation, and it was necessary to follow the plan in order to achieve the desired results. The satellite in Earth's orbit began to turn to ensure accurate positioning and collection of the necessary data, which was important for the correct execution of further operations and actions. The man then pressed a button, signifying the beginning of the planned actions and the transition to the next phase of the operation necessary to achieve the goals and objectives. And the meteorite did indeed hit this library directly, destroying it completely and leaving behind serious consequences that required further analysis and appropriate remedial action. A meteorite strike always strikes a target with tremendous force and destructive power, causing significant damage and altering the environment, requiring careful inspection and analysis. Have him check with the Manhwa detectors to see if there are any living creatures left. If there are any signs of life, send a squad of hunters and have them deal with any survivors. However, have him check anyway, just in case, to make sure there are no living creatures or Manhwa anomalies. The sensor detects nothing alive or Manhwa, except for the attribute of flame left behind by the meteorite impact, indicating a complete lack of life in the area of impact. He was glad that they were finally able to eliminate him, which meant they had successfully completed a key task and achieved their goal by providing the necessary security. However, it felt as if everything had gone too smoothly and easily, which raised certain doubts and questions about the real state of affairs and possible hidden threats. He died too quickly and easily, which was surprising since his death occurred without much difficulty. It's not that it's a bad thing, but he was surprised when Kangmin died and wondered if this was really the person he knew before and what had changed. But at that moment he noticed something important that required immediate attention and analysis in order to understand what was happening and take the necessary steps for further action. The Manhwa detector detected a powerful aura of undead near the Han River, confirming the information that a threat was present, requiring further investigation and response to the anomalies detected. Indeed, it turned out to be as the man had said, indicating the reality of the situation. The director asked to zoom in on the image to get a clearer picture of what was happening and to see the details. They did not see the protagonist in front of them, which was troubling and required additional analysis to find out his whereabouts and current status. At this point, the protagonist incomprehensibly cut his arm, which raised interest and questions about his actions. And the blood started flowing directly into the river, which changed its color and led to significant changes in the environment that require careful study and analysis. Of course, after that, the entire river dramatically changed its color to a shade of red, indicating a significant event and demanding immediate attention and action. Then very large and high waves appeared around him, indicating danger was approaching and the need for a quick response for safety and protection. After that, some monster that turned out to be a blood demon appeared, creating a threat and requiring urgent action to provide protection and prevent further repercussions. It was a blood demon, indicating a serious threat and the need for an immediate response to prevent possible destruction and ensure safety. He realized that the library was a trap, which was evident from what was happening and required a review of plans and the necessary steps to prevent further threats. Have him inform the hunters of the capital that there are a large number of blood demons near the river, calling for an attack. You need to surround the area and attack them to thwart the threat. At this point, the guy abruptly started calling someone to relay important information and provide the coordination that was necessary to follow up and respond to the threat. He realized he needed to tell everyone about the threat and the current situation to ensure everyone was fully aware and prepared for the necessary actions. At this point, there were attempts to escape the fire, which showed that there were serious problems and the need to find effective solutions to ensure safety. However, they kind of didn't have much of a chance to do so, indicating difficulty in overcoming the situation. At that moment they saw some very healthy flower that caught their attention and required further analysis to understand its significance and impact on what was happening. And right out of the flower, a girl appeared, which was an unexpected event and required further understanding of her role and influence on the current situation. She realized that it was okay to start, which indicated she was ready for action and needed to take the next steps to achieve her goals. She then said something in their language that required understanding and interpretation in order to properly respond and perform the necessary actions. The creature was told that they were tree golems, which meant that they had to spring into action and fulfill their role in the events and preparations taking place. The girl gave the order for them to move forward, which required immediate execution and proactive action to accomplish their goals and current tasks. A large number of hunters and men had already gathered near the Han River, awaiting further instructions and preparing to deal with the current threat. Kang Hyuk watched from afar so that he could have a full understanding of the situation and prepare for further actions that could affect the outcome. Kang Hyuk began summoning skeletons and his army to strengthen his forces and prepare for the upcoming battles, which required concentration and careful resource management. He told his subordinates to build fortifications here, which was necessary to create a solid defense and prepare for possible attacks and threats. Then they began to grab their own bombs and weapons, indicating active preparation for battle and a mindset of decisive action against the enemy. They raised the Lord's sign of support upwards, which symbolized unity and willingness to follow instructions, and kept the army's morale and determination high. The protagonist headed to the Tower of Death, which was his goal and meant that he was going to accomplish an important mission or reach a strategic facility. They welcomed the Lord into the Battle Tower of Death, which was a show of respect and recognition of his authority, and signified a willingness to follow his instructions. A huge hand began to lift the protagonist upwards, indicating his important position and significance in the events taking place, as well as support from higher powers. Kang Hyuk then went to the throne room to take his seat and begin planning the next steps necessary to accomplish his tasks and goals. After that, Kang Hyuk sat on the throne and told everyone to rise up, signifying the beginning of active action and mobilization of forces for the tasks and struggle ahead. Ominous sounds were heard to the north, south, west and east, indicating an imminent threat and requiring action for protection and preparation. All over the land where they were, dead people were springing up and putting up buildings. The hunters could only watch in amazement as the Tower of Death suddenly appeared. Then the spirits of the dead began to gather in the tower, indicating an increased threat and demanding urgent action to prevent further destruction and violence. They were all going crazy and ready to kill everyone around them, which posed a huge threat and required immediate response and protection from living beings. People really didn't know what to make of what was happening, as the situation was extremely difficult. They noticed someone coming out at that moment, which caught their attention and required them to check to see who it was and what they were going to do. There was some man on horseback at the reception and there were other figures beside him, indicating the importance of this man and his role in current events. Telahen Tamaros was to lead the 6th region and destroy the enemy, indicating his key role in the operation and the need to accomplish his objectives. At this point, he headed off to the side in the distance, indicating his intention to perform specific actions and move toward his goals. She walked past the man at that moment. The man immediately drew his weapons and accepted them, signifying readiness for combat and the need to defend against possible threat or attack. But it was probably the stupidest decision of his life, as it led to unintended consequences and serious danger to his life and safety. At this moment, he was attacked by arrows that hit him directly in the heart, causing his instant death and showing the seriousness of the threat. And then the very arrow that the remaining people had, indicating that there was a unified threat and a need to find solutions to address it. The man then simply caught his arm, indicating a physical impact and the need to respond to current circumstances. Someone started calling people to come in, which required attention and the ability to coordinate to solve ongoing tasks and problems. He began to tell them to run faster to him. Realizing, he drove them on, for he realized that time was their everything, and that delay could lead to serious consequences and loss of opportunity to act effectively. At this point the guy smiled, which could indicate satisfaction or confidence that everything was going according to plan and that he was ready for further action. He then told the hunt to begin, which meant the beginning of active operations and an attack on the enemy, requiring everyone to immediately follow orders and prepare. All these demons continued to terrorize the city, creating chaos and destruction, which required an urgent response and effort to protect and restore order. One of the men said that everyone was attacking them, indicating the intensity and scale of what was happening, which required active participation and response. They seemed to be trying to attack, but it wasn't doing them any good at all, indicating that they were ineffective and needed to rethink their strategy. All they did was watch partners and friends die before their eyes, which caused a sense of helplessness and grief. It was infected blood, and have the women bring him a potion, indicating the need for special means to counter the current threat and disease. She instantly brought him the potion he requested, but at that moment, he was killed and didn't have time to drink that potion. Someone began shouting for them to take potions, indicating the need for urgent action to protect and improve the condition of those who could still be saved. At this point, they were being watched from a drone flying above them, which was part of the emergency shelter. The president was informed that everyone had gathered at the shelter, indicating that the evacuation plan had been executed and further action was needed to ensure safety. One of them wondered where Cha Yohek had gone. He said he was going to avenge Kyuho and hadn't been in contact since, which was worrisome. He thought him a fool, for what was the point of revenge in such a world, which indicated a doubt as to the efficacy of his actions and their expediency. He sees that he can't use the monster's power without it, and he can't handle the usual situation himself. How can he say that in a comfortable situation, which indicated his displeasure? They have to evacuate Gangnam Palace, which was a necessary step to ensure safety and security from the impending threat and destruction. If the president had known this would happen, he would have allowed Yojimbo to take the position. She was against it, but now she can't. He would at least have done something about it. The man laughed and said that they could still give the position to him, indicating that there were alternatives and the possibility of changes in current management. They were gathered here to blame him for everything, which meant that it was necessary to find the culprits and assign responsibility for the events that had occurred. As president, he allowed this situation to happen, so it was up to him to deal with the aftermath and take action to fix the problems. whereas the presidents of the association will open the gates of hell here, which indicated the need for drastic measures and actions to address the current threats. The man said he respected the president's opinion, but as far as he knew, South Korea was not prepared for the opening of the gates of hell, which required further analysis. Kang Hyuk, who had returned, whose necromancer powers exceeded expectations, needed to settle the situation quickly, for which he would have to open the hell gate and take drastic measures, and shake hands with the devil, just like in neighboring countries. The president fell silent after that question. It belongs to some societies and Black Wave Society, but strictly speaking, mercenary soldiers, when Japan opened the gate, most of those who came were publicized, and all people were affected by it, indicating the significant impact and consequences of the opening of the gates of hell on the population and society large. He had watched Japan successfully open its gate and was now confident that if he too opened the gate, he could get rid of the protagonist, securing his advantage. However, instead of a specific answer, he said that this option was very dangerous, which required additional analysis and risk assessment before a final decision on action could be made. Let him first assess all the possible consequences, but if he signs a contract with the demon, there is no turning back. Without signing the contract, he will either die or go into hiding. Otherwise, if he doesn't sign the contract, he will either be killed or have to go into hiding for the rest of his life, making his life and tasks more difficult. Thus, bargaining with a demon, in his opinion, is a less evil than death, which emphasized his desire for survival and willingness to take risky steps. The man asked if he was confident in this decision, given that as a broker he had seen that demon contracts could have both pros and cons, which required careful consideration. Demons often disguise themselves as humans until the moment they enter the world, which created additional complications and required caution when interacting with them to avoid unpleasant consequences. As we know, South Korea was the last fortress that had so far resisted the opening of the gate, and it was clear to everyone that this was due to certain reasons and circumstances. It was all because of Kang Min, who wanted to become the strongest and was afraid that others might surpass him by gaining new powers, which motivated him to refuse offers. That's why he refused those offers every time they were made. And while you can think anything you want about him, there's no point in debating an opinion on a dead man. They returned to the question of when the gate would be opened and the way back would be closed. If the majority agree, as the presidents of the hunter's situation, he would authorize the use of the magic summoning circle. The man supported the idea, which meant that he agreed with the plan and was ready to take an active part in the realization of the plan, despite the risks and possible consequences. The others were also supportive of the idea, indicating a collective agreement to take action and the need to work together to accomplish the goal and successfully execute the plan. Then he asked everyone to remember that they had approved of Hell's call and were now in the same boat. He demanded that the man be told of all the conditions of the call to be ready. He had already brought the magical text without which the gate could not be opened, which emphasized the importance of the document in successfully completing the process and ensuring it was done correctly. The man went to fetch the text, which was a necessary step to prepare to open the gate and fulfill all the prescribed conditions for a successful summoning. After a while, the text was in front of his eyes, which meant that he was ready for the next step in the process of opening the gate and performing all the necessary procedures. He was glad that he could finally begin to open the gate, which meant the beginning of an important stage in realizing the plan and achieving his goals. He told the man to call on them, indicating a readiness for active action and the need to begin the process of calling according to the plan and prescriptions outlined. He had heard that a magical summoning circle could be anywhere, which required choosing a suitable place to place it and use it later. The grain needed for the summoning must be prepared and utilized, which was a key element to the success of the ritual and the opening of the gate. The summoning of the gate would require mages to perform the bloody stigma, and for would need to be gathered to begin with, indicating the importance of preparation and selection of participants, and how many mages are available here, which required an assessment of the current resources and availability of the necessary specialists to perform the ritual and open the gate. There were just from mages here, which meant a lucky match with the requirements and provided an opportunity for the ritual to be performed, making the task much easier. Let him prepare everything necessary before the gate is opened. Now it is necessary to prepare for the ritual and ensure that all the required elements are available. Everything was ready for the gate to open, which meant that all preparations were complete, and the next step then the process necessary to accomplish the goal could begin. They must carve the stigmat into the wrist and forehead, which was part of the ritual and required precision and care to successfully perform the magic. If he simply opened the gate summoning circle now, it would set the process in motion, which required additional preparation and checking all conditions to ensure safety. At that moment, an earthquake began, indicating the intensification of the process and the possible consequences of opening the gate, causing panic among those present. They all couldn't understand what exactly had started to happen, which caused fear and confusion, requiring immediate analysis of the situation and preparation for the possible consequences. They noticed that the walls began to shake as if there were strong seismic activity going on underneath, which increased the fear and anxiety among everyone present. One of the men asked if someone had left the doors open, which might have allowed the protagonist to enter, but the other said he had no information on that. He said the suspect was at the specified location, which added an element of uncertainty and required further analysis and planning to ensure safety. At that moment, they noticed something that struck them to the core. They saw him on the screen, indicating a hidden observation device, and it made it clear that he knew their location and current position. They couldn't understand how he could have a drone and watched him look at them, realizing he had information about their hiding place and actions. Kang Hyuk thanked them for revealing the location of their hideout along with this device, making his tasks and plans for future actions much easier. They were extremely surprised by this discovery and perceived it as an additional threat. Yojimbo asked what was going on and what action was taken. He couldn't figure out how the man knew their location, which added even more uncertainty. He explained that he could learn a lot if he let life into their devices because he had created them himself, and therefore had access to the necessary information and resources. He said that drones created with magic can be destroyed and then revive, which is similar to the principles of creating golems from destroyed objects. So he does know the location of their hideout, which confirms his ability to utilize his resources to accomplish goals and ensure success. If he wasn't careful, he could also die, as the magic text and aid his brother are important trait items that could prove dangerous. They asked exactly what the guy wanted so they could understand his intentions and determine. He had seen with his own eyes how the dead had destroyed Seoul's Kanbuku neighborhood, confirming the scale of the threat. He was an unusual necromancer who controlled vast amounts of power, making him a particularly dangerous opponent. A compromise solution must be found to avoid an open battle with him that would minimize casualties. If necessary, it is better to obey his command than risk your life, though the problem is whether or not he will accept the offer of cooperation. Kang Hyuk asked what he really wanted in order to find out his true intentions and determine. He then stated that his wish was for their deaths, which indicated the seriousness of the threat and the need for urgent and decisive action to ensure security. Negotiations with him will not lead to success, as he, like any other demon who came from the world of demons, has the purpose only to kill and destroy without the possibility of compromise. If there is no way to resolve the situation or engage, the only thing you can do is observe what is happening and try to avoid direct confrontation. The reason for the current events is due to Kang Min's death, which confirms his knowledge that the protagonist is here because of his brother. It can't be brought back since it's dead, and any attempt to link it to current events seems silly and irrelevant, making it difficult to find a solution. The man offered to negotiate and help get his brother back if he agreed. The man couldn't understand what exactly was being said, which made it difficult and required further clarification. Yojimbo was more aware of this, as he replaced the guy's body and sold it to the guys in the Black Wave Society. He wanted to insult him, then he started claiming it wasn't true and that the old geezer was trying to set him up. He did not act of his own volition, but under the pressure of circumstances and the demand of those around him, which forced him to take part in current events. If he's wondering who first proposed the plan, it was the president who originally proposed the idea and pushed for its implementation. At first he was against the idea, considering it too humane and dangerous, but the president kept pushing. The man had already begun to use his power, indicating that he was serious and needed to be actively involved in what was going on. Everyone began to actively use their powers, which increased the tension and anxiety. The president couldn't understand exactly what they were doing and how it related to the current situation. They risked death, and if he continued to behave as he was now, it wouldn't matter if someone crushed him or if he died himself. Let him stay calm because he needs to be a leader who understands the situation and not allow himself to get upset over nothing. However, he had already come to a rage and couldn't control himself. Then one of the guys decided to use teleportation to move quickly and avoid danger. At that moment, the president immediately attacked him, preventing him from using teleportation and preventing a potential escape. The man asked if he actually saw how the president handled a situation and what action he took. He said that whoever was now silent and not taking active action would likely die, and that everyone should try to survive. The man asked if he wanted to destroy the magical text, as it could lead to the destruction of the gate, leading to everyone's death. If the magic text that was needed to open the gate was destroyed, everyone would die, and he felt the repulsive energy of a huge amount of mana. Let him tell the truth that it's all his fault. The man said it should not be taken as a joke. It was useless, as the president had killed his brother and was now following orders. The president urged everyone to listen to his instructions, as he was president of the Hunters Association and had authority. Then everyone stood together around the magic circle, preparing for the next stage and waiting for actions that could change the course of events and improve their situation. The man said they will discuss what to do when they get out of here to develop a plan of action and strategize for the future. Everyone then teleported outside together, allowing them to escape the current danger and move to a safe place to continue the plan. The man said it was great because the enemy was no longer in place, giving them time to take the necessary actions and plan their next steps. They had time, so they should have run so they wouldn't be in danger again, and had time to prepare for possible future threats and problems. They couldn't understand what had just happened and were trying to make sense of what had happened, which added to the confusion and made things more difficult under the current circumstances. Then came the feathers leading to the Tower of Death. The tower doors began to open, signaling the start of a new phase. Kang Hyuk and his subordinates came out of the tower, which immediately attracted attention and confirmed the threat. The president immediately recognized Kang Hyuk, indicating that the situation was serious and required an immediate response to prevent possible repercussions and threats. At that moment, one of Kang Hyuk's subordinates was immediately killed. After that, the main character walked over and grabbed the arrow sticking out of his head with a determined expression. He then pulled it right out of his head without fear or discomfort, much to the surprise and bewilderment of all present who watched his actions. Everyone was quite surprised by this unexpected turn of events, as no one expected that the main character would be able to handle the situation so quickly and effectively. Kang Hyuk ordered his subordinates to kill everyone, which confirmed his determination and willingness to eliminate any threat. The guy started releasing his arrows, aiming them purposefully towards his opponents. Then instantly, there was an explosion after the arrow shot, creating chaos and disorienting everyone present. The president was still able to prevent an attack on himself by utilizing his skills and abilities. One of the guys suggested teleporting to another location to avoid further threats and find a safer place. At that moment, they all raised their heads upwards, realizing that their situation had become even more critical and requiring an immediate response. As soon as they moved their cover, they were trapped, indicating an elaborate plan by the enemy. They set up cursed barriers that acted as a suicide bomb that could make the mana inside the body flow backwards and kill the mage when attempting to teleport. Let them better think about how they can eliminate this threat instead of just trying to escape. The man said that in his opinion there was no choice and it was better to arrange negotiations. At this point, Theo started singing, which caught the attention of everyone present. Everyone couldn't figure out what the song was or how it related to current events, which added further confusion. The president also watched and couldn't understand what this phenomenon was. The last thing he saw was a girl singing a song. Yojimbo noticed everyone else starting to fall. He immediately recognized the language in which the girl sang. And then he told Kang Hyuk to wait as he had important information or a suggestion. He started running to Kang Hyuk and said he had something to say. Kang Hyuk told his subordinate that everything was fine, which indicated his confidence in what was happening. The man was the one who had switched the body and his brother, which confirmed his involvement in complex intrigues and games. The man didn't even argue with that statement, but noted that he should know something important that could shed light on the current situation and the actions of all parties. He had heard the language this girl was singing in before, which confirmed his knowledge and experience in the area, allowing him to better understand what was happening and connect it to the past. The girl asked if he had really heard the language, since it was the first time she had seen it, but it was the language he heard, not the song, that might have been the clue. He had heard someone use this same language on Earth, allowing him to make connections between current events and previously known cases and examples. If possible, he would like to show him something that he thought might interest him and help him better understand what was going on and what it meant. The man pulled out some sort of potion that indicated additional resources or funds were available. He then took a potion, which confirmed his willingness to use all available means and resources to improve the situation and achieve his goals. He immediately felt a surge of strength, but at the same moment he also felt intense pain, indicating a sudden transformation and change in his body occurring simultaneously. Right before everyone's eyes, a demon-like horn began to grow from his head, which caused surprise and fear among those present, as it was unusual and unpredictable. The horn erupted faster and faster, showing the progress of the change and increasing the tension in a situation that was becoming increasingly tense and dangerous. Then the men literally pulled a horn from his head, which took a lot of effort and demonstrated the extent to which the magical powers were affecting his body. The girl couldn't understand what was happening to him and asked the guy, trying to figure out the reason for what was happening and find a way to help the situation. The man then began drinking a healing potion to ease the pain and speed up the recovery process. He began beating his horn quickly to eliminate the aftermath and cope with the new conditions, which required quick reactions and the ability to control the situation. He told Kang Hyuk to hold it, probably knowing that this action was necessary to complete the process or to prevent further complications. It was a piece of sacred description of the dead that had great significance and was associated with dangerous magical practices and ancient knowledge. Kang Hyuk asked where he got the item, indicating interest and concern about the source and significance of this sacred fragment. It was part of a book of death called the Necronomicon, which contained powerful and dangerous knowledge that few knew about. He didn't know about the full version of the book, as the crown was published in America and was given to American hunters, adding an element of international significance. He saw the terrible consequences when people die after reading it, and so he stole it, placing it in a horn that seemed a dangerous object but could prove its worth. The portion of the Necronomicon that the man gave to the protagonist was a passage from a book containing sacred descriptions of the dead, and could be extremely dangerous to the average person. Desmond warned the protagonist that he would have to take a bloodbath in the room of the goddess Gargoa to get a new life before reading the book, which was part of the ritual. It made him feel like there might have been some other important events going on in the background leading up to his return to Earth. The protagonist continued to read the book, immersing himself in its contents and learning new knowledge. He asked if his brother knew of the contents of the book, which might have provided additional information about his reasons and motivation for opening the gates of hell. The man replied that yes, that was why his brother was strongly opposed to the opening of the gates of hell, as it involved serious risks and potential dangers. He added that he tried to destroy part of the Necronomicon, but was unable to because of resistance from American hunters, confirming that there was international resistance and danger. Letting him think about everything that has happened and deciding what deserves to be done out can be very rewarding. The Demon King would not give up this item out of good intentions, which confirmed its danger and its importance in the context of current events and plans. He obviously did not care about them, which emphasized his ambitions and personal interests, which may have conflicted with those of others involved in the events. If his brother knew about it, he certainly wasn't sitting idle by, and if he knew anything else, let him speak up, which could help understand his actions and motives. They stated that what drove them was their fear that other people might surpass them in strength. The man's story is simple. His brother knew what had happened on Earth and tried to prevent it by being the strongest hunter, which explains his actions and motivation. In this case, he doubts that the guy died because of the greed and betrayal of the hunters, which added an element of doubt and difficulty in analyzing what was going on. The sacred description of the dead contains records of ancient evil forces and boons in primordial darkness, which emphasizes danger and importance in the context of magical practices and knowledge. He came here to get rid of those who killed his brother, but if that wasn't the case, then he was really targeting him, which required further analysis and understanding of the situation. His enemies in the demon world were evil beings summoned from other worlds, and the conquests he made were close to Earth, but he did not conduct expeditions to other dimensions. If his brother hadn't died, he wouldn't be on Earth in this situation, but perhaps his death was bait for the new creature that was hunting him. He was right in a trap that was carefully set up to catch him and leave no chance of escape or avoiding the planned trap. His brother's death was the beginning of all the events that followed, and it was this tragic incident that was the impetus to change their fate and launch the entire story. The chief asked him why he kept it, and as he explained that it was for profit, remembered the language the Demon King used when singing subordinate. At this moment, Kang Hyuk looked at the girl, studying her behavior and facial expression, trying to figure out what was going on and how her actions could affect the current situation. She claimed she had done nothing and swore that her actions had nothing to do with what was happening, and she was sure it had no effect on current events. At this point, the hero beckoned to Desmond, signifying the need for action or intervention. The man was greatly frightened on seeing him, and his fear was so great that he could not keep on his feet and lost his balance, which affected his behavior. He was then unable to stand on his feet and fell, which was due to shock or fear, and this was clearly indicative of his emotional state and reaction to what was happening. He had already heard all the relevant information and knew what was going on due to the fact that he was already familiar with the details and events that he was previously aware of. It was an exact copy of a portion of the Scripture of the Dead that he had read before, and he recognized it, which confirmed his knowledge of the text and his study of it earlier. The man was surprised that he had read this text before, as it was a surprise to him, and he did not expect to encounter this material again. Have him check the entrance to the dimension that was not used for the expedition. He had already checked it, but now the entrance was gone and it was no longer available in its former location. They could not understand what it all meant because the information was confusing or incomplete, and they could not find a clear explanation for what was happening and its consequences. He attempted to open a new dimension, but his magic could no longer handle the action, and he was unable to perform the necessary to open a new space. Kang Hyuk realized that this was a trap set up specifically for him to confuse or delay him, and he needed to find a way to escape this carefully prepared trap. The way back was blocked, and so it was necessary to find something in the current location to solve the problem and discover a way out or a way to continue. Kang Hyuk was thinking at this moment, contemplating what to do next and trying to find the best approach to solve the current problem and strategize a course of action. He decided to ask the man for help or the information he needed to take further action to sort things out. He asked how the king who gave it to him came to be here, and wanted to know details about the way the king was in this place and his role in the events. The king was summoned along with the gates of hell to open a passageway to the demon world, and this event was pivotal to subsequent changes and actions in the process. He asked if the man could open the gate and realized that this was his chance to survive, as opening the gate could change the situation and provide new opportunities for action. He said he could certainly open the gate, and asked what he should do, believing that in the future he could prove himself even better and demonstrate his abilities. Completely focused on his task, he opened the gate, fulfilling his promise and doing his best to accomplish his goals and deal with his current challenges. Let him open the gates of hell so that those who gave it to the people may come, and that subsequent events may bring about changes and consequences that could change the current situation. The man scratched the back of his head at this point, expressing confusion or difficulty in understanding what was happening. He said he would have no problem doing the job, but he would need people to do it. In fact, these people were lying right behind him, and he pointed at them, realizing that they were in such a state that they couldn't help the current situation. Theo said these people were already dead. The man could not understand what it meant because the information was incomprehensible or unexpected to him, and he could not discern its meaning or impact on the situation. She said that her lullaby put her forever to sleep, though she could awaken herself if he wished, and was willing to honor his request in this matter. He asked if then only those needed to open the gate could be used, as it would take the special magic of the bloody stigmata to successfully complete this complex ritual. Kang Hyuk looked at the girl carefully at this moment, studying her reaction and trying to figure out how she would react to his demands and requests in this situation. He told her to complete the task and gave her clear instructions on exactly what to do. The girl then began to fulfill her lord's request, following all the instructions and requirements to satisfy his request and successfully complete the task set before her. People did begin to get up at this point, and the process of revitalization or awakening had begun, confirming the fulfillment of the request and the activation of previously sedated beings. The man was watching at this point, keeping an eye on the people getting up and how the situation was developing. The man began to open the gate, applying all the necessary effort and magic to complete the process and create a passageway. Everyone else was helping him at this moment, providing the support and resources he needed to successfully complete the opening of the gate. They all worked together to achieve the result, combining their efforts and skills to successfully open the gate and complete the task. Yojimbo had been watching all this all along, scrutinizing the actions and process to be aware of what was going on and to understand